Parts 1 and 2 will be on YouTube. Join Patreon via the link in the video description to watch Part 3. Time is of the essence, and Lewis must quickly enhance the combat strength of the territory in the coming days. So he took his white-haired little secretary, Sif, to the training ground to check on the progress of the soldiers' training. Sif watched the orderly and synchronized movement of the battle array, her mouth slightly agape. It was her first time seeing the soldiers of the Red Tide territory practicing in formation, and she was filled with awe. The tactics of the Red Tide soldiers were entirely different from the commonly seen combat techniques in this world. Most Lord's tactics are merely a ragtag army forming a wall of flesh, attempting to withstand cavalry charges through sheer numbers. But the result is often the knight tearing through the formation, leading to a swift defeat. However, the Red Tide territory is different. They used the stacked formation designed by Lewis. He divided the battle array into 3 layers, representing cooperative combat for range suppression, melee interception, and deadly counterattack. First layer of the battle array, archers. The archers stand at the front, divided into 3 rows for continuous volley fire, akin to a 3-stage strike, thus maintaining a constant rain of arrows. "Target the horses!" the training officer shouted on the training ground. The soldiers drew their bows, and arrows rained down like raindrops. The arrows hit the targets densely. Though not accurate, the sheer volume made it inevitable they would hit something. The simulated targets aren't the knights themselves, as this kind of attack is quite limited against knights with fighting energy. Their real target is the horses beneath the knights. Other than magical beasts, ordinary horses usually have no armor and cannot utilize fighting energy. A precise shot to the horse's legs or belly could disrupt the enemy cavalry's charging formation, greatly weakening the knight's impact. Second layer of the battle array. Spearmen. Hold the formation. Maintain your pace. After the archers completed the first round of shooting, shield-bearing spearmen swiftly stepped forward, forming a dense array of spears. The spears they hold measure 4 to 6 meters in length, neatly pointed forward. Their role is, when the enemy cavalry is disrupted by the archers and their momentum diminishes, they step forward, aiming their spear tips at the belly of the horses, forcing knights to slow down or even lose control, toppling the knights. Third layer of the battle array, sword and axe warriors. Once the cavalry is forced to slow down, it becomes the stage for the sword and axe warriors. They hide behind the spearmen, waiting for the spear formation to successfully stall the enemy before leaping out swiftly, wielding heavy long swords or war axes. Target hack off the horse's legs, then chop down the dismounted knights. Slash! On the training ground, at the training officer's command, the sword and axe warriors charged forward swiftly, causing the mock cavalry poles to splinter and shatter. Even those lower-tier knights, despite having fighting energy to protect them, find it hard to leave the battlefield alive when beset by several well-trained sword and axe warriors. Moreover, this battle array can cooperate with knights to expand the victory. Of course, this combat technique isn't Lewis's original, but rather a reference to the stacked formation used by Wu Lin during his resistance against the Jin army. In the historical Song Dynasty battle at Immortal Pass, Wu Lin used this tactic to successfully annihilate the Jin army's heavy cavalry, the Iron Butcher. Can such a method kill fighting energy warriors? Sif finally couldn't help but ask. It won't be so easy to kill anything above an official knight, but it's very effective against low-tier knights, Lewis said with some pride. This set of tactics, of course, cannot confront those high-tier knights. After all, those monsters can destroy hundreds. But for apprentices and official knights, it is a deadly nemesis. With just a well-trained infantry team utilizing the formation, they could encircle and kill several knights. However, these soldiers can only assist on the battlefield. The decisive factor still lies with the knights possessing fighting energy. Let's go. Lewis interrupted Sif's thoughts and continued to walk toward the other side of the training ground. There, the knights were also conducting tactical exercises. Unlike the infantry formations, the core of the cavalry training is swarm tactics. This is a tactic Lewis improved based on the environment of the Northern Territory. On the vast training field, the knights were divided into multiple small teams, each led by 3 to 5 official knights and 10 to 20 apprentice knights. They kept launching attacks on mock enemies from different directions. In summary, the tactic is divided into 3 stages. Harassment, feint, focus, fire. A team quickly approaches the target, throwing javelins or shooting arrows to harass, then immediately retreats. Another team attacks from the flank, creating an illusion of a main force charge, forcing the enemy to rearrange their defenses. The 2 teams keep harassing the enemy in rotation. Finally, as the enemy falters, a hidden cavalry team suddenly appears, focusing their attack on a critical target, causing maximum damage in a short time. Throughout the process, the knights maintain high mobility, not engaging the enemy directly, but repeatedly wearing them down and looking for weaknesses. As soon as the enemy shows fatigue or the commander makes a mistake, the knights take advantage by concentrating their forces for a deadly strike. The training field resounded with the thunder of hooves and dust swirling. Lances pierced the wooden stakes. Arrows hit their marks steadily. After months of training, the Red Tide Territory Knights could flawlessly execute swarm tactics. Veteran knights performed with ease, while newcomers, despite some mistakes, gradually integrated into the system through practice. Lewis nodded with satisfaction. This combat technique could maximize the protection of his cavalry while continuously weakening the enemy. Compared to the foolish tactic of mindless charges which end in encirclement and annihilation, this scattered harassment strategy is the fighting style that elite cavalry should adopt. Sif watched the disciplined and rapidly obedient knights, feeling somewhat stirred inside. Their actions were precise and every order was executed promptly without the slightest delay. This was completely different from the Northern Tribe warriors she was familiar with. In the tribe, warriors were more accustomed to rushing in frenziedly, relying on personal bravery and physical prowess rather than cooperative and tactical combat. If the knights of the Ironblood Empire were all like the ones in the Red Tide territory, then the northern tribes would be in danger. She slightly clenched her hand, feeling conflicted. As a former princess of the Cold Moon tribe, she certainly hoped all traitors would be killed, especially those who poisoned her father and murdered her mother, brothers, and sisters. She wished they would not find a place to bury their bones. But if the Empire really swept the Northern Territory with full force, then the innocent clansmen her father protected. "What are you thinking about? Let's go to the alchemy workshop." Lewis's voice interrupted Sif's scattered thoughts. She snapped back, glanced at Lewis, and eventually said nothing, silently following along. Lewis gazed at the increasingly powerful army on the training ground, feeling a sense of joy. The soldiers were now proficient in utilizing battle formations, and the knights' swarm tactics had also taken shape, making them many times more combat effective than when they first arrived at the Red Tide territory. Very good, next comes the magic flame bullet. If Hilco's team has achieved results in their research, his upcoming battles will be even more assured. If it hasn't been completed yet. Lewis let out a light hum, already having a plan in mind. Then make Hilco work overtime until it's done, humph, wear him out. He pulled the reins and spurred his war horse forward. Sif also mounted her horse, and they, along with the accompanying knights, rode toward the alchemy workshop. Lewis entered the magic marrow factory with the company, and an acrid alchemist smell immediately assaulted his nostrils. He raised his hand in a greeting, "Good morning." In the corner, Hilco, with heavy dark circles under his eyes, glanced listlessly at the odious slave master. "Good morning, sir." His voice carried a hint of complaint, as he casually handed over a fist-sized crude clay pot. Lewis took the heavy pot, which appeared unadorned, with a strip of linen inserted in the mouth, looking roughly made as if casually molded. He frowned. "Is this it?" Hilco explained lazily. "Don't be fooled by its plain appearance. It's filled with dangerous items. Demon marrow, ice armor, bear crystal residue, fire floss grass, all packed inside. The power is not small, and of course, if given more time, I can make it more delicate and even stronger. Since you say so, let's try one out." Lewis raised an eyebrow, looking towards the already prepared experimental field. Several magical beasts were tied at various places in the field, struggling and making uneasy growls. The knights donned specially made protective masks, lit the fuse, and threw out the magic flame bullet. The clay pot spun in the air, tracing an arc, and accurately smashed into the center of the experimental field. Boom! First phase. Cold blast. The moment the magic flame bullet exploded, a blue light flashed. The ice armor bear crystal shattered, releasing an extremely cold air current. The air abruptly contracted, as if the entire space was violently pulled tight by an invisible hand. The fur of several magical beasts frosted instantly, their limbs twitchingly curling up. Then they were forcibly dragged toward the core of the explosion by a strong suction. They emitted shrill wails, hooves clawing at the ground frantically, unable to break free. Second phase. Fiery blast. Just as they were about to break free from the cold current's grip, the next disaster struck. The demon marrow spontaneously ignited, and fierce flames burst forth. Fire floss grass fluff, as if catalyzed by some invisible force, madly devoured the oxygen in the air. Flames like a layer of flowing liquid adhered tightly to the magical beasts, spreading along their fur. Like bloodthirsty snakes boring into every skin seam, frantically gnawing at flesh. The eyes of one magical beast were burned by flames, exploding in an instant, body fluids evaporating into a wisp of white smoke, the hot air expelled from its mouth and nose rapidly transforming into dry dust. The air was filled with the nauseating stench of charring and burning, making one want to retch. Third phase. Poisonous corrosion. Black smoke slowly rose. This was not ordinary embers, but the toxic gas released after the demon marrow burned. The affected magical beast first convulsed violently, limbs twitching wildly, screams from throats being squeezed out. The flesh on the wounds began to quickly fester, as if torn by invisible hands, revealing ghastly bones. They struggled, howled, rolled, and finally, ashes scattered, the air imbued with a strong sulfur and burnt decay odor, lingering. The scene was in complete disarray, charred remains embedded in the soil. Even the earth had been burned a deep brown, faintly shimmering. This land seemed to be tainted by death. Lewis stood silently, gazing at the scene of desolation for a long time without speaking. Sif, pale-faced, couldn't help but clench her fists. She had seen slaughter, seen bloodshed, and even been on the battlefield personally. But she had never seen killing like this. Silent, yet utterly stripping away all life. Hilko, however, showed a strange expression, part pride, part heartache. He blinked his bloodshot eyes, rubbing his sore neck from staying up, and sighed. The power is indeed impressive, but sir, the material cost for this one alone is a full 400 gold coins. He looked at the scorched earth as if staring at a pile of burning golden coins, heartbroken as if it was his money spent. Hearing this, Lewis finally snapped back to reality, turned, and asked, "How many do we have left?" 7, Hilko sighed. "Any more and we'll be out of materials. After all, the ice armor bear crystals you brought were only so much." "A name? Haven't thought of one." Lewis surveyed the lifeless land, his gaze passing over the still burning black embers, a slight smile on his lips. "Let's call it Ice and Fire Two Realms." Hilko nodded, thinking the name quite fitting. Lewis reached out to lightly tap the rough clay pot of the bomb. This was his ultimate trump card. Count Foss sat on the luxurious chair of the Count's mansion, his fingers unconsciously rubbing his chubby chin, his face full of anxiety. Damn rubbish. Commanding bandit suppression. What do I know about these things? It was clear that this sudden task had frightened him. Inherited the title from his father less than 2 years, now tasked to eradicate the Snow Swearer. A joke? The name Snow Swearer was something he'd often heard, notoriously fierce. His father, the previous Count Foss, a war-heroic Northern Territory general, ruled Snow Peak County for decades, making the Northern tribe tremble. But himself? Only a fatty force to inherit the title, unable to even sit firmly on a horse, let alone leading troops into battle. "My Lord Count, this isn't necessarily a bad opportunity." It was his counselor speaking, a man with a face full of schemes. Think about it, eradicating snow swearers is Duke Edmund's order. All northern lords must respond, especially those pioneer nobles from the south. Count Foss frowned. What do you mean? The counselor leaned closer and whispered. You can send them to their deaths directly. These southern nobles are inherently weak, their foundations unstable. And with this high-risk mission to weed out the snow swearers, if arranged appropriately, and they handle the most dangerous tasks, their forces will be depleted. Once they suffer heavy losses, you can then as Count absorb their lands and resources. Why not? Count Foss's eyes widened. Such a possibility didn't occur to him. The counselor continued emboldening his plot. Besides, the old nobility of the Northern Territory have little favorable views on these Southerners. If they all perish, the Northern Territory will fully return to the hands of true Northerners. And those who look down on you, thinking you got the county due to your father's shadow, unable to govern Snow Peak County properly, what would they say? They would have to confess they misjudged you, that you are the true ruler of Snow Peak County. Count Foss paused for a few seconds. Then a sinister smile grew on his face. Makes sense. He raised his goblet, gently swirling the liquid inside. Already envisioning the scene of the southern nobles being swallowed by snow and ice, himself being revered by thousands. All right, let's do it as you say. On the day of the expedition, the streets of Red Tide Territory were bustling with people. The townspeople gathered spontaneously on both sides of the road to send off the knights and soldiers about to embark. Lewis rode at the forefront, draped in a black and red cloak, with Calvin's family crest embroidered on his shoulder. Behind him were the ready and armed knights and soldiers, including 8 elite knights, 25 official knights, 60 apprentice knights, and 200 infantrymen. Everyone was fully armed and prepared. In the Northern Territory, this was a highly elite force ready to engage in battle at any moment. This expedition saw Lewis taking away more than half of Red Tide Territory's combat forces. First, Red Tide Territory was located in a relatively safe southern area of the Northern Territory, so even if they were short-staffed, there wouldn't be much of a threat. Second, he had the daily intelligence system to learn about dangers in advance and avoid being ambushed and annihilated. In this case, he must bring enough forces to earn more military exploits. This would not only solidify Red Tide Territory's status, but also help him establish a foothold among the old nobility of the Northern Territory. His goal for this campaign was to make a name for Red Tide Territory. In the midst of the farewell crowd, Were stood at the front, his eyes full of envy. As an apprentice knight, though he had awakened his fighting energy, he was too young and not yet skilled in knight skills, so he was left in the territory to continue training. As Were watched the imposing knights surround Lewis, he was filled with longing. He also wished to become such a person, able to follow the great lord into battle. All right, that's enough of a send-off. Lewis reined in his horse and looked at the townspeople on both sides. Their faces showed reluctance but even more pride. Lewis raised his voice. Thank you all for seeing us off. No matter who the enemies ahead are, we will return victorious. After speaking, he pulled the reins and said in a deep voice, Let's go! Their iron hooves struck the ground. The battle flags waved in the wind, and the mighty force moved out of Red Tide Territory. The sound of the farewell from the townspeople resonated throughout Red Tide Territory. In the late spring, the wilderness of the Northern Territory still carried a hint of coldness. The expedition force camped in a lowland area, with the knights gathering to prepare for today's hunt. The wild boar beast, a type of rugged magical beast, has coarse but energizing meat. Lewis sat on his horse, watching the charging wild boar beast ahead, and casually instructed, Be careful. Don't damage too much meat. Leave it to me. An apprentice knight jumped up. His spear infused with fighting energy struck down, but the spearhead bounced off the boar's tough hide, lacking the strength to pierce through. Ha ha! You need more strength. A nearby official knight laughed, thrusting his spear downward, breaking the armor with one shot, and blood splattered onto the wasteland. The boar howled in pain, collapsing on the ground, as the knights quickly moved in to finish the hunt. Lewis had set off early with plenty of time. After all, other lords would likely arrive just on time, and there was no need for him to be conspicuous by arriving early. So he simply used his daily intelligence system to lead the knights on hunts along the way. The threat of magical beasts was no small matter, but for these elite knights, as long as they weren't high-tier beasts, they could handle them easily. So every morning before setting out, they would go on a hunt and return to camp with some spoils. The knights had long become used to Lewis's seemingly prophetic luck. Every day before departure, the Lord would casually point, "There should be beasts over there today, go check it out." And then they would find their prey. Though they mostly caught lower-level beasts like the wild boar, horned antelope, or iron-feather wolf, the meat was firm and energizing, enough to fill their stomachs and slightly enhance their strength. Initially, they were a bit surprised, but after many occurrences, they became numb to it. They simply reasoned, "The Lord is favored by the dragon ancestor, and we are just along for the enjoyment." They'd start traveling in the morning, head out to hunt at noon, roast meat over a bonfire at night, and sleep well. This was even more comfortable than training back in the territory. After several days, the knights increasingly enjoyed this lifestyle. The bonfire blazed, the wood crackled in the flames, releasing a savory smoke. Large slabs of magical beast meat dripped fat onto the grill, sizzling and wafting an aroma throughout the camp. "Smells great. Hurry up." An apprentice knight swallowed hard, eyes fixed on the roast meat. The knight turning the meat laughed and scolded, "Why rush? It'll taste best when it's cooked properly." The surrounding soldiers gathered around, the sound of gulping rising and falling. They usually only had rye bread and salted fish to eat. Now they were enjoying fresh roasted meat freely. It was like a dream, even if it was just ordinary game. "Tonight is a gift from the dragon ancestor," an infantryman exclaimed, raising his wineskin and taking a hearty swig. Another infantryman concurred, "Ha ha! Going on a campaign with the Lord is more fortunate than training in the territory." The atmosphere was completely unlike an expedition, more like a spring outing. Lewis glanced around, seeing the knights relaxed around the bonfire. Some used knives to cut meat, others set up a pot to simmer magical beast bones for soup. Some raised cups in laughter, some snatched whole pieces of meat and feasted. Who had ever gone on a campaign against bandits so comfortably? But seeing the soldiers with smiles on their faces, eating contentedly, he eventually shook his head and laughed. Oh well, a balance of work and rest. At this moment, a knight hurried over to report to Lewis, "Lord, we've encountered Baron Jorn's force on the eastern side. They're heading this way." Lewis was slightly taken aback, an image of that round figure immediately popping into his mind. The chubby fellow who always called him boss with a grin. Of course, his territory was nearby, and he likely needed to assemble at Snow Eagle City too. Oh, what a coincidence. He had just sighed when soon, a rush of hoofbeats came from the distance. "Boss!" Accompanied by a familiar shout, a rotund knight charged over. Yorn Harvey dismounted excitedly and ran to Lewis, his face showing a long-lost thrill. Lewis stared at him for a moment. Yorn had indeed slimmed down quite a bit. The once round mass now had an oval contour, still essentially a chubby fellow. However, in the next second, Yorn's eyes were drawn to the roasted meat by the bonfire. He stared intently, his Adam's apple rolling slightly. Gulp! The sound of swallowing was particularly clear in the night breeze. Lewis's mouth twitched slightly, tearing off a piece of roast meat and handing it over. Care for a bite?" Yorn nodded furiously, his eyes lighting up. He immediately grabbed the roast meat, taking a big bite, revealing a face full of happiness. The air was filled with the aroma of barbecue, with the unique lard scent of magical beasts, making one's mouth water. So delicious. Yorn, while gnawing on the barbecue, mumbled indistinctly, "I haven't had fresh demon beast meat in ages." He took a bite, his face full of satisfaction, then suddenly remembered his situation, and his mood instantly dropped. Lewis observed Yorn while eating his meat. Indeed, unlike his initial exuberance upon arriving in the Northern Territory, Yorn now genuinely seemed more experienced and had lost a noticeable amount of weight. This broken place, the Northern Territory, it's simply not fit for living, Yorn complained to Lewis as he ate. The permafrost in my territory can't even grow any crops, and the people are lazy and afraid of hardship. Give them land and they won't farm. Hand them a hunting bow and they don't know how to use it, just waiting for me to distribute relief food. They all treat me like the Northern Territory's #1 philanthropist. Lewis consoled him. You just have to get through the initial period, plan slowly, and things will get better. If my dad didn't send me money every month and transport grain from the south, I'd have starved to death already. Yorn was desperately clutching his hair. Sustaining a territory's population by transporting grain and money? Lewis paused, now developing a newfound understanding of the Harvey family's financial capability. Yorn sighed deeply, looking up at the sky. I would have known better than to come. Do you think my dad could plead with the emperor to let me go back? Lewis's mouth twitched, somewhat speechless. The Northern Territory isn't a place you can just come and go as you please. According to the Northern Territory Expansion Order law, if a pioneer lord leaves their territory without cause for too long, they would be beheaded. Enough with the pity act. He patted Yorn on the shoulder. Even if you want to leave, you'll need at least 20 years. Yorn, looking hopeless, shook off the oil from the barbecue, changing the subject to complain. And before I could even catch my breath after sowing the seeds, Duke Edmund's order came, and I had to lead troops here. TCH, you really are unlucky. Lewis agreed. Now I don't even know if there will be a harvest this autumn, Yorn said in distress. He angrily thrust the skewer into the fire. Shouldn't this kind of thing be handled by those old Northern Territory nobility? Why drag us newly arrived pioneer nobles into this mess? Especially against the snow swearers. I've heard they're maniacs. You said it yourself, newly arrived pioneer nobles. Lewis shrugged. No background, no foundation, the best cannon fodder. Yorn's smile suddenly froze, as if realizing something. A moment later, he shook his head, not wanting to dwell on such a heavy topic, and changed his tone. Anyway, boss, there's one more thing. He munched on the barbecue, speaking indistinctly. You know Zachary Diaz, right? A member of the Diaz family? I remember his territory is also nearby. Lewis replied. Yeah, he sent out invitations, wants to gather the pioneer nobles from the southern part of Snow Peak County for a pre-expedition feast. Yorn waved his skewer. Did you get an invitation? Lewis paused and then shook his head slowly. Yorn was puzzled, with a strange expression. Huh? No way you are. Don't overthink it, the reason is simple. Lewis sneered, casually flipping the meat on the fire. Zachary wants to be the boss of these pioneer lords. He's just shunning me. Yorn blinked, with a face saying, Aren't you overthinking this? Both Diaz and Calvin are part of the 8 great clans of the Empire. Lewis smiled mysteriously. If I were there, would he still be able to act as the boss? Yorn suddenly understood, nodding rapidly like a pecking chicken. Yeah, after all, you're also part of the 8 great clans. If you're there, he can't put on airs. He paused and mumbled. That guy is really small-minded. No, he's not small-minded. He just knows his limits very well. So how are you going to deal with it? When is the feast? Where? Lewis asked casually. Just 2 days from now at his territory, not far ahead. Yorn replied, still chewing meat. Lewis stood up, brushed off the dust on his clothes. Take me to have a look. Yorn was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes lit up. Ha! Boss, are you going to crash the party? Lewis laughed. Still got some time, might as well check it out. Yorn immediately wiped his mouth and slapped his thigh. All right, lead the way. The next day, Yorn led the way, and Lewis was accompanied by the knights. It took them half a day to finally reach their destination. However, the scene that greeted them was unexpectedly desolate. Looking out, the land was barren, with only a few patches of barely cultivated fields, the crops swaying weakly in the cold wind. The scattered houses on the land were mostly built of wood, with simple structures, some even with leaking roofs. The people wore tattered clothes with numb expressions, their heads down, busying themselves with their tasks. They glanced at the night troop with eyes that held little emotion, neither fear nor expectation, as if they were numb to their lives. Lewis frowned. In Red Tide territory, such a place would be demolished and rebuilt. But Yorn crossed his arms, nodding. This guy did quite well, just slightly worse than me. Lewis was taken aback, doubting his ears. He looked back at the faces of the people, then at the ramshackle houses and the endless barren land. This is called good? He was about to speak when a realization suddenly hit him. Such a territory is the norm for a pioneer lord in the Northern Territory. No abundant resources, no proper planning, no stable supply of materials. In such a harsh environment, just keeping your people from starving, building a few houses, and being able to farm somehow is already a success. And what about himself? The prosperity and stability of the Red Tide territory was nothing like a newly established territory, even surpassing many old family territories in the Northern Territory. The reason for that was because he was a transmigrator, and he had the daily intelligence system as a cheat. With this advantage, he knew where resources were, where magical beasts lingered, how to avoid danger, and how to make the most of the conditions on hand. In anyone else's hands, it wouldn't have been possible. Lewis said to Yorn, "After we finish off the Snow Swearer, you can come visit Red Tide territory. It's much better than here." Yorn nodded without hesitation. "Of course, you are my boss." The lights in the banquet hall were dim, with several flags bordered in gold hanging on the walls, attempting to create a sense of aristocratic solemnity. However, the wooden beams on the ceiling were exposed. The carpet on the floor had visibly faded, and though the tables and chairs bore carved decorations, they couldn't hide the rough craftsmanship. The main course was a whole roasted wild boar from the wasteland, with a few plates of simple vegetables and common game as garnish placed beside it. Evidently, the owner of this banquet hall had done their best to convey a sense of aristocratic luxury, but in the resource-strapped Northern Territory, it was still somewhat lacking. Zachary Diaz was seated at the main seat in the center of the banquet hall, swirling a glass of wine imported from the south in his hand. 6 or 7 pioneer nobles surrounded him, their faces full of flattering smiles. "Lord Diaz, this gathering is truly meaningful." A noble raised his glass, his tone enthusiastic. "These northern barbarians are too oppressive. We nobles who came from the south must stick together. It's our great fortune that you can stand up and lead us." "Absolutely, Lord Diaz. As long as we pioneer nobles unite, the northern barbarians might not necessarily be able to suppress us." Another nodded in agreement, with a hint of flattery in his eyes. Zachary raised his glass and gently swirled it. "Unity is indeed a good thing. After all, they make the rules. If we don't want to be exploited, we must fight for ourselves." The noble beside him kept nodding, seizing the chance to agree. "You're right. Rather than waiting for their leftovers, it's better for us to take the initiative." Zachary held the wine glass, enjoying the flattery immensely. Most of the pioneer lords from the south of Snow Peak County had already come. This turnout was enough to prove his influence. These people fought their own battles with no foundation or background, and were easily bullied by the native northern nobility. Therefore, they urgently needed a backing, and the identity of the Diaz clan was their best choice. If he could make these nobles depend on him, he would be able to form a genuine force and have some sway in this area. As for those unwilling to submit, he would use strategy to provide suggestions to Count Foss, sending these people to the front lines. After all, the battlefield always required some sacrifices. At this moment, a noble cautiously asked, "Lord Diaz, do you think we should join forces for this operation against the Snow Swearers?" Zachary squinted. "Of course we must join forces, so there is an order of who goes first and who follows." The banquet hall fell silent for a moment. The nobles present exchanged glances, and a knowing look flashed in their eyes, but no one broke the silence. No one wanted to be the first to rush in, but if someone else went to die, they were happy to see it happen. And the person most likely to be pushed to the forefront was Lewis Calvin. Being from one of the 8 great clans of the Empire, Louis's absence from such a banquet spoke volumes. Zachary was quite apprehensive about Louis, the son of Duke Calvin, due to his status. But as for Louis himself, he didn't care much. To him, Louis was just someone with high birth but lacking skill. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been the one to first approach Count Foss and gather so many pioneer nobles. He even thought that this uninvited fellow might already have died somewhere in the wastelands. Just then, there was a commotion outside the banquet hall. The door was pushed open, letting in a gust of cold wind. Louis stepped in, followed by Yorn. The nobles present were stunned, especially Zachary, but he quickly regained his composure and put on an elegant smile. Louis scanned the room and felt a little relieved. Ha, a gathering of nobodies. He smirked. What, not welcoming me? Zachary stood up and feigned a warm welcome. Lord Calvin, welcome, welcome. Louis sauntered over to the banquet table. I heard from Yorn there was a banquet here, so I thought I'd drop by after dinner. His gaze fell on the roasted wild boar on the table, and he spoke calmly. Is this the main course? Yorn was less polite, grabbing a piece of meat and taking a bite, then furrowing his brow. The taste is average, worse than what we feed the slaves. The air was still for a few seconds. Some people's expressions turned awkward, while others lowered their heads, pretending to drink. Zachary frowned imperceptibly, then smiled as he raised his glass. Your presence, Lord Calvin, truly adds luster to this banquet. Add luster? Hardly. Louis casually pulled out a chair and sat down. I'm just curious why I didn't receive an invitation for such an event. Zachary remained outwardly calm. Must have been my servant's oversight. Louis chuckled softly. No matter, I came on my own since I thickened my skin. Zachary was unwilling to pursue the topic deeper, so he immediately changed the subject. Lord Calvin, since you're here, why not come along to Snow Eagle City? We pioneer nobles from the south must unite. Otherwise, those old northern nobles will devour us completely sooner or later. Louis smiled like he had inside information. Oh, it sounds like you want to be the leader of this alliance. Zachary's smile froze for a moment before he laughed. Of course not. I just think we need to work together to resist being suppressed by those old nobles. Louis raised his eyes to look at the nobles present, his gaze passing over each face before finally settling back on Zachary. Yes, we do need to work together, but who says who goes first and who stays behind? He pointed to the roasted wild boar on the banquet table. For example, with this pig, there's an order to who cuts first and who eats last. There are rules. The expressions of several nobles grew subtle after exchanging glances. Zachary's smile faded a little. Lord Calvin, what do you mean? Meaning? Louis gently set down his wine glass, his tone casual. Nothing much, just that what you say doesn't count. The banquet hall fell silent for a moment. Some nobles looked uncertain, and others frowned as if they had realized something. Zachary's eyes darkened slightly. Defeating the snow swearers is dangerous. Uniting is still a good thing, so we won't be completely devoured. Of course. Louis's lips curled slightly. But since we're from the 8 great clans of the Empire, with such a noble status, we should naturally lead on the battlefield. He paused for a moment, his voice tinged with a hint of regret. Or are you just waiting for others to fight and die before you swoop in for the rewards? The atmosphere grew even more tense. The expressions of several nobles gradually changed as they quietly looked toward Zachary. Zachary tightened his grip on his wine glass, his gaze growing colder, but he maintained his smile. You've misunderstood, Lord Calvin. We pioneer nobles should unite against external threats, not engage in infighting. Indeed, we shouldn't fight amongst ourselves. Louis chuckled softly and shook his head. But your methods leave people uneasy. He stood up, casually straightening his clothes. The wine's good, the food's mediocre, and the people. He paused as if seriously contemplating, then smiled faintly. Just so. With that, he turned and strolled out of the banquet hall. It had been just over 10 minutes since he arrived, as if he really had just come for a post-dinner stroll. Yorn shrugged and grabbed the last piece of meat, mumbling, Waste not, want not. Then he followed Louis out. The door was pushed open, letting another gust of cold wind in before it shut again. Silence reigned in the banquet hall. Zachary's face turned ashen, and the wine glass in his hand nearly shattered from his grip. The nobles in the banquet hall quietly glanced at him, their expressions complicated. Perhaps the Diaz clan was not as reliable as they had imagined. Louis leisurely walked out of the banquet hall, the cold wind hitting his face, dispelling the smell of alcohol and the greasiness of roasted meat from inside. He gently exhaled, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. This banquet was even more uninteresting than he expected. Zachary Diaz was indeed nothing special. He thought he could control these pioneer nobles, relying on some sweet talk and little favors to make people willingly fight for him. But in reality, those nobles' eyes had already begun to change. At first, they indeed surrounded and praised Zachary, like a pack of obedient lapdogs. But with just my words, the seeds of doubt have been planted. Is what Zachary said truly for everyone's good, or only for himself? Such questions, once in their minds, are hard to ignore. Haha! Boss, you were so awesome just now. Yorn quickly caught up, his face full of excitement. You should have seen Zachary's face. It turned so green it was glowing. I bet he's cursing you in his mind right now. Oh! Louis raised an eyebrow. Too bad, though, he doesn't have the guts. Of course. Yorn nodded repeatedly, laughing gleefully. After all, you're a young master of one of the 8 great clans of the Empire. Even if he's won too, it doesn't amount to much. He imitated Zachary holding a wine glass, pretentiously raising his chin. Oh, Lord Calvin, unity is crucial. Then immediately switched to a look of disgust, waving his hand. Blah! What a pretender! It's so nauseating. Louis couldn't help but laugh out loud. This guy truly knows how to exaggerate things. Thinking of Zachary's iron-gray complexion earlier, Louis felt a bit more cheerful. However, he couldn't be too complacent. This was just the beginning. If Zachary is smart, he'll try to repair his image. Might even use this banquet scandal against me to further strengthen his standing. But if he's foolish, he'll rush to retaliate against me. Hey, boss! Do you think he'll send people to bother you? Yorn leaned close, asking quietly. The more I think about it, the more I fear he might be cooking up something big. Louis mounted his horse and chuckled softly. That would be best. Huh? Yorn looked puzzled. Louis didn't rush to answer. Instead, he looked around outside the banquet hall at the knights and soldiers of various nobles stationed there. The knights' armor wasn't grand but decently maintained, their cloaks embroidered with family crests, showing some sense of honor. But their mounts were lacking, with many war horses seeming poorly fed. As for the regular soldiers, they were in even worse condition, with dilapidated armor and rusted weapons. Not to mention their spirit, some soldiers huddled in corners for warmth, others leaning listlessly against walls, their gaze vacant. The guards stood unsteadily, the patrollers moved lethargically, appearing ready to be blown over by a gust of wind at any moment. Could such an army fight against the Snow Swearer? Louis shook his head, couldn't resist smiling. Yorn, do you think this kind of army has any combat capability? Yorn followed Louis's gaze and immediately mocked them. Haha, boss. Now that you say it, it's true, though his own knights and soldiers were in similarly poor states. But he had seen Louis's forces just a day ago. The Red Tide Territory Knight's armor was bright and clean, weapons sharp as new, each warhorse robust and strong. Even the regular soldiers swiftly followed orders and could quickly change formations. Truly a world apart from these soldiers and knights. Listening to Yorn's praises, Louis gave a light smile. He knew well Zachary Diaz managed to win over these southern nobles not through strength, but through their shared predicament, abandoned by their families. These pioneer lords are largely marginalized figures within their clans. They were dispatched to the Northern Territory not to make achievements, but as a measure from certain clans to comply with the Emperor's Northern Territory expansion order, and thus abandoned there. Louis knew this so well because he was also one of them. Of course, he was now different from them. Others were sent to the Northern Territory and truly became pawns, while he, through hard work and knowledge from his past life and the daily intelligence system, was on a path to greatness. His father, Duke Calvin, also increased investments in the Red Tide Territory, seeing his achievements. His lands used to be as barren as these, his soldiers as disorganized. Yet after nearly half a year of training, reorganization, and planning, the Red Tide Territory Army had taken shape. The Red Tide Territory forces are no ordinary pioneering army, but one capable of battle in the Northern Territory. After laughing, Yorn leaned closer again, lowering his voice. "Boss, I didn't mean he'd send soldiers to fight you, but rather he might report you to Count Foss, the prefect." Lewis snorted. "Report me? Let him. I'm prepared to deal with it." He tugged at the reins, his tone relaxed. "Let's go. Gather your knights, and I'll lead you to earn military merits." Military merits? Yorn was stunned, quickly catching on. Wait, what are you planning?" Lewis didn't respond, merely clamped his horse's belly, urging it forward. Hey, boss, tell me clearly. Hey, wait for me." Yorn hurriedly tightened the reins, chasing after him. And so, the two headed straight for their camp with the knights. Hero sat at the long table in the tent, his fingers unconsciously tapping the table's edge. His gaze fell on the intelligence in front of him, where it clearly stated, "Duke Edmund gathers Northern Territory lords, preparing to march to annihilate the Snow Swearers." Hero repeatedly scrutinized these words, a near-hysterical glimmer appearing in his eyes. Finally, his voice was hoarse, as if squeezed out from the depths of his throat. He then slowly extended his hand, watching his slightly trembling fingertips. These hands had personally buried his mother. Countless painful memories flooded his mind. Yet he laughed deeply, laughed louder and louder, until nearly hysterical. It's time for blood debts to be paid. However, the sudden cold wind lifted the corner of the tent, the chill biting through. Hero's laughter abruptly stopped, his body slightly stiffening. A soft male voice sounded near his ear, soothingly, "Don't rush, Hero." He turned sharply. Inside the tent, the flickering candlelight revealed a slender and beautiful hand gently resting on his shoulder. The fingertips were icy cold, seemingly without any warmth. A strange male voice slowly sounded again. "The ritual to awaken the ancient god of Cold Abyss is still not enough." White Feather Canyon. The wind howled past from the heights, stirring up fine dust. On a concealed high ground, Yorn lay behind a rock, whispering to Lewis beside him, "Boss, are you sure the Snow Swearers will pass through here?" Today, they set off before dawn, bringing knights and soldiers, bypassing the main road, and entering this strategically complex canyon. Then they busied themselves all day. For instance, setting up barbed tripwire traps in the narrow passages, burying steel cables and iron hooks amidst the grass and rubble. And on the high ground on both sides, they dug rockfall paths, securing boulders at the cliff tops, ready to roll down into the valley with a push. Lewis personally inspected every location, even arranging 3 escape routes. They didn't want a fight to the death, but an ambush, ideally without casualties. Even if something unexpected happened, they had to retreat safely. But until the sunset dyed the cliffs red, the mouth of the canyon remained empty. Not even a bird flew in to crap. Yorn couldn't sit still anymore, muttering under his breath, "Boss, didn't you get some fake information? If we've been tricked, we—" "Shut up." Lewis didn't turn around, just said 2 words flatly. "Oh." Yorn wisely kept quiet. Lewis stared at the pass below and added, "They're almost here." Lewis's confidence wasn't unfounded. The source was the Daily Intelligence updated 3 days ago. An estimated 30 Snow Oath warriors are expected to pass through the northern pass of White Feather Canyon in the late afternoon 3 days from now. Yorn squatted behind a rock, looking at the empty canyon, clicking his tongue in boredom. "Will they really come?" he muttered. "Or is Boss being played for a fool?" He sneaked a glance at Lewis standing on the high ground not far away, Lewis was composed, not a bit nervous. Yorn was about to complain again when suddenly a faint horse's hoofbeat sounded from the woods at the bottom of the canyon. He jerked his head up, frowning and listening carefully. Another echo of hoofbeats came clearly, and it wasn't just one horse, but a whole team. Yorn instantly perked up, almost jumping up. Wow, what the hell? There really are? He quickly ducked back behind the rock, his face full of disbelief. Boss, you foresaw this like a god? Lewis didn't respond, staring intently at the canyon entrance. At the northern entrance of the canyon, a team silently crossed through. They wore dark-colored leather armor and iron shoulder guards, with most of their upper body muscles exposed, wielding various weapons. Heavy axes, spears, even battered Empire-made lances. But each of their eyes were like ferocious beasts, silent, alert, full of murderous intent. This was an elite warrior unit under the command of the Snow Swearers, though their equipment was rough. They weren't ordinary wandering bandits like typical Snow Swearers, but well-trained fierce hounds. Their individual strength was at least that of a mid-tier official knight in the Ironblood Empire's power structure. The leading warrior reined in, scanning the terrain of the canyon ahead, and said in a low voice, "This place is too quiet." Another one grinned. Afraid of what? The Trash Nobility's unit has just gathered, and today we're just here to show them who's boss. This operation was ordered to cut in from the north entrance and launch a surprise attack on a nobility reinforcement unit that was assembling. Such swift and fierce actions were a common tactic used by the Snow Swearers. In their eyes, this was just a routine decapitation mission. They were long accustomed to launching surprise attacks at dawn or dusk, trampling the lands of those invaders under their steeds. Just then, the leading Snow Oath warrior suddenly reined in. The horse hooves had barely touched the ground when they tensed abruptly. With a snap, the barbed tripwire hidden under the dirt sprung up suddenly. The iron hook wrapped around the horse's leg like a snake, pulling it forward with a tug, sending man and horse stumbling ahead. Whoa! Several nearby warhorses screamed in alarm, some even throwing their riders off, rolling through the dust. Metal hooks embedded into iron armor, emitting a screeching friction sound, blood seeping from the horse's leg. A brief chaos exploded in the canyon. Hoofs clattered chaotically, dust roiled. The Snow Swearers immediately reacted. They leaped nimbly from their horses, rolled swiftly, drew swords, turned, and formed ranks with smooth movements. No screams, no panic. Their eyes were cold as beasts, instinctively sensing something wrong. "Trap," the leading warrior said softly. From the tripwire's activation to restoring order took only a few seconds. The atmosphere was suddenly tense, the previously steady marching rhythm severed by an invisible blade. They realized they had fallen into a trap, though they didn't know who set it. In the middle of the formation, several warriors drew longbows, quickly aiming at the cliffs on both sides, while the others guarded the middle with long swords, war axes, and long spears interlocked in circular defense. The sound of sword blades striking against iron armor echoed through the formation. No orders were given, yet everyone silently switched modes, as if they were mere travelers moments ago, now transformed into hunters. The leader of these Snow Oath warriors slowly drew a great sword, whispering, "Prepare to engage." And just then, a brief command echoed from above the canyon, "Take action!" Before the command ended, above the cliffs, stone wheels spun, releasing crude chutes and letting loose boulders. Heavy rumbling shook the mountain, several boulders roaring down from the cliff tops. They sped through the preset chutes, faster and faster, crushing the air with terrifying pressure, crashing forcefully towards the Snow Oath warriors at the canyon's bottom. "Watch the top!" someone shouted angrily. However, before the words finished, the first boulder struck the formation heavily. Boom! A warrior was too slow, hit by a boulder as large as a carriage wheel. His heavy armor instantly twisted and deformed, sending him flying and smashing into the canyon wall, blood splattering the stone surface. Damn it! Another Snow Oath warrior rolled awkwardly into the defensive circle of his comrades. More boulders descended like the scythes of death, accompanied by the roar of destruction, crashing into their ranks. Fragments scattered, warhorses neighed in terror, and the sound of splitting iron armor mixed with the tumult. Billowing dust rose, instantly plunging the entire canyon into chaos. "Formation! Maintain formation!" the captain shouted sternly, his voice piercing through the dust cloud. These Snow Oath warriors were not a rabble. Even when ambushed, they maintained discipline. Several experienced warriors quickly assessed the terrain, leading the unit away from the main attack direction of the falling rocks to prevent being completely crushed. Though momentarily suppressed, their focus only sharpened. In the chaotic dust, the captain squinted, his gaze coldly sweeping across the surroundings. The ambushers would not rely solely on falling rocks to deal with them. The real battle was just beginning. The urgent sound of hooves shook the earth like a war drum. Haskell, the captain of the Snow Swearers, suddenly looked up, his gaze as sharp as a wolf's, staring intently at the swirling dust in the distance. That wasn't the sound of fleeing horses, but the uniform clatter of iron riders. "They have arrived." The next moment, the neighs of warhorses pierced the smoke, and crimson figures rushed out from the dust. The armor of the Red Tide Knights reflected a cold brilliance in the sunset, like a sharp sword slashing out from the abyss. "Warriors, form the line." Haskell suddenly raised his war axe and growled lowly. The Snow Oath warriors quickly mobilized, raising their shields, thrusting their spears, gripping their war axes at an angle. Their eyes filled with vigilance, sweat sliding down their foreheads. But the Red Tide Knights gave them no time to breathe. The air was torn apart. Sharp javelins and arrows rained down like a sudden storm, ranged throwing weapons. "They plan to wear us down like this." Haskell's pupils narrowed slightly, and his heart sank heavily. He immediately realized this was a carefully planned ambush tactic. These knights intended to first use ranged attacks to tear their defense line, waiting for formation to loosen, and then seize the opportunity to strike. "Shield wall." Quickly, the Snow Swearers instantly raised their heavy shields, followed by a series of dull thuds. "Arg!" However, a young Snow Oath warrior was a bit slow. He stumbled back with a scream, a javelin piercing through his chest, blood splattering. He opened his mouth in unwillingness, but only foamed blood gushed out. Then he fell heavily and immediately twitched, losing his breath. "Damn it! Damn knights!" A warrior next to him roared, eyes flashing with violent killing intent. "Don't rush. Hold the formation first." Haskell gritted his teeth and roared. The Red Tide Knights' first harassment squad retreated swiftly after throwing their javelins without any intention of lingering, raising a cloud of dust, blurring the vision of the Snow Swearers. These bastards! Not giving them time to adjust, another team of knights was already assaulting from the flank. Warhorses shrieked wildly, iron hooves churned. The second squad of Red Tide Knights charged into the battlefield, lances blazing with fierce crimson fighting energy, heading straight for the Snow Oath warriors' flank. "Their main attack is here!" a Snow Oath warrior exclaimed, instinctively moving toward the flank. "Don't move! Don't fall for it!" Haskell barked harshly, but it was too late. The second tactic of the Red Tide Knights succeeded. The flank attack was not the main assault but to disorganize the formation. During the charge, the lances and sabers of the Red Tide Knights flashed with crimson fighting energy, weaving through the enemy ranks. Splat! Blood splattered as a Snow Oath warrior's throat was pierced by a lance, blood spraying everywhere. Within a few short seconds, the defense line was torn apart. Haskell's brows furrowed into a frown, his teeth almost grinding to powder. He finally realized this was a meticulously prepared hunt, and they were merely the toyed prey. Damn it! He clenched the war axe, his eyes growing darker, deep blue fighting energy surging around him. But at this moment, the third squad of Red Tide Knights quietly emerged. "Kill!" A low, cold voice rang out, accompanied by thunderous hoofbeats pounding the ground. Haskell whirled around. "Charge!" Lambert led the squad composed of elite knights and high-tier official knights, charging out of the dust. Their speed was faster than the knights before, Their lances pointed straight ahead, like a gale sweeping into the battlefield. A Snow Oath warrior didn't even have time to defend before being impaled through the chest by a lance shrouded in crimson fighting energy. The whole person was nailed to the ground, blood slowly sliding down the lance blade, the fighting energy burning and corroding the wound, making even the corpse tremble slightly. Bastards! Haskell roared, deep blue fighting energy surging, his war axe sweeping ferociously. The lance blade precisely blocked the war axe, crimson and deep blue fighting energy clashing fiercely. A violent energy shock wave spread out, raising a turbulent airwave. The surrounding warriors were forced back. Even the ground cracked. Interesting. Lambert's lips curled slightly, but his eyes remained cold. He swung the lance with a backhand, the lance blade slicing through the air, tracing a chilling arc. Splat! A Snow Oath warrior attempting to stealthily attack had his throat slashed by the lance blade, clutching his neck, gasping painfully before collapsing into a dusty pool of blood. Damn it! Haskell growled lowly. As the knights continued their assault, blood spattered on the ground, staining the shattered armor red. By this time, the majority of the Snow Oath warriors were either dead or wounded. Haskell knelt halfway on the ground, breathing like a bellows. His war axe was full of nicks, his armor shattered, soaked with mingled bloodstains of allies and enemies. His gaze swept around. Only a dozen or so snow swearers remained standing, but each one's eyes had turned cloudy. Their legs trembled not out of fear, but because their strength was reaching the limit. They had been driven to the brink by the Red Tide Knights. Already, at the limit, Haskell gritted his teeth, his expression so dark it seemed to drip blood. He clenched his fists tightly, nails digging deep into his palms until the intense pain cleared his mind. No, they had not lost yet. He slowly stood up, scanning his remaining comrades. Snow swearers. His voice was hoarse and low. Fight to the last man. Make them pay in blood. Fight to the last man. Make them pay in blood. The remaining snow swearers shouted in response, despite being battered and bruised. At this moment, the fierce fighting spirit reignited in their eyes. Haskell took a deep breath, raising the war axe in his hand. In an instant, a blood-red totem lit up on his chest. That was not ordinary fighting energy, but a life-burning curse blood boiling. Boom! Scalding blood boiled in their veins, crazily burning their bodies. Their muscles swelling instantly, veins twisted and protruded beneath the skin, and their pupils transformed into scarlet flames. A dozen or so Snow Oath warriors simultaneously entered the blood-boiling frenzy, their aura soaring instantly. A mad killing intent surged into the sky, pressing the air as if it were trembling. Ha ha! Haskell laughed madly, fresh blood seeping continuously from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Yet he still gripped the war axe tightly, fighting energy surging, rushing toward Lambert. Come! Witness our snow swearer's hatred. Let us all descend to hell together. Fall back! Lambert decisively shouted, seeing this. The Red Tide Knights immediately dispersed, but it was too late. The clash of fighting energy stirred up the dust on the ground. On the battlefield, Lambert engaged Haskell once more. This time, Haskell was in the blood-boiling state, his entire being resembling a beast, feeling almost no pain despite the continuous bleeding. He roared, swinging his axe down, forcing Lambert to retreat several steps. The axe's edge cracked Lambert's chest armor, blood flowing through the fissure. Lambert chose not to clash head-on but used agile maneuvers to delay time, preventing Haskell from getting close again. The surrounding snow swearers were also inspired by the strike, entering the blood-boiling frenzy and charging madly at the Red Tide Knights. The Red Tide Knights reacted quickly, swiftly consolidating their formation amidst the chaotic battle. But even with Lewis's foresight and pre-battle preparation, one young knight became careless. Hit square in the chest by an axe, he was sent flying, crashing heavily against a stone wall. His spine fractured, dying instantly. Lambert's expression grew heavier upon witnessing this. Although victory was assured, several knights would still be dragged down in this manner. Moreover, warriors in the blood-boiling state wouldn't last long, so there was no need to confront them directly. "Adjust formation! Disperse!" he shouted lowly, prompting the red-tide knights to swiftly change their tactics. They distanced themselves, ceasing direct confrontation, and resorted to mounted maneuverability and long-range harassment. The snow swearers in the blood-boiling state indeed didn't last long, their movements gradually sluggish. Their bodies began to suffer backlash. Skin rupturing, mouth spitting blood, cries turning to wails. Some snow swearers fell to the ground, rolling in pain. Others chose to continue fighting through the agony, but their fighting energy was chaotic, hastening their own demise. Lambert did not let the troops approach but continued to restrain with a war of attrition. As long as they dragged it out, this battle would eventually belong to them. Haskell still persisted, staggering to stand, his muscles rupturing, blood flowing down the axe handle to his fingertips. His gaze had lost focus, yet he continued forward. "Charge with me!" he roared, with his last ounce of fighting energy, rushing at Lambert. Lambert did not retreat this time, steadied his horse, and raised his lance to meet the enemy. "Come on!" The war axe and knight's lance clashed mid-air. Haskell's axe finally shattered, pieces of iron flying off. His chest was also pierced through by Lambert's lance, blood gushing forth. However, he did not fall. "I'll drag you to hell with me," he shouted, pouncing forward, clutching Lambert like a beast. Fighting energy around him began to rampage, hot air permeating, ready to self-detonate and take Lambert down with him. Thankfully, the nearby red-tide knight rushed forth, slashing horizontally with a sword, severing Haskell's right arm, sending him flying. Haskell fell heavily to the ground, fighting energy scattered, lying sideways, gazing at the sky. The sunset was red as blood. "Father, I ultimately couldn't." Before finishing his words, he unwillingly closed his eyes. The battlefield returned to silence. The dust had not yet settled. Yorn lay flat at the edge of the cliff, his mouth forming an O shape. He had forgotten how many times he had been shocked. The battle, starting from an ambush, falling rocks, arrows raining, to the three-front night encirclement. The whole process was as thrilling as performing a drama. Each step was precise. Each warrior coordinated seamlessly. But on the opposite side were snow swearers and those terrifying blood-boiling frenzy fighters. He initially thought the red-tide territory knights would pay a severe price, yet within half an hour, the situation was settled. "I've been shocked several times," Yorn muttered softly. He turned to the man beside him, his mouth twitching. "Boss, how exactly did you do it? Prophecy? Or do you have connections with the snow swearers?" Lewis glanced at him lightly. "Shut up." He looked at the knights tidying the battlefield below and said, "A knight has died. This ambush can't be considered successful." Yorn was taken aback by the words. "Are you serious?" His mind couldn't comprehend for a moment. His first reaction, this person was showing off. But he dared not say. Yorn recalled the entire battle, from the ambush setup to the control of combat rhythm and the restraint over the blood-boiling frenzy. If he or Zachary, that arrogant and impulsive fellow, had knights encounter these madmen. He even suspected if there would be time to react before being crushed into pulp by the madmen. Total annihilation. This word circled his mind. Is this the enemy we'll face in the future? Duke Edmund clearly intended to push the pioneer lords from the south into a pit of corpses. Yorn swallowed, his Adam's apple moving up and down. Previously, he only assumed Lewis was slightly stronger than them, smarter, better at managing personnel and formation. But now he understood. This isn't a slight difference. It's a world of difference. That's the level of overwhelmingly suppressing, hanging out to dry, and digging pits 3 days ahead for them to jump. Not even the same scale. A thought suddenly emerged in Yorn's mind, unprecedentedly firm. To cling to a powerful ally, he must cling unwaveringly. He stood up briskly, dusting off, straightened his back, stood seriously beside Louis. "Boss, do you need money?" "Shut up." "Okay." Yorn immediately shut up, with a smile, chest out, standing next to Louis. A look of, "I am your most loyal underling." Meanwhile, Louis stood on the cliff edge, gazing below at the blood-stained battlefield, pausing in silence. Even with victory, a trace of fear lingered in his heart. If not for the daily intelligence system's warning, if not for preemptive traps and lines in this canyon, catching them off guard, Red Tide territory would absolutely not have won. The Snow Swearer's blood-boiling frenzy. "It's too dangerous," he muttered lowly. "If every future battle involves facing these madmen, it'll truly be troublesome. We must quickly find a way to counter these warriors." At that moment, footsteps sounded from below. It was Lambert with bloodstains, his armor chipped at one corner, a diagonal wound on his shoulder, yet his expression remained calm. He walked to Louis's side, kneeling on one knee. "Sir, the battle is over, enemy forces completely annihilated." Louis nodded, speaking with approval. "Well done, Lambert." Lambert looked up, calmly saying, "Deservedly so." He paused for a moment, then continued asking, "How should we handle the enemy corpses?" Louis glanced at the blood-stained valley floor, his voice cold. "Cut off their heads, leave none behind. Wash them clean and bag them. I'll send them to Count Foss as a gift." The banquet hall was brightly lit, resplendent with gold and jade. The tall dome above was illuminated by hundreds of magic crystals, lighting up the entire hall. The walls were adorned with tapestries woven with golden threads, each embroidered with the emblem of the Forrester clan. The long table was covered with a silk tablecloth, with silverware and crystal glasses neatly arranged. Servants stood by the walls, carrying plates in and out. The air was filled with the aroma of meat and the scent of wine. The dishes were outrageously extravagant. Roasted Snow Mountain demon deer sizzled under its golden skin, and a whole rack of snow rock bear ribs was served, the thick meat piled on a silver plate like a small mountain. There was also the wine beloved by southern nobles, almost unseen in the north, yet here it was continuously poured into crystal glasses. Such extravagance, not to mention in the Northern Territory, is not commonly seen even in southern nobles' castle banquets. The Forrester clan's foundation as an old nobility of the Northern Territory is evident from this. Yet this opulence, in the harsh and resource-strained Northern Territory, appeared particularly glaring. The banquet hadn't even begun, yet many local northern nobles were already frowning. Count Foss sat at the main seat, his entire being like a round ball of flesh. A robe woven with gold threads enveloped his corpulent body, the collar slightly open, with his oily sheen extending from his forehead to his chest. His hands casually rested on the armrests of his chair, all 10 fingers adorned with magic crystal rings, the knuckles reddened from pressure. He was giggling, like a drunken pig, his laughter echoing through the hall. "Count Foss, you are naturally wise and brilliant. The Northern Territory will surely flourish because of you. Without your guidance, we minor nobles would be utterly lost," said the pioneer nobles from the south. Each of them dressed in extravagant attire, their hair impeccably groomed, their words filled with courtly manners. But they had no military achievements and no foundation in the Northern Territory. Besides flattering and bootlicking, they were utterly worthless. They surrounded Count Foss, lavishing praise on him. Someone said he had the demeanor of a crown prince. Another patted his chest and praised him as more graceful than the late king. Some even claimed he would make the Northern Territory great again. Count Foss laughed so hard he couldn't close his mouth. Even his hand holding the wine glass trembled. He laughed while returning the compliments, but ended up choking on his drink, spraying half of it out. Most pleasing to him was Zachary Diaz's commendation. "Count Foss, your organized and orderly conduct of this Snow Eagle Assembly is exemplary for the Northern Territory. Even my father would likely feel ashamed if he were here." This sentence made Count Foss feel elevated. Zachary was a member of the Diaz clan, one of the 8 great clans of the Empire alongside Edmund. With someone of such noble birth praising him, how could he not feel elated? Ha ha! No, no, I'm merely fulfilling my duty. He waved his hand, yet was so delighted that his mouth was crooked with joy. In one corner of the banquet hall, the lights were dim, and the atmosphere was much colder. A few nobles wearing uniforms of the Northern Army sat quietly, watching the group at the main table flaunting and bootlicking, their faces as dark as the sky on the eve of a snowstorm. They were all former subordinates of the Forrester clan and among its earliest vassals. They had once followed the old master to campaign across the icefield, fight magical beasts, and hunt down the barbarian race. Now they could only sit here, watching their clan's position occupied by a rotund fool, surrounded by a group of bootlicking southern sycophants. If the old master were still here, he'd have kicked over this sordid scene long ago. The oldest general murmured, eyes cold. The unshaven man beside him sneered. Besides eating, drinking, defecating, and babbling in some useless southern accent, have you ever seen them wield a sword? Never, another replied bluntly. Their armor is as shiny as an actor's costume, and there's not a single scar on their bodies. If they went to war, they'd probably have to clean off a single drop of blood first. Their whispers mingled the smell of alcohol and cold air, clashing starkly with the lively banquet hall. The Forrester name was one with the old master's life, not to be used for hosting some southern cabaret. The more they spoke, the more silent they became, eyes filled with suppressed anger and disappointment. They had tried to advise the new count, teaching him to train soldiers, handle military and political affairs, even willing to take the initiative themselves. But that fatso simply wouldn't listen. If not hosting a banquet, he was taking perfumed baths. At most, a house servant was sent back to brush them off with a few perfunctory, "The count is busy." Quietly, they all knew that if this continued, the Forrester clan would be in a bad shape, especially since the Northern Territory had been particularly turbulent lately. The corner's stifling atmosphere seemed strikingly conspicuous in the banquet hall. Yet Count Foss paid no heed. He was being flocked by the southern nobles, laughing so hard his eyes were nearly invisible, the flesh on his face trembling. Even if someone reminded him that those northern veteran nobles were in a foul mood, he would just wave dismissively. Them? He curled his lip. A bunch of old fogies, still stuck in the fighting and killing from decades ago. In his view, these people were not only useless but a hindrance to his affairs. Dressing shabbily, their words unpleasant, they kept a stern face all day, as if someone owed their family thousands of gold coins. He complained publicly more than once. My grandfather accompanying the former emperor to overthrow the snow country had already finished all my life's work. The northern lords are just lords, eating and drinking all day, nothing else. What's the point of aimlessly doing anything? Who is it for? Risking life and death? Stop fooling around. Midway through the banquet, the music intensified. Magic crystal lamps shimmered brilliantly. Nobles exchanged toasts, laughter never ceasing. Just as everyone was in high spirits, Zachary approached the main seat, holding a wine glass. His demeanor was casual, his tone light. By the way, I wonder if Count has heard of Louis Calvin? Count Foss's eyebrows twitched, his mouth still stained with meat residue. He mumbled an unclear response. Who? Oh, Zachary feigned surprise. It seems he hasn't personally visited you or sent an invitation. Almost every noble in Snow Peak County is here, yet there's not even a glimpse of him. Could it be he thinks this assembly unworthy of his presence? Count Foss's smile slightly faltered. Zachary squinted. It is said that despite his youth, he was sent to the Northern Territory to temper himself, but in reality, he neither handles military affairs nor trains soldiers, with his troops merely there for family facade. He lowered his voice, as if telling a secret, yet deliberately ensured the surrounding nobles could hear. Said to be a banished outcast by his family, yet after arriving at the Northern Territory, he remains in the castle drinking tea and writing poetry, even complaining that horse riding is a pain in the butt. The surrounding southern nobles all showed amused expressions, someone quietly agreeing, Noble scions tend to be aloof. Someone chuckled. Could Louis be planning to appear only after the banquet to save himself the courtesy? Humph. Who on earth would dare disregard me? The prefect of Snow Peak County? Count Foss snorted, setting his wine glass heavily on the table. Zachary lowered his head, took a small sip of wine, a glint of calculation flashing in his eyes. He sighed, feigning helplessness. Perhaps, after all, Calvin seems not to understand the importance of respecting others. If it were me, I would have personally come to pay my respects to you, Count. Count Foss knitted his brows tightly, anger beginning to surface on his face. The chatter of the banquet seemed to be drawn to these words, and the atmosphere turned somewhat heavy. Count Foss remained silent for a moment, then struck the table. This Calvin needs to be disciplined. He must understand that the Northern Territory is not a place without rules. For the subsequent operations, I want him to go to the most dangerous places, to charge at the very front. Count Foss thought, a cold gleam in his eyes. The plan goes smoothly. Zachary smiled slightly, but inside he was filled with a twisted pleasure. Count Foss's decision was exactly the result of Zachary's carefully laid plan. Ever since Louis embarrassed him at the banquet, a fire of anger had been building in Zachary's heart, particularly Louis's disdainful gaze. It had dealt a severe blow to his self-esteem. Who do you think you are? Zachary sneered in thought. Just a family castaway, yet you dare to look down on me? Exploiting Count Foss's ignorance, he could easily place Louis in the most perilous position, and Louis's arrogance would make him pay the highest price. Of course, Zachary also knew when to stop. As long as prejudice was planted in Foss's heart, the rest was left to time to ferment. He quickly shifted the topic, talking about his interesting experiences while hunting in the South. The nobility gradually relaxed, and the atmosphere began to warm up. The banquet returned to its expected liveliness, seemingly closing on a note of an unforgettable evening. However, as the banquet neared its end, an attendant hurried into the hall, whispering a report to the head table. To report to the Count, Baron Calvin and Baron Harvey are already outside the door. At hearing this name, Count Foss's brows immediately furrowed. Baron Calvin? He repeated, displeasure evident. Standing next to him, Zachary's lips curled into a subtle smile. Unexpectedly, that unlucky Louis had delivered himself to the doorstep. It was as if heaven was aiding him. He lowered his voice just enough for the Count to hear. It is indeed Louis Calvin, a scion of the Calvin family. Count Foss snorted coldly, a clear displeasure flickering in his eyes. Let him in, he said coldly. I want to ask what performance he intends to put on by showing up just as the banquet ends. Soon, the hall doors opened slowly, and all eyes turned to the entrance. Louis and Yorn made a grand entrance. Following them were two knights who had removed their armor, each carrying a large, slightly putrid sack over their shoulders, completely out of place at the luxurious, elegant banquet. The nobility stared at this unusual scene, some curious, some shocked, and the previous laughter and conversation vanished without a trace. Count Foss, seated at the head, saw this scene, his expression growing increasingly stormy. Especially upon seeing those two bags, his heart filled with rage. He stood up abruptly, a disdainful smile on his face, and rebuked, Louis Calvin, you truly disappoint me. Arriving late to such a banquet and showing such disdain, do you not understand the most basic noble etiquette? What do you think the Count's mansion is? His gaze swept over the bags behind Louis, his expression growing more displeased. Look at those bags. What's that about? This is a noble banquet, not a street gathering. The banquet hall's atmosphere became silent, and the nobility began whispering among themselves. Some pioneer nobles from the South started to show schadenfreude smiles, as if they had long been waiting to see Louis make a fool of himself. Zachary stood by, continuing to whisper provocatively, Count Foss is right. A noble banquet is the face of the nobility, and everyone must adhere to the rules. Do you think Count Foss is unworthy of someone as noble as you? intentionally humiliating the Count. As soon as these words were spoken, the laughter among the surrounding nobles grew louder. Truly a person who doesn't know the rules. Does he really think he is someone significant? Look at this scene. It barely resembles a noble banquet. How can Count Foss tolerate such an ill-mannered person here? A scion of the Calvin clan, yet so lacking in poise and upbringing, not even understanding the most basic respect, daring to disrupt Count Foss's banquet in this manner. Their voices were filled with disdain, as if already concluding that Louis was arrogant and disrespectful. Zachary delighted in the misfortune, knowing his words had placed Louis in a predicament. Count Foss heard these words, becoming increasingly incensed. He glared at Louis coldly, seemingly decided not to extend any noble courtesy to him. He would teach him a harsh lesson, make him understand who the master of Snow Peak County was. The laughter among the surrounding nobles grew more unrestrained, and the atmosphere seemed to become even tenser. Yet Louis remained calm as ever, seemingly unaffected. He slightly bowed his head, performed a noble salute, and then politely spoke. "My Lord Count, I indeed had an urgent matter causing my delay. As for the bags, they contain gifts I specially prepared for you." As he spoke, he gestured for the knights to gently lower the bags. Zachary let out a cold laugh. "Oh, gifts? That's a bit unexpected. But as the son of Duke Calvin, you shouldn't bring such a crude gift, should you? Could it be some wild chickens or rabbits from your domain? Why not show us directly what's so valuable inside, worth displaying here?" Each of Zachary's words carried mockery, clearly intending to mire Louis further. Count Foss, hearing Zachary's words and already harboring great bias against Louis, had a glint of disdain in his eyes. "Since it's a gift, then let's see it. We northern nobles are not ones to make things difficult intentionally." Count Foss ordered lowly, "Open them. Let's see what's inside." Louis subtly signaled the knights to open the bags. The moment the bags were opened, several heads of snow swearers rolled out, blood dripping onto the floor. The banquet hall immediately plunged into dead silence, with all the nobles frozen in place. Count Foss stared blankly at the heads on the ground. His chubby face distorted in fear and anger, the corners of his eyes fat, trembling slightly. He seemed to want to bellow something, but the sudden shock left him at a loss for words. What is this?" he finally squeezed out, his voice filled with panic. The sack was pulled open. More than 30 bloody heads rolled to the center of the banquet hall, making a dull thud as they hit the floor. One of the heads had a ferocious expression, eyes wide open, unwilling to die with such injustice. The air froze instantly, and the entire banquet hall fell silent. The originally noisy nobles seemed to have been paused, unmoving, staring at the scene on the ground. Count Furs stared blankly at the pile of heads. His throat moved. What is this?" Meanwhile, the smile on Zachary's face froze instantly, as if he'd been whacked over the head. He instinctively stepped back half a pace, his face looking extremely displeased. Louis remained calm, as if he had just brought a few ordinary gifts. White Feather Canyon annihilated the Snow Swearer elite squad attempting to invade the south. "All cleaned up, their heads are here." Zachary snapped back to his senses, gritting his teeth, forcing a sneer. "Just these? A few barbarian soldiers' heads. Is this worth interrupting the Count's banquet for?" His tone was aggressive, as if he had caught some kind of flaw. "Or are you trying to pass off as having some kind of battle achievement with these things and sneak by?" Count Furz's face darkened, and he snorted coldly in agreement. "This is no military camp. It's outrageous to bring some bloody things here to show off." The surrounding nobles began to whisper, casting doubtful and disdainful glances at Louis. "Fake, right? The Calvin family really knows how to put on a show." Mocking voices arose all at once. Louis did not explain himself, but merely smiled faintly, standing still. At this moment, Jörn stepped forward boldly, shouting angrily, "I saw it with my own eyes. These heads were all taken at White Feather Canyon. They were the elite assault team of the Snow Swearers, clad in heavy armor, their combat power far beyond ordinary enemy soldiers. He looked at those still incredulous nobles, gritting his teeth to add, "We almost died there. While you're here drinking and joking, Baron Calvin was staking his life against the Snow Swearers." The murmuring died down for a moment, but then quickly resumed. "Ha! Like a hero. This act has gone on long enough. Time for the curtain to fall?" At this moment, a gray-haired northern lord slowly stepped forward. He squinted his eyes, staring intently at that shriveled head. His expression suddenly changed dramatically. This head is Haskell." His voice trembled, containing a trace of unstoppable excitement and hatred. "That old hound who hid in the snow forest for years, skilled at night raids. 3 years ago, he led a night raid that burned half of my estate." Another gray-clad noble also cursed in a low voice. "My uncle was beheaded during a surprise attack led by him. Our entire family annihilated. This man should have died long ago." Hearing the name Haskell, many nobles in the banquet hall from Snow Peak County changed color. Some quietly cursed, some gasped, and some even teared up on the spot. Haskell was not a famed northern powerhouse, but he was cunning and ruthless, good at night raids and surprise attacks. For over a decade, he continued to harass the territories of Snow Peak County, known for guerrilla warfare, murder, and arson as if it were routine. Being so slippery, several encirclements had failed, only making him increasingly rampant. Could such an old scourge really be dead? It's definitely him. That ugly face, I remember it clearly. The northern lord gritted his teeth, almost delighting in personal vengeance, fixating on that head. The nobles around, who had initially doubted Louis, fell into silence. Even Count Furs instinctively straightened. The doubt on his face slowly faded, replaced by a bit of shock. Haskell is truly dead. Was it really this young man's doing? So young, yet achieving so much. The nobles who had been harassed by Haskell now wore complex expressions, a mix of shock, admiration, and even gratitude. Yorn seemed to have waited a long time for this moment, immediately stepped forward, and shouted loudly. Exactly. Louis led the team to raid the enemy, killing dozens, personally beheading Haskell. The whole process was clean and decisive, refusing to retreat despite injuries. His voice grew louder, his tone more impassioned, his exaggerated gestures resembling a spontaneous battlefield reenactment. He charged into the enemy lines, cut down 3 men with a single sword, and dragged Haskell alive off the hillside. A scene I'll swear I'll never forget all my life. Yorn. Louis spoke mildly, reminding him. Yorn immediately shut up, saying no more. Louis's face showed not the slightest pride, just a slight smile. I merely did a bit of insignificant work, unworthy of mention. The old indigenous northern nobles looked at him again, with entirely different eyes from before. No longer with disdain waiting for a laugh, but seriously, respectfully, even with a bit of gratitude. On the other side, the pioneer nobles from the south also began to whisper. This young man really has something up his sleeve. Zachary has always said he was a debauched son, and yet, someone quietly glanced at Zachary, then at Louis, a hint of hesitation flashing in their eyes. Zachary stood on the periphery of the crowd, his expression changing repeatedly. He could feel that the pioneer nobles who leaned towards him were now, quietly, shifting their attention to someone else. Damn! He muttered through gritted teeth, silently clenching his fist. He hadn't expected that today's scene, originally set up for humiliation, would turn into the other party's solo performance, and he had become the slapstick clown. But Zachary did not speak again, only quietly retreated into the crowd, waiting for the next opportunity. Count Furs appeared both shocked and furious. He didn't care who Haskell was, what kind of damage he had brought to the Northern Territory, or how remarkable it was that Louis had wiped him out. All he knew was that Louis hadn't saved him face, and instead stole his limelight. And just as he was about to erupt in anger, Lewis suddenly looked at him, saying respectfully, "Actually, this victory mainly owes to Count's strategic deployment and intelligence support. If not for your scouts sent before the battle to warn us, and your command deployment, we wouldn't have had this beautiful counter-ambush." The entire room fell silent. The nobles looked at each other. Count Furs was stunned. His lips parted. I sent what? He truly couldn't recall sending anyone. Lewis was even someone he met for the first time. But as military achievements, glory, admiration from everyone, advantages passed through his brain. The self-memory modification technique quietly activated. In just 2 seconds, his eyes lit up again. A smile of gratification appeared on his lips. His mind filled with memories of personally dispatching scouts. He could even recall some details clearly. "Ha ha!" Count Furs suddenly laughed. "Yes, indeed. It's my arrangement." He slapped his thigh, raising his voice with pride. "You didn't let me down." Lewis shared the credit with Count Foss for his own strategic considerations. Before arriving at Snow Eagle City, he pieced together Count Foss's character from information obtained from the daily intelligence system. Weak, vain, self-centered, and eager to claim glory without contribution. A typical case of narcissistic personality disorder. Such a person thrives on flattery and fears isolation. Therefore, rather than letting him scheme secretly, it's better to proactively share some of the war merits to earn favor and convenience. After all, anyone with eyes can see who actually did the work. More importantly, according to the Northern Governor's Military Department summons, the various armies of Snow Peak County are under the command of the 5th Legion, and the nominal commander of the 5th Legion is Count Foss. This means that without Duke Edmund's directive, no matter how much merit Lewis achieves, he has to operate under this fool's command in the end. Although unreasonable, that's the reality. Lewis is not ignorant of the rules among the nobility. He was born into one of the 8 great noble clans of the empire. He grew up accustomed to the skirmishes at banquets and the sight of insincere flattery. The art of sycophancy among the nobility is something he mastered long ago. If a few smiles and words can secure him more authority, he doesn't mind playing along. The music resumed. Servants discreetly cleaned the bloodstains from the floor, but the cold and ruthless atmosphere lingered in the air. The southern nobles who had been mocking Lewis earlier now donned smiles, holding their wine glasses as they approached. Master Lewis, such achievements at an early age. The Battle of White Feather Canyon. Just hearing about it is thrilling. Their words carried compliments, but caution hid in their eyes. This young man, previously disregarded, now threw out a bag of heads, catching everyone off guard. They had to guard against him, yet also please him. After all, for now, Lewis appeared to be the strongest among these southern nobles, making it wise to unite around him. Unlike the southern nobles' flattery, the northern nobles were more straightforward and candid. An elderly gray-haired nobleman in simple attire raised his glass. "Back in the day, I lost an entire scout team because of Haskell." He looked at Lewis intently. "Thanks, Sir Calvin." Another middle-aged noble nodded. "He died well. You've rid us of a great threat." They spoke little but with genuine tones. Unnoticed, the night deepened, and the nobles left in a drunken stupor. Lewis stood by the window, watching the mountains gradually swallowed by the night sky. Tonight was just an appetizer. The real feast begins tomorrow morning. For tomorrow is the designated day for formal gathering. The Empire's 5th Legion will complete its assembly by dawn, with Count Foss presiding over the announcement of the comprehensive strategy against the Snow Swearers and troop allocations. Along with the military merit reward system Lewis was most concerned about. In the morning, muffled voices of soldiers and the clashing of knights' armor were heard outside the tent. The entire camp was beginning the preparations for a new day. Lewis opened his eyes and sat up. Having sipped only a few drinks last night, he felt clear-headed without any headache. He donned his coat, yawned, and habitually called upon the daily intelligence system. A faint blue light flickered in the air, and lines of intelligence slowly emerged. Daily intelligence update complete. 1. The Snow Swearers are gathering forces, and it is expected that they will deploy 2,006 blood-boiling warriors for a large-scale raid on Snow Eagle City in 7 days, leaving their rear vulnerable. 2. 10 days later, Snow Eagle City falls, Count Foss is captured alive, and subsequently executed as a sacrifice. 3. There is a secret passage at the edge of the Qingyu Mountain Path that can bypass the front line and directly penetrate the rear camp of the Snow Swearers. 4. Viscount Fisher is secretly providing intelligence to the Snow Swearers to protect his own fiefdom. 5. There are 7 governors' secret envoys in the 5th Legion, covertly observing the nobility's conduct, including Bond, Coulon, Azer. Today, 5 updates at once, all relevant to the war, and all immediately applicable. Tisk, as expected from the intelligence system, it's quite handy at times like this. Lewis's gaze swept through the intelligence content line by line. However, upon seeing the first line, he immediately frowned. 7 days later, 2006 Snow Swearers. This is not a harassment-level small-scale operation. This is a large-scale action aimed at swallowing the entire city. He had no time to think further before the second line of intelligence seemed to seal his fate. The city was breached on the 3rd day of the raid. This confirmed his judgment last night. This city is rotten to the core, with upper echelon command chaos, nobles hindering each other, uncompleted city walls, and a muddled supply chain. Not even a god could salvage it. However, holding for just 3 days was beyond Lewis's expectations. Once the city falls, not only military merits but even his life could be in jeopardy. Holding will only lead to dying with these fools. I need to find a way out. He knew well that he wasn't a saint. Even if the people of Snow Eagle City cried for help, he wouldn't throw his limited troops into a burial ground. While his mind was swiftly calculating an escape, his gaze moved to the 3rd piece of intelligence. A secret passage exists at the edge of the Qingyu Mountain Path that can bypass the frontline defenses and strike directly at the Snow Swearers' rear camp in Snow Peak County. His eyes lit up as he leaned forward. A path to survival. And an opportunity. This secret passage means he can secretly maneuver to the enemy's stronghold and launch a decisive raid from behind as they descend upon Snow Eagle City. Their rear is vulnerable, so that's the answer. His mind began simulating the future battlefield. 7 days later, the enemy attacks. 10 days later, the city falls. If he dispatched troops in advance, slashing into the enemy's rear via the secret passage, he could strike precisely when the enemy is most exposed. By delaying a bit, pretending to be slow on the march, the fall of Snow Eagle City would have nothing to do with him, and he would become the hero who executed a brave raid behind enemy lines, albeit not timely enough to save the city but worthy of great merits. As for the second piece of intelligence mentioning Count Foss being sacrificed, that's a real pity. He shrugged, showing not a trace of sympathy on his face. I'm here to lead soldiers, not to be a savior. With my current strength, I can't save an entire city. If Snow Eagle City falls, the blame naturally falls on that pig. On the contrary, I can retreat honorably in a timely counterattack and full military withdrawal stance. He then looked at the 4th line. Fisher had some impression on him, appearing honest and sincere, yet concealed deeply. However, if the opportunity arises, perhaps he could be baited into usefulness. Finally, the 5th line, 7 governors' secret envoys. His eyes flickered slightly. Inspectors? That's fine. Lewis chuckled softly and snapped his fingers. I'll put on a good show for you, to show you what a young hero truly capable of turning the tide looks like. Lewis closed the intelligence panel, got up to wash and prepare to attend the battle meeting. He changed into a noble attire with dark gold embroidery, a sword slung diagonally, and his boots polished to a shine. In such occasions, one must dress appropriately, at least appear like a young hero. He pushed open the tent flap and headed straight towards the camp's central area. Along the way, many knights and young officers saw him, their expressions either of awe or curiosity, nodding their heads in salute. After all, the feat of him killing the elite warrior of the Snow Swearer the previous night had spread throughout the 5th Legion. A moment later, Lewis arrived at the central tent. The guards outside stood solemnly, with 2 rows of military flags bearing the emblems of various noble families of Snow Peak County on either side. Faces both familiar and unfamiliar were continuously entering. The inside of the tent was spacious, with a round sand table filled with tactical maps and models in the center, surrounded by circles of high-backed wooden chairs that were almost completely filled. Due to his remarkable performance yesterday, Lewis managed to secure a spot in the innermost circle. At the forefront, Count Foss was slumped in his chair, his face flushed, eyelids drooping as he dozed. It seemed he had enjoyed last night's drinks too much. Replacing him to preside over the meeting was a spirited old man with a head of silver hair. He wore an old-style noble military uniform with a black base and blue patterns, stood robustly, hands clasped behind his back. He was Viscount Webster, the oldest and most dominant vassal of the Forrester clan, a true northern lord. He was also the only extraordinary knight in Snow Peak County. Although he was now aged, he was still considerably stronger than the elite knights. As soon as he appeared, the atmosphere of the meeting instantly became more solemn. Nobles, officers, secret envoys, welcome to this pre-war meeting of the 5th Legion for the extermination of the Snow Swearer. The nobles present were distinctly divided into factions. The older northern lords wore cold and stern expressions, whereas the pioneering southern nobles whispered amongst themselves. There were also officials and military advisors mingling in the crowd without a clear purpose. Lewis recognized a few from the governor's secret envoy delegation, silently observing. Viscount Webster scanned the room, his gaze falling on each noble and officer before unrolling a scroll and reading aloud. Duke Edmund has specially established a military award system for this Snow Swearer campaign. Anyone who kills an enemy leader or annihilates the main force will be awarded a first-class military merit. Rewards: 5,000 gold coins and 300 square kilometers of territory in the Northern Territory. For a moment, the tent was dead silent. Webster's tone remained unchanged, continuing to read. Capturing enemy strongholds or killing important leaders will merit a second-class military achievement. The reward is 2,000 gold coins and 100 square kilometers of land. Effective support on the main battlefield or scout operations will earn a third-class military merit, rewarded with 500 gold coins, armor, and a warhorse, with priority supply rights. Of course, there's also a special award which will depend on merit, though that's not something to consider right now. At this point, his voice grew colder. And those who shrink from battle or act deceitfully will have all military merits stripped, possibly resulting in accountability and the confiscation of their fief. As soon as he finished speaking, the tent was silent again. Soon after, a murmur of whispers spread along the meeting table. 300 square kilometers of Northern Territory land, that's practically a baron's domain. 5,000 gold coins could fund a baron's domain for a year. The Duke is truly willing to bleed for this. He seems to mean serious business this time. Many nobles' eyes gleamed with greed, evidently having already focused their thoughts on the post-war merits and lands as if they were already within grasp. Lewis sat in his seat, fingers lightly tapping the armrest, maintaining a composed expression. Yet his heart was already stirred. With 300 square kilometers, the Red Tide territory could double in size. If he could execute a successful surprise attack and create a formidable situation. That would start with at least a second-class merit, and after a series of additional battles, a first-class merit would likely follow. Viscount Webster laid down the scroll and slowly stated, "Next, we have the intelligence on the enemy." He gestured towards the sand table on the desk, showing the map of Snow Peak County. 3 locations were marked in red on the map, standing out significantly. Viscount Webster tapped the sand table with his finger. These rats, no, these cockroaches have always operated in the shadows. When you find one, there are likely many more. Once you show any weakness, they crawl out of their cracks to bite. His tone was calm, but the metaphor was unsettling. Currently, it's confirmed that within Snow Peak County, there are 3 major areas of enemy activity. He pointed at the 3 red spots on the map, located in the northern deep mountains, northeastern ridges, and near the northwestern mines. The first is near the Snow Shadow Highlands, in the mountains, though their exact hideout is unknown. The second is in the Qingyu Ridge area, where scouts frequently go missing. The third is near the Ice Tooth Ore, where an old mine started experiencing unusual phenomena 6 months ago. He scanned the room. This is the general intelligence we have on the Snow Swearer. The Snow Swearer doesn't operate openly like us. They manage to survive in caves and tree hollows and are relentless. Although there's no sign of a large-scale offensive, they are active at night, pretending to withdraw during the day, luring enemies in deeper. To put it bluntly, they aren't many, but they hit where it hurts. Also, because they utilize deadly skills, each warrior is significantly stronger than an apprentice knight, with a few approaching extraordinary power. If it came to a life-or-death battle, it's uncertain who would truly suffer more. He slowly surveyed the room, lowering his voice. If you're expecting them to line up for an honorable battle, you better prepare a coffin for yourself first. After the Viscount finished speaking, the tent was silent for a moment. A few older nobles, who had experienced the Northern Territory skirmishes, wore somber expressions, nodding thoughtfully, as if recalling unmentionable memories. The younger nobles from the south seemed less convinced. Just some mountain bandits, acting all mysterious. Maybe they're scared to death? A grand legion, scared of a few lunatics popping up at night. But this dismissive attitude didn't last long, because sitting in the front row, Viscount Webster was scrutinizing each speaker with sharp eyes. Those whispers immediately stopped. In the ensuing silence, Count Foss's eyelids twitched, stirring slightly as if waking from a dream. He lifted his head, groggily scanning around, still somewhat asleep, but trying to appear attentive. Louis looked at the second location on the map, recognizing it as the one mentioned in the third piece of intelligence earlier that morning. He already had a vague plan forming in his mind. Qingyu Ridge is like a natural mountain pass, easy to defend and hard to attack. But Louis could use concealed mountain paths to bypass a frontal assault, staging a flank attack on the Snow Swearer's base there, and ambushing any Snow Swearer units returning to defend. Just after Viscount Webster finished explaining the enemy stronghold's distribution and risks, the atmosphere in the tent fell into a brief silence, with everyone waiting for the next step in deployment proposals. Viscount Webster spoke seriously and gravely. Based on current intelligence, the terrain around the Ice Tooth Ore is relatively flat. We can consider eliminating this stronghold first, and then use it as a starting point to advance and defeat them one by one. This is the most reliable approach. Several old-school nobles nodded, clearly agreeing with this steady and strategic deployment. But before he could continue, a hoarse and slightly intoxicated voice suddenly interrupted him. "Old man, why are you so slow?" Everyone abruptly looked towards the main seat. Count Furs was seen holding onto the back of his chair, barely keeping himself upright, but his face was still heavily intoxicated. He pointed towards the 3 red dots on the sand table. "Just attack them together. These 3 rat nests. Clear them all at once. We gather 5,000 troops, what's there to fear?" The nobles present looked at each other, unsure what to say, silent for a moment. Count Furs' military advisor coughed quietly and added, "What Furs means is that we can dispatch 3 troops to sweep all 3 places separately. If the progress is smooth, the war may end sooner." But clearly, this was an excuse to cover Furs' drunken talk. Viscount Webster's brows furrowed. "You're simplifying things. Troops are already limited. Attacking separately equals cutting off reinforcements. Snow Swearers are accustomed to ambushes. Each place is fraught with danger. How can you be so reckless?" This statement completely ignited Count Furs' drunken fire. He slammed the table and stood up. "Am I the commander or are you? You're a vassal. How dare you openly contradict your liege lord here?" On ordinary days, he absolutely wouldn't dare speak to Webster like this. This Viscount had been his father's right-hand man, the old minister of the Furs family. Even though he now held the Earl title complete, with precedence in rank and law. Nonetheless, when speaking of prestige, it's not him who could command strategy in front of these noble officers. It's this elderly man with extraordinary power. Furs knew very well. However, today he was drunk, and the words spewed out under the influence of alcohol. Webster's face turned iron green on the spot, as if slapped publicly in the face. Yet, he didn't immediately refute. He simply stood quietly, hands clasped behind his back with suppressed anger, because he was a vassal and Furs was the liege lord. Even though this liege lord was drunk and spouting nonsense, he couldn't let him lose face completely in this setting. The entire war room fell silent and the atmosphere was quite oppressive. Since you lack the guts, let me decide. Furs stood up, staggered a few steps to the sand table, and heavily tapped his finger on the 3 red points. We will occupy these 3 enemy points simultaneously. Choose a few from the southern pioneer nobles and those war-loving nobles from northern territory. Let them do the vanguard. I will stay in Snow Eagle City to oversee command. Deploying troops on 3 fronts will display our army's might. When he spoke the words oversee command, his tone rose a few octaves, as if he truly placed himself in the position of strategizing and commanding from afar. Silence filled the scene. No one spoke, only a few awkward coughs and the soft crackling sound of candles burning by the sand table. The nobility were no fools. Who couldn't tell that clearly they were being used as cannon fodder? Initially, even several southern nobles who were nodding in agreement slightly changed their expressions. Lewis leaned back on his chair, coldly watching the drunken Furs, recalling today's second piece of intelligence. He had only one thought: dead men speak. However, this turned out in his favor, as he was originally pondering what excuse to use to secure a chance to join the battle. After all, it seemed abrupt for a young noble to rashly request to fight, risking drawing suspicion. Now, Furs' reckless troop assignment inadvertently offered him a perfect stepping stone. Lord Furs, Lord Webster. Lewis suddenly raised his hand. If possible, I hope to lead my accompanying troops to the Qingyu Ridge area to scout terrain and probe enemy traces. Qingyu Ridge has complex terrain and narrow roads, typical mountain valleys. In previous battles, I participated in similar terrain operations with some experience and understand how to set up vigilance lines and rapid retreat routes. If we can determine enemy traces and then decide whether to focus our forces for an advance, the odds of success would be more stable. The tent fell silent. Many turned their heads to look at him, their eyes stunned. They clearly didn't expect this rising young noble to voluntarily step forward at such a moment, offering to delve deep behind enemy lines. Doesn't he realize this is a death sentence? Ha! Yorn, sitting in the back, subconsciously raised his hand. I will go too. Wherever Baron Calvin goes, I go. Several nobles behind them lightly inhaled, whispering among themselves. These two are mad, aren't they? A place like Qingyu Ridge. Isn't it court death? At this critical juncture, dare to volunteer for deployment. Didn't they see this was a trap? Under this situation, who couldn't see the danger level of this mission? This isn't a vanguard. It's expendable. Yet Lewis chose to volunteer. Viscount Webster silently stared at Lewis, his eyes obscure. He tried to judge. What was this young man really up to? Was he just impulsive? Or did he have another agenda? Was he planning to run? Impossible unless he's mad. You can run as a monk but not as a temple, not to mention there's the governor's secret envoy watching. Fleeing would mean stripping of title, perhaps even execution. Or was it youthful arrogance? After killing Haskell, did he become overconfident, thinking himself invincible? But anyway, even if he wants to die, it's a good thing. If sacrificing several hundred men could bring Furs to his senses, it's worth it. Since that's the case, Webster spoke, his tone as calm as ever. Let Baron Calvin and Baron Harvey lead troops to Qingyu Ridge. Remember, reconnaissance is the priority. Do not act rashly. Yes. Lewis bowed his head in agreement. Then Webster casually pointed out a few southern pioneer nobles without strong background. He ordered them to lead team movements to feint reconnaissance at the other 2 strongholds. Those appointed paled instantly, wanted to speak but hesitated to do so. Everyone knew this wasn't reconnaissance. It was walking into a minefield. But no one dared defy orders, and some even secretly resented Lewis, thinking if it weren't for him volunteering, they wouldn't have been named. The meeting didn't last much longer after that. Viscount Webster briefly arranged several logistical supply matters, then announced adjournment. The nobles got up one by one. Their expressions varied, but none looked good. After all, the command of the entire 5th Legion was in the hands of a very unreliable count. Lewis stood on the open ground on one side of the camp, looking at the troops lined up in front of him. In total, there were 20 elite knights, 50 official knights, 103 apprentice knights, and 400 infantry. This was all the military force he was taking to Qingyu Ridge this time. The soldiers and knights from Red Tide territory need no further elaboration. They were well-trained and high in morale. After a long period of training, the average loyalty of this team to Lewis was 150%. The forces Yorn brought were surprisingly well-organized too. His bright silver-edged light armor stood out among the crowd. Behind him was a batch of well-equipped knights and infantry. It seemed that Count Harvey had indeed invested heavily in this younger son, fearing that he might die inexplicably in the Northern Territory. There were also some unfamiliar faces in the crowd. They were all inserted by Viscount Webster, Lewis knew at a glance. Although they wore no badges, it was clear they were from the old Northern nobility. Their duties were clearly not just to support. Their true task was to supervise Lewis. What caught Lewis's attention the most was an elite knight named Bond. He was silent and cold-faced, his hand never leaving his sword hilt. It's just that he was a bit ugly, and nothing like 007. Although he looked plain and unadorned, Lewis, armed with the daily intelligence system, was well aware that he was a secret envoy from the governor's mansion. If Lewis did anything to betray the Empire, he had the authority to act first and report later. So Lewis instructed Lambert and the other elite knights to keep an eye on him, in case he suddenly went mad and cut him down. As Lewis was organizing the ranks, Yorn sidled up to him. He waved others away, lowered his voice, and asked, "By the way, boss, why did you voluntarily request to go to Qingyu Ridge?" Lewis certainly couldn't tell him directly about having the daily intelligence system. Reason. Lewis thought for a moment, but couldn't be bothered to fabricate a story. Gut feeling, I guess. Feels like a chance to earn merit. I see. Yorn had a look of understanding. You've really inserted a mole inside the Snow Swearers, haven't you? Lewis was mildly surprised. Huh. See, you were able to save me that day because you knew where I was, right? Then you just happened to know Haskell would take the canyon, and now you've picked Qingyu Ridge. Yorn got more and more excited. As expected of you, boss. You've managed to plant informants inside the Snow Swearers. That's amazing. Lewis gave him a look that spoke volumes, but didn't explain further. Yorn patted his chest in relief and said, "This time I might just ride your coattails to great merit." The organization was nearing its end. Troops were formed into 4 columns, iron helmets gleaming faintly in the sunlight, with fighting energy lingering in the air. The sound of the horn echoed. Lewis mounted his horse, scanned the area, and raised his hand in a wave. Move out, target Qingyu Ridge. Before dawn, the snow fog in the Northern Territory was thick, the vision engulfed in gray and white. Snow Shadow Highlands lay in this silent vastness, with Snow Swearers from 3 strongholds gathered there. A twisted black totem pole stood in the middle of the desolate ground. Barnes stood on the totem platform, wearing an ice wolf pelt. Red battle patterns extended from his forehead to his chest. A cold abyss battle-axe stood by his feet. He was among the remnants of old snow country nobility, witnessing firsthand the night the Empire's iron cavalry broke through Snow Capital and the snowfield was set ablaze. His siblings all perished during the Empire's purge. He alone escaped alive. Thus, he became one of the founders of the Snow Swearers, also one of the 8 elders. He currently commanded the Snow Swearers situated in Snow Peak County. His loyalty to the Snow Swearers' leader Hero was immense, seeing him as the last hope of the old royal bloodline. This time, Hero himself ordered Barnes to attack Snow Eagle City with full force, forbidding failure. Barnes looked down at the thousands of warriors below. These people weren't a disorderly mob. They were elite survivors from battles on the snowfield. They wore battle armor, some in rough animal pelts, others in gleaming iron plates. Each piece was different but bore the marks of prolonged combat. The front row held a phalanx of shields and spears. Spears bound with animal bones glinted coldly in the mist. The rear was occupied by wolf knights, their massive snow wolves silent on the barren land, blue eyes gleaming. Most daunting was the Mad Wolf team. They were wrapped in black cloth and bone fragments, wielding short blades, faces marked with the blood symbols of the ancient god of Cold Abyss, elite among the snow swearers. The entire army had no banners, no unified command, yet maintained order. They were waiting for the command that would unleash them like an avalanche over Snow Eagle City. In front of the totem, the Cold Abyss priest kneeled, chanting ancient words, the sound reverberating through the barren expanse, penetrating minds like a nightmare. They cursed the Empire in the ancient Snow Country language, narrating the destruction of Snow Country. They burned our homes. They killed our brothers. Warriors pounded their chests and roared, their voices rising wave upon wave. Barnes held the shattered old emblem, his gaze sweeping over the people scattered across the wasteland. You all know this. His voice was deep. This is the emblem of Snow Country. He held the emblem high and then let go, letting it fall onto the cold ground. We once had our own nation with snow capital, a royal court, a name. The Iron Blood Empire destroyed it all, burned our homes, killed our kin, trampled our dignity with their iron cavalry. He paused momentarily, eyes cold. We are snow swearers, not rebels, but the displaced. Now those southern barbarians are gathering troops again, ready to exterminate us completely. Very well. He reached out and grasped the Cold Abyss battle-axe, the axe blade pointing southward. This time we will strike preemptively. We will take Snow Eagle City. We'll settle blood debts with blood. With his words, the warriors cut their fingers, letting blood spill before the totem. This signified their determination to overthrow the empire. Then the true sacrifice began. Several nobility and knights in empire attire were hung upside down over the ice altar. With mouths stuffed with rags, they could only let out muffled moans. They were injured. Their blood dripped incessantly, pooling into the recesses of the altar. The Cold Abyss priest approached them, gently caressing the cold stone surface, chanting ancient incantations. Ancient God of Cold Abyss, grant us your blessing. The ground trembled slightly. Below the altar came muffled slithering sounds. The mist thickened, as if the air was being drawn away. The captives' bodies began to wither, blood drained from them, black blood seeping from their 7 orifices, leaving only remains. The totem pole erupted in an eerie blue flame. A deep, ominous sound emanated from beneath. The priest translated the ancient god's words aloud. The god has granted permission. The warriors erupted in cheers, shattering the silence. Barnes raised his battle-axe, the axe blade pointing towards Snow Eagle City. Move out.
No flags, no drums.
The shadows surged forward like a black tide, silently advancing through wind and snow towards Snow Eagle City. The cold night wind whipped through the valley, slicing across faces like a knife. Lewis led the team onto a path leading to Qingyu territory. The mountain path was narrow, with vertical rock walls on both sides, just wide enough for a single file of people to pass. The horses could no longer proceed, so everyone dismounted, pulling the reins forcefully as they queued up one after another to move forward. How is there a mountain path here? Yorn gasped, glancing at the deep valley below, his scalp tingling. It's not marked on the map at all. It might be an old smuggling route, Lewis responded casually, his expression calm. An old hunter told me. He didn't explain further and continued to lead the team forward. Meanwhile, Bond silently observed the advancing team. He was a secret envoy sent by the governor, ostensibly to provide military advice but in reality to monitor whether the nobility was superficially compliant or betraying the empire. He had been observing this team all along the way. Each soldier carried a spare weapon. The gear wasn't flashy, but it was clean and efficient, all designed for actual combat. The formation was orderly. Even the supply soldiers responsible for bringing up the rear showed no panic. Whenever Lewis gave an order, even the last soldier responded immediately without needing urging. It's like a well-trained army, Bond thought. Not patched together temporarily, and certainly not like those noble troops from the South who only put on airs. Of course, what surprised him the most was Lewis himself. Young, yet genuinely respected by his subordinates. He always led at the very front without attendants swarming around him and with no unnecessary words, occasionally stopping to confirm the terrain, as focused as a hunter. To the left, there's a fork there. Lewis personally led the vanguard down an even narrower slope. Bond couldn't help but look up at Lewis. This noble scion didn't seem like someone new to this place, instead moving with a sense of mastery, as if patrolling his own backyard. What was most surprising was the path they were on, which clearly was a hidden route almost nobody had found. It wasn't marked on the military maps, and from the state of the weeds around, it seemed like no one had trodden it. Yet Lewis tread the path without hesitation, as if he had known every turn, every stone beforehand. If there's any flaw, Bond frowned, his gaze falling on the slowly advancing supply team at the end of the path. The marching speed was noticeably slower, as if deliberately stalling. At this moment, while stabilizing the team at the path's end, two scout riders galloped up. "Report!" They dismounted hastily before Lewis, saluting on one knee. 3 miles ahead we discovered a snow swearer outpost, approximately 200 troops. Lewis merely nodded slightly. 200 men. We can take them. I want details on enemy defenses, patrol routes, and surrounding terrain. Yes. The scout knight mounted his horse again and quickly disappeared down the path. Standing to the side, Bond's brow knitted unconsciously. He really found a snow swearer outpost, he muttered to himself. This outpost had existed for a long time, controlled by the snow swearers, always a thorn for the governor of the Northern Territory, because its location was extremely crucial. The mountains between Snow Peak County and Ice Sea County were crisscrossed and complex, with Qingyu Ridge being one of the few shortcuts. Controlling this place was tantamount to seizing the throat of the snow swearers' retreat and reinforcement routes to the north. There had been several military attempts to eliminate this place. However, the outpost was too well hidden and easy to defend but hard to attack, leading to multiple failed attempts. If Lewis could truly capture this place, it would merit serious recognition, starting with at least a first-class merit. But the question was, he hadn't requested reinforcements, hadn't observed the situation, not even a hint of hesitation. Just a simple, "we can fight," and he intended to take it directly? Such audacity. Bond watched the silhouette of the young man walking ahead, his heart in turmoil. But he quickly realized something else. How could such an important outpost at Qingyu Ridge have only 200 men? That number, it seemed off. This strategic location, the snow swearers couldn't possibly have only 200 troops. Where were the other forces? Bond suddenly had a foreboding feeling. Night fell, and within the banquet hall of Snow Eagle City, the candles burned brightly amidst scattered cups and plates. A winded order knight burst through the main gate, almost stumbling as he rushed to the main table. "Report!" Scouts from the front lines report a large force of snow swearer cavalry approaching Snow Eagle City, seemingly over 1,000 strong. Count Foss's hand trembled with the wine cup, spilling it over himself. "A 1,000?" he asked again, thinking he misheard. A large force of snow swearer cavalry approaching Snow Eagle City, about 1,000 men. The order knight repeated. "Impossible. How can that be?" He almost staggered to his feet. Weren't we supposed to send troops to eliminate the snow swearers? How did it turn out they are attacking us? Before he could finish, another order knight hurriedly pushed the door open. "My lord, Viscount Webster is on the city wall. He asks for you urgently." The night was descending, and the city walls of Snow Eagle were lit only by scattered torches. Viscount Webster had long stood atop the wall, draped in a thick cloak, gazing out over the snowy field. Amidst the undulating snow, a dark tide rapidly approached. Those weren't ordinary cavalry. They were snow-swearer wolf riders. Snow wolves ran like shadows, their footsteps silent but stirring up a blizzard of snow. The riders were clad in furs and scale armor, gleaming silver and exuding an aura of menace. Each mount was muscular, with glowing blue eyes and exposed fangs, as if ready to pounce on prey and tear it apart. Their insane momentum was suffocating. Snow-swearer wolf riders, Webster spoke in a low voice. A young knight beside him instinctively tightened his grip on his weapon. Frowning, "Just a few hundred." Webster shook his head, his gaze steely. "This is the vanguard. There must be more behind them." He tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, his tone somber. "They're intent on laying siege." Footsteps echoed as more nobles hurriedly arrived, crowding onto the city wall. Count Foss ascended the steps, panting, and upon seeing the black shadows in the snow, his face changed drastically. "What on earth is happening here?" The noble assemblage on the wall descended into chaos. How did it come to them attacking us? Why wasn't there prior information? Can the city hold? Various nobles spoke over each other, their faces pale and on the brink of collapse. Especially Foss, clutching the parapet, his voice trembling. What should we do now?" But Webster remained standing amidst the wind and snow, his gaze steady. "Concentrate the archers and spearmen on the north wall and bring over a few hundred knights," he commanded. "Hold the line against the first wave." The Barnes forces arrived at the outskirts of Snow Eagle City, and in just one night they had encircled Snow Eagle City. They sealed 3 sides, leaving only a gap on the west gate side. However, they did not immediately attack the city. They seemed to be up to something. In the same military tent, the nobility of Snow-Sealed County gathered once more. Unlike the last meeting where there was a farcical ease, the hall now was enveloped in a heavy atmosphere. Count Foss, who had previously made a drunken scene at the meeting, was now silent. He huddled in his chair like a quail, not daring to breathe too heavily. Viscount Webster sat in armor, with a grave expression on his face. The Snow-Swearer comes aggressively, estimated to number around 2,000. But the advantage is on our side. Webster began, his gaze sweeping over everyone. The garrison of Snow Eagle City numbers 2,000, with over 1,000 knights capable of fighting. A direct confrontation still offers a chance of victory. But I recommend being cautious and defending the city. He paused. "I have already sent a plea for help to Duke Edmund, but it is estimated that the army will take 10 days to arrive here. However, we have enough provisions, the city defenses are strong, and as long as we hold out, reinforcements will arrive." The crowd nodded slightly in agreement, as there was no better plan. "Next, we'll adopt zone defense." Webster spread out a map of Snow Eagle City. "Although the southern wall is old, its terrain is wide. If the enemy dares to launch a full assault here, we can annihilate them in one go. I suggest that the southern pioneer nobles guard it, as your people are new and horses fast, making you well-suited to hold this area." His tone shifted as he looked at several northern lords. The north and east walls Long Island Expressway close to the granaries and inner city, requiring those familiar with the terrain to defend them. Veteran family private soldiers are most familiar with these areas, and they are easy to mobilize. His words were logical and impeccable on the surface. But the southern nobles exchanged glances, their expressions immediately changing. This was clearly giving them the most dangerous and thankless positions. On the side of the northern lords, no one spoke. They seemed to have an understanding, quietly nodding and accepting the Viscount's favoritism. Several young southern pioneer nobles opened their mouths to say something, but ultimately swallowed their words. The tent fell silent for a moment. Everyone understood, yet no one spoke up. Count Foss, seated at the head, pretended not to hear, bowing his head deeper. The meeting continued. Viscount Webster assigned other defense details one by one. Crossbows in the arrow towers need recalibration, and should be checked at least twice daily. Molten oil and rolling stones need to be prepared in advance, handled by experienced hands. No mistakes allowed. Increase the frequency of shifts on the city walls, especially near the west gate. With the last order given, the meeting finally concluded. Outside the hall, the cold wind howled. Several southern nobles exited the tent together, their faces ashen. "What does it mean by new people and fast horses?" one of them sneered. "Such nice words, but anyone can see they're thrusting us into the flames. Those old foxes from the Northern Territory are all guarding themselves closely, TSK, truly treating us as outsiders. Hey, we're just here, but we have to watch our lives too." The words were biting, but the tone couldn't be too loud, venting their frustrations in the cold wind. But that very night, people from many noble households quietly started to move. At the stables, someone secretly inspected saddles and reins. The guards who were changing shifts on the city walls were slipped a few gold coins. Even near the secret passages by the city gates and the sewer openings behind the fort, people began to investigate. They were preparing escape routes for themselves. As the Snow Swearer laid siege, Snow Eagle City had not yet fallen, but its defenders were already harboring their ulterior motives. The night fell silent and deep. "Move!" Lewis commanded softly. Over 100 red-tide knights quietly rose, using the mountain path cover to approach the Snow Swearer camp from behind. The scouts had already mapped out the enemy's patrol lines, and Lewis picked a vulnerable point to break through. The vanguard squad infiltrated the camp and started fires as a distraction, pouring petroleum and unleashing fire arrows. Several tents were instantly engulfed in flames, and as the flames leapt, the rear of the enemy camp fell into chaos. From the rear of the camp, a red streak dashed in like a meteor. Lambert led the charge, with 10 elite red-tide knights following closely. Their fighting energy intertwined into a scarlet channel, piercing directly at the Snow Swearer's central command tent. Inside the tent, the Snow Swearer's garrison commander awoke with a start. Hearing the chaos outside, furrowing his brow, he grabbed his war axe and charged out at once. An enemy attack? Impossible! How did they find? Before he finished speaking, the sword edge had reached him. In an instant, he parried with his axe, fighting energy sparking, forcefully meeting Lambert's strike and forcing Lambert and his horse to retreat several paces. The surge of fighting energy shook the tent, flipping the tent cloth, enough to show his formidable strength. Unfortunately, it was of no use. 10 elite red-tide knights slipped in silently, the firelight reflecting off their armor, resembling death. The commander roared and swung his axe, the icy axe wind pushing back 2 enemies. But the red-tide knights cooperated seamlessly, their attack impenetrable, advancing relentlessly. Lambert steadied his body and stabbed out with his long sword once more, which the commander struggled to parry. As he tried to counterattack again, 2 knights slashed his shoulder and arm from the sides, blood splattering. Immediately after, a glint of cold steel flashed from behind, a lance piercing his chest. The axe fell to the ground, the Snow Swearer commander eyes wide, filled with disbelief even in death. Outside the tent, the fire illuminated the valley, screams rising. The red-tide knights divided into several squads, flowing through the enemy camp like streams of flame emerging from the night, starting fires everywhere. Of course, they weren't setting fires indiscriminately. Places like the granary and treasury were guarded rather than burned. As the flames rose, the enemy force descended into utter chaos. The Snow Swearers were wholly unprepared. The commander was dead, and the deputy was beheaded without warning. Warriors fled in the night and firelight, some armored, some barefoot, shouting all around. Enemy attack! From where? From the rear. No, the north side too. The shouts were mixed, and no one could clearly define the number or origin of the attackers. The red-tide squads kept infiltrating and retreating, attacking for just a few moments before changing targets. Before the enemy could organize a counterattack, the next camp was already ablaze. Very soon, the battle line was completely torn apart. The main force of the red-tide knights finally struck, in squads of 30, charging from various points in the woods. A single round of charge shredded the densest camp area. The snow swearer barely organized a defense, only to be shattered by hooves, pierced by lances, and burned by fighting energy. Some squads tried to form a battle array but were completely suppressed before they could even start. Ordinary soldiers fled, fell, screamed, trampling over each other's bodies as they ran to the woods. They were cut down in the forests by red-tide knights lurking in the shadows. The entire camp seemed consumed by hell, the ground stained red by fire, mud mixed with blood flowing beneath their feet. The hunt has begun. Lewis stood by the burning archery tower, the red glow reflected in his eyes, faintly arrogant. The night over Qingyu Ridge remained deep and dark, with remnants of fire flickering among the mountains, illuminating the blood-stained snow. The battle had ended. The Red Tide's division tactics proved entirely effective, forcibly tearing the snow swearer forces into isolated, unsupported groups, which were then individually eliminated. This was slaughter, not battle. Although the knights brought Bayern lacked combat experience, under the guidance of the Red Tide Knights, they were assigned to the outskirts to specifically deal with enemies attempting to escape. They patrolled the battlefield's edge in echelon, intercepting and killing any enemy trying to flee with a single sword strike. But the snow swearers were ultimately not common soldiers. They roared, ignited their internal fighting energy, and forcibly entered the blood-boiling frenzy state, still causing significant casualties. A few managed to escape, fleeing north and spreading news of the bloodshed. But that could not change the outcome. Qingyu Ridge had fallen, and Lewis's side suffered minimal casualties, losing only 18 knights, while the snow swearers were nearly wiped out. The entire battle was precise, swift, like a textbook night attack annihilation. Of course, without that small path, and the cover of night, even with 3 times the troops, Lewis would have been dragged into a quagmire by the snow swearers. Bond stood in the remnants of the tent, staring incredulously at the now pacified Qingyu Ridge. He looked down at the mottled blood on the battlefield, then up at the ranks of Red Tide Knights forming up and reorganizing. "Is this how it was taken?" he murmured. Qingyu Ridge, a stronghold that Duke Edmund couldn't resolve over several years, was a constant thorn in his side. Yet now, in one night, Lewis had taken it. Cleanly and swiftly, without a prolonged tug of war, without disorderly sieges, without even a proper frontal battle. Bond looked at that young silhouette. Lewis stood at the high point of the mountain path, instructing several knights on the aftermath, his expression calm. As if all this should have been so. "A true young hero," Bond said softly. Yorn stood beside Lewis, barely able to suppress a smile. "Does this mean I've earned merit?" he asked quietly, excitement barely hidden in his tone. "Will the military report to the governor include my name?" He barely moved, just leading the knights to block a few waves of escaping soldiers. He won somewhat by muddling through. He rubbed his hands excitedly. Clinging to the boss's thigh indeed brought great benefits. After clearing the battlefield, the soldiers began to tally the spoils of war. Several camps and caves were thoroughly searched, filled with grain stores, leather, dried meat, and arrows. There were also looted valuables: gold, silverware, gold coins, woolen cloth rolls, and some old currency from Snow Country. There were even several thick tactical manuals, all sealed in moisture-proof oilcloth, well preserved. It seems the snow swearers were not ordinary bandits, but also knew to strive and improve. But the most unique item was that mirror soldiers carried out from behind the tent. The shattered mirror embedded in an obsidian round frame, with cracks like a spiderweb, reflected an eerie blue light. The hidden mist mirror. Bond recognized it, his tone complicated. No wonder every cleanup was for naught. It was thanks to this. Lewis glanced at him, reaching out to touch the edge of the frame, asking, "What is this thing?" From afar, it can only show illusions, but closing in within dozens of meters reveals its secrets. Lasts only for a little over 10 minutes, and cannot cover too wide an area. Lewis's gaze fell on the mirrored surface full of cracks, contemplating for a moment. Something like a mirage? Truly an unexpected good find. Lewis said softly. Bond listened nearby, noticing Lewis's calm demeanor, but a dangerous glint flickered in his eyes. They will soon realize Qingyu Ridge has fallen, Lewis continued. Then, they will undoubtedly send someone to scout and attempt to retake the stronghold. He turned his head, looking at the valley where the battle had just subsided. If we can use this mirror to disguise this place as ruins, and ambush a force here. He paused, a barely noticeable curve on his lips. I'll wait for them to walk into the trap. The soldiers wrapped up the hidden mist mirror, packing it into an iron box. The snow night had deepened, the campfire flickering dimly. Bond sat in the tent, pulled his cloak around him, spread a piece of parchment on the table, and began writing. This was the formal victory report to Duke Edmund, detailing the recapture of Qingyu Ridge, the defeat of the Snow Swearers, and the performance of that young noble lad. In the letter, he detailed how Lewis led the forces in a detour surprise attack, how accurately he divided the enemy, and how the Red Tide Knights coordinated in battle. Even the divine artifact that could obscure the camp's aura, the hidden mist mirror, was recorded in the report. He also cautioned that although Qingyu Ridge had been reclaimed, the Snow Swearers would undoubtedly react, possibly already gathering forces for a counterattack. This place is crucial to eradicating the Snow Swearers, earnestly requesting the Duke send reinforcements promptly to consolidate the victory. At the end of the letter, Bond broke convention with a personal evaluation. This battle demonstrated Baron Calvin's command ability and insight, far surpassing his age and experience. With further cultivation, he could become a pillar of the future Northern Territory. He sighed softly, stepped out of the tent, and tied the letter to a gale bird. This was a messenger beast widely used by the imperial nobility and military, small in size but extremely fast, capable of evading regular tracking and magical interference during flight. It chirped softly, seemingly aware of the task's importance, immediately folding wings and launching into the sky, disappearing in an instant. Viscount Webster was recently troubled. The first day the Snow Swearers laid siege, they utilized fog and night to launch a probing offensive. They didn't seem eager to attack, more like disrupting the defenders' morale. He kept vigil on the wall all night, nerves tense, but what truly vexed him was not the enemy, but his own men. Noble forces from all over had no sense of coordination. They didn't follow orders or directives. Reinforcements were sluggish. He lost his temper a few times for it, but to no avail. The few old nobles from the Northern Territory at least followed his command. But those pioneer lords from the South agreed readily but hesitated or perfunctorily when it came to troop deployment. He knew he wasn't suited to be a commander. Back when Count Old Furs was in charge, he was only responsible for charging into battle. At that time, he could earn merit by wielding his battle axe without much thought. But it was different now. Old Furs's heir was too weak, unable to hold the situation. He was forced into a role not meant for him, yet could not step down. He stood on the wall, gazing at the dim, distant horizon, feeling equally bleak inside. Late in the deep of the second night, a sharp horn blared from the direction of the southern city, followed immediately by screams and flames. Viscount Webster had never slept. He donned his battle armor and rushed out of his tent, his face grim. The area was defended by a small order of knights from the nobility, not many in number and poorly equipped. He had thought they could hold for a few days, never expecting trouble so quickly. By the time he led his men to the scene, the entire stretch of the city wall had become a slaughterhouse. Blood flowed down the stone steps, mingling with the remnants of armor and severed limbs. Bodies hung upside down from the parapets, eyes still open, faces frozen in terror. Not a single survivor. "Kill!" Webster shouted, charging with his blade swinging. His warblade was heavy and fierce, felling several attacking Snow Swearer warriors with a single sweep, his fighting energy blazing like fire. The knights followed closely, fighting desperately, inch by inch reclaiming the city wall in chaos. By dawn's approach, the remaining fires still burned, the air reeking of scorched flesh and blood. Webster leaned against the damaged battlement, his armor splattered with fresh blood, a cut on his forehead dripping down his chin, his gaze fixed forward, chest heaving heavily. With such difficulty defending even on the second day, what next? As the sky lightened, the news spread within the city. The southern city's garrison is wiped out. The snow swearers have already breached. They say that petty noble fled the battle, defecting long ago. Rumors spread, creating panic in the streets and shaking the soldiers' morale. Viscount Webster wasn't allowed much rest. That night, the main force of the snow swearers mounted pressure. They didn't assault immediately, but aimed their catapults at the north gate. The first black projectile traced the sky, trailing thick smoke as it fell. With a thunderous explosion, a black fog burst forth, spreading a foul stench, engulfing half the arrow tower. The soldiers on the wall covered their noses and mouths, retreating, but some still fell with screams of agony. "Don't touch it! That's a curse bullet!" The soldiers panicked, the black mist clinging to the armor, sizzling with corrosive sounds, and even the wood boards showed signs of decaying pits. Then came the second, the third. The snow swearers seemed prepared, launching dozens of curse bullets at the north gate, the thick mist spreading over the entire defense line. Archers collapsed from poisoning, the wall corroded, even the corpses began to melt. "Fall back! Retreat for now. We can't retreat. If we do, this gate is lost." Confusion in command, morale shattered. An elite knight shouted, "Cover your noses with wet cloths. Fall back means total ruin." But only a few knight teams from the Old North remained at the ramparts. They stood, clad in damaged armor, eyes bloodshot, enduring the toxic fog, even as the ground beneath was a flowing poison, even as comrades around them fell one by one. Viscount Webster swiftly arrived on the scene. He climbed atop the battlements, his wounds still unhealed. Standing on an arrow tower shrouded in toxic mist, he gritted his teeth and ordered, "Reinforce with knights from the east wall and south wall. The north gate can't hold." The commander dashed out, sending one batch after another to various fronts. Less than half an hour later, they returned, faces stiff. Reporting Viscount such and such refused to assist, claiming they must hold their own line. Such and such lord states heavy casualties, unable to spare forces. Webster stood motionless, staring at the rolling black fog ahead. The wind lifted his cloak, disheveling the blood-stained hair on his forehead. There was a brief silence on the wall, only the sounds of coughing and painful groans floating in the air. He understood. The nobility had long been calculating their escape. They never intended to hold out till the end. Just then, a guard stumbled up the battlements, face stained with blood, voice trembling. "Vi Viscount, sir. There's a breach at the west gate." Webster whipped his head around. "What?" "They say someone saw no enemy there and thought they could escape." Before he could finish speaking, another order knight arrived, nearly rolling off the horse in urgency, shouting hoarsely, "The west gate is a trap. They've let them out, luring deserters with ambushers waiting outside. Hundreds just exited and got encircled, all slaughtered. Those idiots," Webster roared, his voice hoarse. "Getting themselves killed is one thing, but dragging the whole front down with them." He slammed a fist into the stone wall, blood seeping through his fingers. Half an hour earlier, a report from the west gate mentioned a breach in the defense line there. The pioneer nobles from the south immediately saw an opportunity. They gathered their knight orders in secret, sidestepping the battle lines, heading straight for the west gate. No one attempted to stop them. If not now, when? "These northerners don't consider us as their own anyway. Whether the fort stands or not isn't our concern." They spoke with righteous conviction. Preserving their own strength was what mattered most. It was what the nobility had been taught since young. So hundreds moved at night, the clatter of hooves and iron armor echoing on the stones as they charged out the west gate. The distant dark wasteland lay silent, appearing devoid of enemies. As they crossed the defense, stepping onto the cold wasteland, A row of red dots ignited out of the darkness. They were the eyes of the snow swearers, gleaming like those of night beasts. In the next moment, horn blasts sounded from all directions. The snow erupted, and countless ambushers leaped from the snow, converging from everywhere. Enemy attack! Before they could finish shouting, the leading knight was pierced through the helmet by a rain of arrows, falling straight off the horse. A turmoil erupted at the rear, as the horses attempting to turn crashed into each other. But the snow swearers gave them no chance to react. They plunged into the masses, releasing bursts of fighting energy, axes and swords like the wind, cutting down the noble guards one after another in the melee. The leaders wore thick beast armor, eyes glowing red, their bodies encircled by deep blue fighting energy, surging like the tide. Each swing of their axes left a shadow, splitting men and their armor alike. Some were wolf knights, the elite of the snow swearers. They charged across the battlefield on giant wolves with snow-white fur and fierce eyes, tearing armor with claws, crushing throats with fangs. Those who had barely escaped the ensuing chaos were quickly torn apart before they could regroup. Blood quickly dyed the ground, the ferrous scent rising like mist in the air. Some knelt, begging for mercy. Others shouted surrender, but the snow swearers' eyes showed no compassion. They only killed relentlessly, as though cleansing with blood, erasing all shame. Warhorses neighed and fell, crushing men, spears piercing armor, pulling out blood and bits of flesh. The cries faded quickly, eventually vanishing in the wind and snow. This breakout became a massacre. Fewer than 10 escaped. Boom! A few curse bullets hit a corner of the city wall, and the magic corrosion spread like vines, finally causing a section of the wall to collapse with a crash. A breach has appeared. Charge! Seize it! Barnes roared, his voice penetrating the battlefield. The snow swearers' troops poured in through the breach like a flood. The knights defending the city immediately engaged, trying to plug the gap. But they soon found that the advancing formation of the snow swearers was flawless. An official knight raised his sword to charge, only to be pierced through his armor by a spear the next second, thrown off his horse. He struggled to get up, but was immediately stabbed through the chest by a second spear, pinning him to the stone slab. As the battle line continued to advance, screams echoed from the flanks, as the wolf cavalry cut in from the side, tearing through the defenses in the alleys. The night forces trying to protect the streets attempted to resist at the alley entrance, but within minutes they were crushed, leaving only the sound of wolf hoofs trampling over corpses in the fiery streets. The most intense fighting was on the east side of the main gate. An old Northern Knights Order stationed there fell into a melee. Initially, their formation was solid enough to organize counterattacks. But the next wave of enemies was a group of incredibly fast Snow Oath warriors, like wild dogs springing from the darkness. No commands, no formations. They moved silently yet synchronously, tackling, slicing throats, dismembering. A knight had just struck the enemy down when, turning around, he was stabbed in the back by a short blade, unable to utter a sound. "Keep your formation. Those are Mad Wolf warriors," a seasoned captain shouted with exhaustion, but no one heard clearly. More were pinned at the street corner, dragged into the shadows of the flames. Screams on the battlefield increased, yet they were all brief and swift, as if those knights never existed at all. Within minutes, the entire position was cleared, blood soaking the ground with a pungent stench. The last resistance at the city gate extinguished. The Empire's knights began to flee, and the snow swearers continued to advance, like silent reapers, inch by inch from the fog. In the firelight, the Empire's banner finally fell. Ha ha! Barnes stood at the edge of the ruins, watching the tattered golden-red fabric consumed by flames, laughing in exhilaration. The Imperial Army's defense line couldn't hold for an hour. Resistance burned briefly like paper, only to turn to ashes. With the main street breached and the inner city defenses collapsing, Snow Eagle City was officially declared fallen. The knights, losing their command, fled in panic, and the nobility even more so, undignifiedly scrambling to escape the city, even trampling over their fallen confidants in their flight. Don't stop me. I'm a viscount. I'm imperial nobility. I can pay. I have gold. Lamentations and shouts mixed with blood and fire, but the snow swearers stayed silent, only bent on slaughter. In front of a ruin, Viscount Fisher stumbled forward, his face ingratiating, blocking Barnes' path. My lord, it's me, Fisher. It was I who sent out the defense map of Snow Eagle City. He patted his chest, speaking urgently. That map, I sent it out myself. Without me, how could you have succeeded so smoothly? Barnes squinted at him, a nearly joyful expression on his face. So it was you, he laughed, placing a hand on Fisher's shoulder. A good dog indeed. Viscount Fisher, hearing this, his eyes filled with wild joy, his body stopped trembling. Deserves reward, Barnes said with a smile. Fisher was about to respond when a flash of silver suddenly swept by. Reward you with a good end. The long knife had already fallen. The Viscount's head rolled into the pool of blood, his face still bearing a smug expression, forever frozen there. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the western alley of the city, Baron Zachary led his remaining knights scrambling out of a side gate. Though his knights were barely 1 in 10. After crossing the last line of defense, he finally mounted his horse, looking back at the burning city. The fire consumed the tall towers of Snow Eagle City, billowing thick black smoke, and screams audible from afar. As long as the green hills remain, there will be no fear of firewood. Being alive is good enough. He heaved a sigh of relief, carrying the joy of surviving the calamity, as he galloped away into the distance, afraid that if he ran any slower, he would be cut down by the snow swearers. Elsewhere, the blockade outside the city had long been set up. The snow swearers blocked the alleys, city gates, sewers, and even set ambushes at the secret passages. A few of the noble family's guards broke through, but more were directly cut down in the chaos. Cries, pleas for mercy, and blood mixed with dense smoke and smoldering embers. The entire Snow Eagle City became a slaughterhouse. The city could not be defended. On one side of the battlefield, Viscount Webster, wearing damaged plate armor, stood amidst the ruins, blood flowing from his forehead, dripping onto his cloak. He looked at the tide of enemy forces surging ahead, his hand on the sword hilt, eyes as heavy as iron, issuing the final orders to the remaining knights. First unit, escort Little Furs and break through as far as possible. Second unit, ignite the granary and treasury. Let those bastards get nothing. Third unit. He paused, gazing at the mad wolf warriors charging from afar. Follow me. Block those wild dogs. The knights spoke no further words, mounting horses, drawing swords, each breaking out in different directions. And Webster gripped his war knife tightly. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly stepped forward. In the next moment, the ground shook violently, stones flying. Fighting energy erupted suddenly, a striking azure glow tearing the mist, forming a chasm in the night sky. Webster unsheathed his sword, his figure becoming an azure streak, instantly slicing through the bone armor and throats of 3 mad wolf warriors ahead. Follow me to kill! The personal guard knights roared, closely following behind. But he was too fast, like a blue thunderbolt slashing alone into the enemy ranks. The mad wolf warriors were fierce and crazy, yet in his presence, they fell like straw. Someone thrust a spear at him, he turned and slashed off the arm. Several lunged with chaotic blades. He repelled them with fighting energy, countering with one strike to cut 3 in half. Sweat and blood mixing, he fought over a dozen, continually moving forward, like a dying yet proud lion. He even once broke through the mad wolf formation, closing in on where Barnes was, the sword light approaching. But as time passed, the fighting energy of this aged extraordinary knight continually weakened, wounds accumulating, blood drenching. Until the final blow severed his knee, he kneeled on the shattered street. Behind him were the burning granaries and fallen streets and alleys. Before him was the dark tide of the snow swearers and the roaring screams that echoed to the sky. He gazed up at the imperial dragon flag trampled into the mud, his chest heaving heavily, blood trickling from his lips. "Old comrades, I'm sorry," he murmured, voice faint as the wind. "May that child escape." His eyes slowly shut, the last of his fighting energy quietly extinguishing on his sword. At the same time, on the other side of Snow Eagle City, deep in a street that had long been breached, Count Fass was already kneeling in the rubble and blood. The silk robe on his body had long been burned through by sparks, and the magic crystal rings on his hands had fallen off during his escape. All around were the corpses of knights who had died fighting to escort him out of Snow Eagle City. I am a count of the Forrester clan," Fass wailed incoherently, his cheek pressed against the cold stone slab, like a dead dog. He tried to crawl forward on the ground, but a snow swearer warrior's boot stomped hard on his back, pressing him down with a sharp cry of pain. "Spare me, my lord. I have money, I have mines, I have castles. I can give them all to you, just please don't kill me." He pleaded for mercy. The warrior stepping on him laughed and said, "If we kill you, won't all of that be ours anyway?" Hearing this, Fass panicked immediately. "I'm willing to be a slave for life, work like an ox or a horse. I can even be bait to lure other northern lords." At this moment, Barnes appeared from afar, cloaked in gray and white, his face stained with the enemy's blood, yet his expression was as leisurely as a beast returning from a hunt. He looked down at the groveling and wailing figure, slightly raising an eyebrow. "Are you Count Fass?" Fass lifted his head, with snot and tears streaming, his face deformed with crying. It's me, my lord. I beg you to spare my life. I will pledge my loyalty to you. No, from now on I am your dog. Just don't let me die. I'll do whatever you say." "Enough." Barnes, seeing his shameless demeanor, lost interest in taunting him. He waved his hand coldly, his gaze as if looking at a crushed insect. "Break off his limbs. Take him back as a sacrificial offering for the blood sacrifice." He said lightly, turned around, and left, not even bothering to give another glance. What? No. Ah! In an instant, his hands were twisted and broken, and Fass screamed, struggling to retreat, like a fish rolling on a display board. A mad wolf warrior stepped forward, quickly and deftly breaking his legs. The sound of cracking bones spread in the night wind, accompanied by Fass's heart-wrenching wails. "No! Help! I don't want to die!" His cries echoed among the ruins, but they stirred no ripples. After all, this was only a small part of the tragedy happening in the city. The snow swearers took over the entire city like a tide. Once they entered the city, they were like beasts that had completely broken free of their chains. The noble mansions had long turned into dens of their prey. Those who had not fled, the once haughty nobles, were dragged out in public, knelt and beheaded, their blood splattering on the white walls, while their wives and daughters, their screams pierced through the entire street. The snow swearers showed no mercy. They seized jewelry, burned portraits, laughed while crushing ivory chairs, and threw crying children into the fire just because their cries were annoying. Some warriors dragged captives onto the city walls and forced them to shout, "Long live the snow country," cutting them down if they couldn't shout. Even those who did shout were laughed at and had their tongues cut out. Fake, not sincere. Civilians had nowhere to flee. Fire raged through every wooden beam on the street, and blood mixed with mud smeared the street corners. No matter their age or gender, anyone blocking the snow swearer's path was torn apart. Women knelt to plead for mercy, only to be humiliated, and then the long knives fell. A boy holding a stick to protect his sister was kicked over, his arm crushed underfoot, and that sister ultimately couldn't escape a tragic fate. Some were skinned alive, others used as targets for throwing. Some had only a head left, stuck on a lance, hanging at the nobles' doors. The Mad Wolf team was the most bloodthirsty and frenzied, burning captives alive before the bonfire, gathering to howl and dance primitively to the cries of victims. This was the victor's feast. They vented, ravaged, branding Snow Eagle City with the Snow Swearer's mark with slaughter and flames. And the conquered city could only endure these pains in silence, even if most did nothing. The only consolation was Viscount Webster's final order that destroyed the granaries, leaving them blackened and no grain was left. And although the treasury was not completely destroyed, the piled-up gold and jewels were of no help to the war situation. Barnes stood on the city wall, gazing into the distance. The flag of the old snow country flew high above his head, the white cloth tainted with red, fluttering in the wind. It quivered violently in the wind, as if the slumbering will of a fallen nation was awakening. And beneath his feet was the Empire's dragon crest banner, already fallen in a pool of blood, its pattern indistinct. Barnes knew clearly that the city was ablaze, cries echoed continuously, and the slaughter in the streets did not cease. But he did not order a stop. The warriors need to vent. He said to his guards, "If I were a few years younger, I would only be more ruthless. Anyway, later I might find a noble lady to rest with." He leaned on his blood-stained long knife, laughing wildly, "Ha ha!" Yet just as he was immersed in this victory, a flurry of urgent footsteps interrupted his ecstasy. A wolf knight brought a blood-soaked soldier rushing up the city wall. "Lord Barnes!" The soldier collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, his face filled with fear. "Qingyu Ridge has fallen." Barnes froze, the smile on his face solidifying into frost. "What?" he asked in astonishment, completely incredulous. The knight beside him quickly added, "He's not the only one. Several warriors who escaped from Qingyu Ridge say the same thing." Barnes frowned tightly, looking at the severely wounded soldier. "How did it happen? How many enemies? Where did they come from?" "Night raid," the soldier murmured in a low voice. "We don't know. Very few people, only 200. But what? We didn't see anything clearly. And it was over." Silence spread over the city wall. Barnes whispered sternly, "Impossible. Qingyu Ridge is easy to defend and hard to attack. Even if it's a night raid, it couldn't have fallen so quickly." For the first time, rare anxiety appeared in his eyes. The granaries of Snow Eagle City had long been reduced to ashes. Now he had almost no supplies here, and the supply line could only rely on the Snow Swearer's base in Ice Sea County. But between Ice Sea County and Snow Peak County, mountain ranges crisscrossed, and passes were treacherous. Qingyu Ridge was the most critical throat connecting the two places. If Qingyu Ridge was truly lost, it would mean Snow Eagle City had become an isolated city. "Damn it!" Barnes looked towards the mountains shrouded in the southern night, speaking coldly through gritted teeth. "Even if it's a coincidence, we can't gamble." He immediately ordered, "Dispatch 800 wolf cavalry and cavalry to circle around the eastern mountain path. Recapture Qingyu Ridge immediately. We must regain it as quickly as possible." To swiftly recapture Qingyu Ridge, he dispatched the majority of his mobile forces. Duke Edmund was sitting behind his desk, reviewing thick war reports while listening to the low voice of the military officer reporting. The Snow Oathholder outposts had been purged smoothly, with 5 of the 7 outposts in Bingnan Ridge already cleared. He nodded lightly, not surprised, only feeling it as a matter of course. Exterminating the Snow Oathholders was a plan he personally devised, mobilizing all of the Northern Territory to cooperate with the strategy wholeheartedly. He even led a team a few days ago himself, beheading a Snow Oathholder elder, whose head still hangs on the city wall to this day. Everything was under control. These wild dogs are finally going to be wiped out. Just then, a gale bird with blood-stained wings flapped its wings and crashed onto the window ledge. Along with the letter came a strong smell of blood. He frowned as it was a letter from Snow Eagle City. Snow Eagle City? Didn't they just send a distress letter before, saying they were surrounded by 2,000 Snow Oathholders? Hadn't I already sent reinforcements? How can it be again? A sense of foreboding rose in Duke Edmund's heart as he unfolded the letter. Upon reading the third line, he suddenly stood up. His face changed dramatically, and the glass in his hand shattered to the ground. Snow Eagle City has fallen. Count Furs has perished, and the defending troops have been completely wiped out. As Duke Edmund read this, he was silent for a moment, then let out an angry roar. Are you f***ing kidding me? 3,000 men defending the city. Just 3 days. He slammed the table with anger. Even 3,000 pigs piled there would take 3 days to kill, yet they couldn't hold it. What the heck was that old Furs doing? The military officer beside softly reminded. Sir, the old Count Furs passed away 2 years ago. The current Count Furs is the old Furs' son. Humph, no wonder. Duke Edmund held his forehead, turning his anger into a cold sneer. If we don't send aid back, the Snow Oathholders will use Snow Eagle City as a springboard to continuously invade southward. It will be very troublesome then, the strategist said gravely. But a strong attack to retake it would require at least 5,000 troops, and once the main force is mobilized, other battlefields will be left vulnerable. I know, Edmund gritted his teeth. But we can't completely give up, we have to figure out a way. He tried to plot several reinforcement routes and then cross them out one by one. None seemed reasonable. 3,000 defending the city. Fell in just 3 days. This group of useless are not even as good as a bunch of dogs. Unable to figure a way out, Edmund cursed again. At this moment, an eagle's cry came from outside the window and another gale bird descended into the courtyard. He turned his head to look, his expression tense. Another urgent letter? He grabbed it and unfolded the letter to read immediately. He was stunned. Then his eyes flashed with a gleam, ecstatic with joy. Qingyu Ridge has been seized? The letter clearly stated that a young noble, Louis Calvin, led over 200 men on a surprise attack on Qingyu Ridge, smashing through the Snow Oathholder defense line, beheading 200 warriors, and taking the strategic point. Louis? He murmured the name, having some impression. Wasn't he the kid who traded fish for a knighthood? That Calvin family kid, not with high cultivation, so young to accomplish such a big feat. Truly a talent. Duke Edmund clenched the letter in his hand and laughed wildly. Ha ha! Well done, boy! At that moment, he had already made a decision. Since Snow Eagle City can't be kept, then we don't want it either. Let them be trapped there. We'll encircle but not attack. Cut off their supply lines. As long as Qingyu Ridge stands, no supplies can get through, and the Snow Oathholders will eventually starve like dogs. Send this letter to Bond. He instructed his attendant. Let that Louis kid defend the passage at all costs. Don't retreat even half a step. First, mobilize 1,500 knights as the vanguard. Let Gibson lead and head to Qingyu Ridge to reinforce as fast as possible. Bond received the letter from the Gale Bird in the early morning. It was an urgent military order personally signed by the Duke. After tearing open the seal, when he unfolded the letter, his eyes changed sharply. Snow Eagle City had fallen. Count Furs had perished. All 3,000 defenders were exterminated. Moreover, the enemy forces were advancing aggressively towards Qingyu Ridge, intending to reclaim it. How could this be? He murmured lowly, fingers trembling slightly. He understood very well what this meant. Qingyu Ridge had already become the last stronghold to block the main forces of the Ice Sea County Snow Oathholders. It was conceivable how fierce the fighting would be in this place next. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and quickly walked towards the central tent. Inside the tent, Louis was writing and sketching something on a map. Sir, I need to speak with you alone, Bond said in a deep voice, his eyes heavy. Louis dismissed the others. Turning to him, Speak. Bond handed out the letter, speaking in a low tone. I am a secret envoy sent by Duke Edmund. I was ordered to observe you, and now officially deliver the Duke's battle orders. He paused, his voice growing heavier. Snow Eagle City is overrun. Now it has become the only barrier blocking the main forces of the Ice Sea County Snow Oathholders. The enemy is redirecting their main forces towards here. Sir, the Duke's order is to defend Qingyu Ridge at all costs. He stared into Lewis's eyes, his heart full of anxiety. He knew the nature of this order. To have a young noble lead over 200 men to withstand the elite counterattack of the Snow Oathholders. It was almost a death sentence. But Lewis merely glanced at the letter before setting it aside on the table. He nodded, his tone calm. Understood. Bond was stunned on the spot, momentarily forgetting to speak. Ah? You are not surprised? Worried? Worrying won't help. Lewis turned around, his demeanor unruffled. As long as we hold them, right? You're not asking anything else? Bond couldn't help but inquire. Lewis shook his head slightly. No need. Bond gazed at him, a storm surging in his heart. What on earth is up with this person? With Snow Eagle City just fallen and enemy forces attacking, the situation was extremely perilous. Yet this young man was calm throughout, not even a single eyebrow frowning, as if hearing something he already anticipated. Is this arrogance or confidence? Of course, he couldn't know that just yesterday morning, Lewis had already foreseen the entire course of the battle through the daily intelligence system, including the mobilization directions of the Snow Oathholder main forces and intelligence that Qingyu Ridge was about to become the new battlefield. Even the exact number, path, and arrival time of the enemy movements were clear to him. Moreover, he had already prepared all the battle tactics. So since yesterday, Lewis began setting up ambushes, deploying scouts, marking ambush points, and planning retreat routes. And when Bond brought the urgent military report, he was already reviewing the details of Step 7 in his plan. 800 Snow Oathholder elites, such a scale of enemy forces, indeed put some pressure on him. But Lewis did not intend to clash head-on with the enemy here, nor did he plan to gamble on luck waiting for reinforcements. He did not want to squander his soldiers and knights needlessly here either, because he had already found an opportunity to wipe out the 800 Snow Oathholder elites in one fell swoop. In the dark night, Bond and Lewis crouched behind a high slope shielded by dense forest, below which lay a makeshift ruin. The knights hid on both sides of the slope, and the archers were already in position. But at this moment, Bond couldn't calm his uneasy feelings. He looked at the silent mountain path and lowered his voice. Baron, I advise you to withdraw. Lewis didn't respond, continuing to survey the terrain, confirming the reports from several scouts. Bond frowned and continued. We are not certain if the enemy's army will pass this mountain path, or when they will come. Even if they do come, with just these over 100 knights, can we really fend off the elite 800 Snow Swearers, even if the ambush succeeds? If we lose this battle, not only will our entire force be wiped out, but we'll also hand over Qingyu Ridge, this critical choke point. His tone was gloomy but carried a sense of urgency. We should retreat to the fortifications, hold the passage, and wait for the reinforcements sent by the Duke. Enough! Lewis finally spoke, his tone light but extremely calm. I am the commander. Bond was stunned. The tone carried no anger, nor an emphasis on authority, merely stating a fact. Yet it was irrefutable. You! Bond wanted to say something but ultimately bit his lip and kept silent. He watched silently at this much younger man, feeling both angry and helpless inside. He's overconfident, a young noble who's won a few victories and now thinks he can take on 800 elites? He's going to bury this entire unit here in this wilderness. Bond even had the reckless thought of killing him and taking command. But he quickly dismissed that thought. These soldiers and knights already regarded Lewis as their faith. If he acted rashly, death would be his only outcome. So Bond could only grit his teeth and stare into the distance below the mountain path, lost in thought. A barely noticeable sound came from the forest path below. Then came the continuous clatter of horses' hooves, the sound of metal clashing, and the rustling of leather armor. Bond's entire body jolted, his pupils shrinking. They really came. He suddenly looked at Lewis, a mixture of shock and inexplicable chill in his heart. Did he foresee this all along? He suddenly realized that this young noble might have had a grasp of the entire situation all along. Cold winds swept down from the ridge, raising dust from the ground. 800 elite snow swearers swiftly charged along the rugged mountain path. Most were wolf cavalry or snow oath knights, intent on reclaiming the Qingyu Ridge stronghold as swiftly as possible. Just 200 knights. Is such a large movement necessary? Garrett, riding atop a black-silver battle wolf, wore a slightly weary expression. He was one of the few veterans among the snow swearers, surviving 3 annihilation campaigns, emerging a warrior from a sea of corpses and blood. He thought he could finally rest a bit in Snow Eagle City. Enjoy the company of those fair-skinned noble ladies, a little indulgence. Yet, as soon as the orders came, he was urgently dispatched to war. Tisk, truly unlucky. He cursed under his breath, pulling the reins slightly, the battle wolf baring its fangs and striding forward quickly. He wasn't the only one dissatisfied with the command. Restlessness spread quickly through the entire vanguard. The young Snow Oath Knights were all impatient, eager to end the battle quickly and return to Snow Eagle City to enjoy their spoils. Just a tiny mountain pass manned by 200 people. Yet it's like attacking the imperial capital. A knight clicked his tongue and complained. Indeed, such a waste of time. Sir, we are almost there, the aide reminded. Garrett raised his hand to signal to slow down, his gaze fixed sharply on the end of the valley. A charred ruin lay quietly in the valley. Tent frames lay crooked on the ground, battle flags shattered, hardened animal skins frozen in the wind to form ripples. That's the place, he said softly, a cold smile forming on his lips. The scene looked like an illusion conjured by the hidden mist mirror. Garrett had used such things himself many times. From afar it looks real, but get within tens of meters, and you can spot the flaws, he said, squinting. Do they think they can trick us with this thing? He raised his hand with a wave, coldly ordering, accelerate, circle from both sides, catch them before they react, and devour this nest of rats whole. Yes, the wolf cavalry roared in unison, their battle wolves leaping forward. 800 snow swearer riders split into 2 wings, storming towards the campsite ruins like a chilling wave, accompanied by the heavy drum of hooves in the snow. The vanguard entered the mouth of the valley. The rear wing followed closely, lines spreading into a semi-encircling formation. They believed it would take only a few minutes to consume that ruin in a bloody storm. They were less than 100 meters from the ruins. In the snowstorm, those tattered tents, toppled stakes, charred earth, it was all too real. Something's wrong. Garrett suddenly pulled the reins abruptly, his gaze tightening, his brow wrinkling instantly. This isn't an illusion. This isn't the hologram of the hidden mist mirror, but an actual ruin, an intentionally laid out, meticulously camouflaged illusionary trap. They were deceived, but that instant of realization came too late. At that moment, standing in the shadows of the cliff, Lewis slowly raised his right hand. 1, 2, 3. He gently waved his hand down. Detonate. The next second, the air seemed to be suddenly evacuated. Boom! The explosion roared like a howl from the depths of hell, ripping apart the silence of Qingyu Ridge. The chain explosion of magic explosive bullets buried in the belly of the mountain unleashed a terrifying storm and raging flames. The wolf cavalry in the valley hadn't even had time to react before they were engulfed. First, a dazzling blue light flashed suddenly. The extreme cold air swept across like a blade, freezing the air instantly. Dozens of knights in the front ranks didn't even have a chance to scream before being frozen in their sprinting stances. Knights and battle wolves like twisted ice sculptures, instantly being drawn into the explosion center by the suction. Followed by the demon marrow igniting in an explosion. The blue frost transformed into flames, torrents of fiery waves surged like tornadoes, engulfing large swaths of warriors. Scorching flames and explosive shockwaves rampaged in the valley, tearing red-hot fissures across the snow's surface. The battle wolves caught fire. Knights' armor cracked and burst, each tumbling, howling, becoming fireballs engulfed by flames. The burning battle wolves screamed and fell, limbs fluttering, flesh turning to charcoal in the fire. The final wave, toxic corrosive mist, rose steadily. The black mist spread silently yet lethally. The knights who inhaled first convulsed, vomiting blood, collapsing while howling in agony. The knights rolled on the ground. Their skin inside the armor quickly corroded and peeled off, bloodied and raw. But it wasn't over yet. With rumbling, the valley's structure collapsed, the explosion's tremor finally triggering a terrain shift. Retreat quickly! The snow swearers who hadn't approached the center were just about to turn their horses when they saw the slopes on both sides shaking violently, large rocks rolling down like rain. Massive rocks roared down, carrying snow and debris, crashing into the cavalry lines like divine retribution. A battle wolf was struck directly. Its spine snapped, knight and steed flying several meters, crashing heavily into a companion. The sound of bones shattering mixed with wails echoed across the valley. "My leg! Help! Help me!" Severed limbs flew, horses whinnied, and beasts roared. The once fierce elite wolf cavalry of the snowfield were now like ants swallowed by a storm. Disgraced, miserable, utterly powerless. Inside and outside the valley, there was nothing but horrifying wailing and the nauseating stench of burning flesh. After the explosion, the gorge returned to a brief silence. The next moment, wails intermittently emerged from the depths of the ruins. "Help! Help! Ah! My leg! Ah ah ah! Stay away from that black mist! Cough, cough!" Voices filled with heart-wrenching fear drifted in the thick smoke, echoing in the hollow valley. The air was filled with the smell of burning, blood, and a stench like a mix of sulfur and rotting flesh. Some knights' armor was corrosively pitted with blood and flesh sticking to it, and they couldn't even scream, just opened their mouths to spit out foam and blood. Someone tumbled to the ground, desperately crawling upwards, half of their body charred, half frostbitten, skin peeling off in chunks, revealing bloody muscles and stark white bones underneath. A war wolf had half its body blown apart, intestines dragging in the snow, yet it still twitched unconsciously, paws scrabbling, as if still searching for its already charred master. The whole valley seemed to have been dragged into hell. And this was all a result of Lewis's prior planning, the outcome of foreseeing information and precise calculations. Bond stood on high ground, looking at the valley below. His throat tightened, his mind went blank. He had participated in many wars, seen battlefields piled high with corpses. He had also seen with his own eyes the scene of a stronger magic explosion bullet detonating on the battlefield. But this was the first time he saw this kind of magic explosion bullet used in conjunction with traps, precise, efficient, thorough, with almost no survivors. "Is this hell?" Bond murmured. This wasn't an explosion. It was a meticulously planned execution, as if every corpse's falling place had been planned before the war started. Bond turned his head to look at the instigator beside him. That person stood calmly, just quietly watching below, with a slight smile in his eyes, like a playwright appreciating his own work. "What is this?" Bond struggled to speak. Lewis turned his head, blinked. "Magic explosion bullet." His tone was light, as if introducing a favorite toy. "I call it Ice and Fire Two Realms." Bond's Adam's apple rolled. He swallowed. What an incredible Ice and Fire Two Realms. As he said this, his eyes were still fixated on the burning, scorched earth in the valley below. A young man who seemed rather gentle could do such a thing. This young noble is truly terrifying. Bond was not the only one who was fearful and shocked. Yorn stood in place, unmoving for a long time. He stared wide-eyed at that dead silent valley, seemingly unable to accept the reality before him. 800 elite snow swearers obliterated with no remains in just a few minutes? This is too outrageous, he murmured, his throat dry, cold sweat running down his back. But after the shock, a strong sense of relief welled up. Fortunately, he followed Lewis. Yorn thought of the tragic state of Snow Eagle City, those mountains of corpses and seas of blood, the heads hanging on the city walls, and countless cries. He hadn't seen it with his own eyes, but just hearing about it gave him nightmares for several nights. If it weren't for Lewis, if it weren't for him mindlessly raising his hand then and following Lewis to Qingyu Ridge. Now he would probably already be a corpse in Snow Eagle City, right? Yorn looked at the figure not far away. His heart shook violently. I can never repay the boss's kindness in this lifetime, he said lowly, his eyes more determined than ever. He must cling tightly to Lewis's thigh. The surrounding knights and soldiers were also silent. The look in their eyes towards Lewis had quietly changed. No longer was it simple obedience, nor just ordinary respect. It was immense reverence. It was an emotion that only arises after witnessing a miracle. As the poisonous mist dissipated slightly, the thick smell of burning still lingered in the air. Lewis stood at the edge of the valley entrance, looking down at that snowfield devoured by war. He seemed calm, his tone steady. Night order. Put on protective leather masks and clean up the battlefield. Beware of remaining poison gas and any escaped fish. Yes. The Red Tide Knights swiftly took action, each wearing protective masks made from beast hides and herbs, forming ranks and stepping into the outskirts of the valley with long-handled weapons. The ground beneath their feet had been blasted to pieces, charred and bloodstains congealed into a layer of pitch-black muck. Stepping on it felt like entering a rotten swamp. The sweep was very smooth. This elite force of 800 snow swearers was originally known for high mobility and strong collaboration. After witnessing the scene of hell, they were no longer well-trained warriors, just a group of panicked beasts. Now barely 100 could stand up, all broken in spirit and physically exhausted. Although a few escapees tried to counterattack. Several remaining snow swearers staggered together, trying to muster one last ounce of morale, wielding battle blades, charging at the Red Tide Knights' defensive line. Charge! For the swear! Before their shouts could fall, they were pierced by spears, their voices drowned in the sound of throats being torn, consumed by blood. Without unified command, without the will to win, how could they withstand the Red Tide soldiers? The uncoordinated counterattack before the tight formation of the Red Tide Knights was like an egg hitting a rock. Don't kill me! I surrender! I beg you! Cries for help echoed in the valley, but no one responded. The Red Tide Knights continued to advance calmly, like death itself, reaping the last remnants of resistance. Many enemies had also gone mad from the magic explosion bullet. They sat paralyzed on the ground, hair disheveled, curled up in a ball, muttering to themselves, eyes vacant. Toward these enemies, the Red Tide Knights showed no mercy, directly beheading them, giving them a swift end. With the final charge of the Red Tide Knights, the battlefield returned to silence. After half an hour of slaughter, the last enemy soldier collapsed with a crash, blood soaking the valley earth. Cleanup complete. Enemy forces completely annihilated. Hoarse and fervent shouting erupted from the dust and fog. The soldiers raised their weapons high, emotions suppressed for long finally bursting forth. We won! Long live Lord Calvin! They surged excitedly toward Lewis, their gazes filled with respect and fervor. Originally, they thought this was a battle to the death. 800 elite snow swearers against 200 defenders, even fighting to the death might not hold. In their hearts, they were prepared to sacrifice their lives for this battle. But unexpectedly, this brutal battle they internally anticipated ended so easily. The enemy died too fast, so fast it felt surreal. But the remains on the ground and the poison mist not yet entirely dissipated told them. This was real. They survived and won effortlessly. And the one who brought this all was that young baron standing calmly on the valley, eyes indifferent. Lewis Calvin. Gibson rode on his horse, the cold wind hitting his face, sharp as a knife. The knights behind him marched in formation, the sound of hoofbeats heavy. Faster, even faster, he urged in a deep voice. They had been rushing for 5 days, using fighting energy on the road, with hardly any rest. Because he understood the importance of this operation, and knew that the situation at Qingyu Ridge was not optimistic. 2 barons, a little over 100 men, resisting 800 snow swearer cavalry. Lasting a few days was already a miracle. Hurry up, Gibson growled. If we're late, we won't even be able to collect the bodies. The war horses were panting heavily, white foam coming from their mouths, with even blood splattering from their hooves. He did not stop, just kept charging. But when they finally arrived at Qingyu Ridge, the scene before him made him pause slightly. The camp was orderly, fires were burning, soldiers were patrolling. Everything was as calm as usual. No enemies, no corpses, not even traces of battle were visible. What's going on? Was the intel wrong? Gibson frowned, dismounted. He had rushed for 5 days, racing through the night, only to see such a scene, and anger surged in his heart. The guards saw that he bore the heraldry of Duke Edmund, and immediately stepped forward to salute. Are you the reinforcements sent by Duke Edmund? Lord Calvin has instructed me to take you over. Suppressing his fury, Gibson nodded, and followed the guard into the main tent. Lewis was standing in front of the battle map, looking focused. Hearing the commotion, he turned back with a faint smile. The journey must have been hard for you, sir. Where is the enemy? Gibson couldn't hold back, his voice cold and hard. Didn't you face an attack? Or is the intel false? He stared intently at Lewis, his tone full of anger. 5 days of relentless travel. If it was all a hoax, he really couldn't swallow it. We encountered them, Lewis nodded. But they've been dealt with. Dealt with? Gibson was stunned. You mean, those Snow Swearer Wolf riders? You annihilated them all? Lewis didn't explain, just waved his hand. Come with me. The two climbed over a ridge and came to the valley side of Qingyu Ridge. As they approached, a pungent smell hit them. Gibson frowned, instinctively covering his mouth and nose. The mist hadn't dispersed. Pale yellow poison smoke lingered in the valley. Rotten, scorched, and bloody smells mixed together, flowing slowly in the cold wind like an invisible snake flicking its tongue. Looking down, the whole valley seemed to have been scorched once. Charred corpse remnants piled into mounds, some corroded to mere vague human shapes, bones exposed, like offerings thrown from hell. Standing still, Gibson's pupils constricted, and his throat moved, but he couldn't speak. He had imagined the most brutal battlefields, but this scene went far beyond his imagination. How was this achieved? He finally asked, his voice hoarse. A simple trick, nothing worth mentioning, Lewis said stuffily. Gibson turned to look at him, carefully observing the young noble for the first time. Lewis's expression was calm, showing neither pride nor pity. Yet beneath his feet lay the bodies of a full 800 elite snow swearers. The night wind was biting, as a gale bird broke through the air and arrived. A battle report has arrived from Qingyu Ridge. The attendant quickly handed over an envelope. Duke Edmund, draped in a military cloak, stood before the map. Upon hearing Qingyu Ridge, his brows furrowed immediately. Qingyu Ridge. He reached for the envelope, saying softly, Gibson's reinforcements just set out. Why is there a message so soon? An ominous feeling crept in his heart. Could it be that the pass had already fallen? He sat down in a deep voice, tore open the envelope, and quickly skimmed the contents. The next moment, his expression changed drastically. From confusion to shock, then to astonishment and ecstasy, took only seconds. Enemy of 800, annihilated in ambush, magic explosion bullets, hidden mist mirror. Battle resolved in minutes. He repeated in a low voice, as if unable to believe his eyes. The letter wasn't verbose, only a concise report. The enemy misjudged a decoy base, fell into an ambush, was overwhelmed by multiple magic explosion bullets and a landslide, immediately followed by a Red Tide Night Order assault. No enemies survived. Qingyu Ridge was safe and sound, and leading this battle was a young baron lacking combat experience. What a remarkable young man. He suddenly laughed, clapping the battle report shut and commanding, Order! Send another 1,000 knights, 6,000 soldiers, to arrive at Qingyu Ridge within 8 days. Order Gibson to seal the valley tightly. Yes. Also, the 9,000 previously gathered. Don't stop. immediately gather towards Snow Eagle City. Understood. In fact, even before receiving this battle report, Duke Edmund had decided to adjust the strategy. It was impossible to completely eliminate the Snow Swearers within the year. That group of rats was cunning, scattered, elusive, and several large-scale sweeps failed to clear them out. The army was showing fatigue from consecutive battles, and with the autumn harvest approaching, the Northern Territory needed to prepare for winter food storage. He had ordered a shift in the combat approach. Abandon advancing on all fronts, concentrate forces to eradicate the Snow Swearer remnants within Empire's controlled areas. Then gradually compress, drive them, forcing them into Ice Sea County and Snowfall County. That would be the main battlefield for next year's decisive battle. And the victory at Qingyu Ridge undoubtedly marked a good start for this plan. "Well done, Calvin family's boy," he praised softly, a smile curving his lips. Snow Eagle City had now completely fallen into the Snow Swearers' bloody playground. The streets were full of torn flags and collapsed mansions, the grand banquet halls of yesteryear now only serving as entertainment for the Snow Swearers. Barnes lay on a long chair lined with bear skin, drinking the remaining strong liquor. At his feet was a noble girl with her hands and feet bound, her eyes vacant, her body covered with bloodstains. He wasn't worried about the besieging Imperial army. As long as Qingyu Ridge fell, reinforcements would come from the rear endlessly. And for now, he only needed to enjoy the aftertaste of victory. However, a disheveled, dazed-eyed wolf cavalry stumbled into the hall. "Report! Report! Who told you to come in like this?" Barnes waved impatiently. But when he heard the news he brought, Barnes's face instantly changed. Qingyu Ridge wasn't taken. 800 brothers, completely wiped out. "What did you say?" Barnes stood up abruptly, the cup in his hand falling to the ground. They used some strange thing. The ground cracked open. Fire, poison gas, everything vanished. "Are you insane?" That cavalryman cried and laughed, kneeling on the ground. "I saw it with my own eyes. One by one, they burned, twisted. I don't want to die." "Shut up." Barnes overturned the table in front of him, cold sweat dripping from his forehead, his fingers lightly trembling. 800 wolf cavalry, completely annihilated. How could it be? They were supposed to be his most elite strike force. Worse still, the best timing for an attack had passed. The Empire's reinforcements were arriving continuously. And Qingyu Ridge, that place, was notoriously easy to defend and hard to attack. He could only hope that Ice Sea County would quickly launch a large-scale offensive. Otherwise, he would be doomed here. The road was filled with swirling dust, and the sound of horse hooves was constant. Wave after wave of reinforcements arrived at Qingyu Ridge, and the main force of the Northern Territory finally took over the battle line. The soldiers pitched tents and began to build defenses around the valley entrance. Watchtowers, trenches, arrow towers, and even catapults and heavy crossbows were brought up. In just a few days, Qingyu Ridge transformed from a simple Snow Swearer outpost into a veritable barrier of the Northern Territory. Of course, the Snow Swearers had no intention of retreating just like that. They mobilized small elite units from the direction of Ice Sea County, attempting night raids, arson, and supply cutoffs, and even some launched curse bullets at the outpost. But all failed. They were either discovered in advance or ambushed and annihilated. Gibson commanded seamlessly. His maneuvers and battle formations were impeccable. But he knew very well that the reason he managed to be one step ahead at several critical junctures wasn't because he was so godlike. It was because of the Baron sipping tea behind the scenes. Lewis had long delegated tactical command after Gibson took over. His contributions were already substantial. Any more accolades would just be icing on the cake, so he preferred to preserve his strength. He lived in an independent tent in the back camp, basking in the sun by day, brewing tea and writing reports by night, with the attitude of a retiree. Of course, he wasn't completely idle. He would shrewdly offer Gibson some advice based on the daily intelligence system. For instance, once, when Gibson was troubled about the enemy's direction, Lewis suddenly pointed to the map and said, "This mountain path might see enemy movement in a few days." How do you know? Just a hunch. That night, indeed, a team of 200 enemy troops passed through there, only to be ambushed and wiped out before getting close to the main battle line. Lately, Lewis would occasionally remind Gibson of the enemy's tactics too. Each prediction came true, as if he had a celestial eye, seeing the opponent completely. Gibson found it increasingly hard to contain his rising respect. In his heart, Lewis was already a prodigious war genius. Qingyu Ridge gradually stabilized. The Snow Swearers were understaffed, and their attacks grew weaker. The final strong onslaught did not even form a proper formation before being routed by the Imperial Army. Unwilling yet powerless, they could only retreat bit by bit to the north. The strategic bottleneck of Qingyu Ridge in the Northern Territory was finally firmly defended. Snow Eagle City could finally hold on no longer. After a month of siege, the Snow Swearer soldiers were starved beyond endurance, their faces gaunt and limbs weak. Even the war wolves were mere skin and bones, unable to make a sound on the snow. They had no more food, nor any people. In the city, apart from the Snow Swearers themselves, there were no living people left long ago. Flesh became the only food, charred bones piled up around the fires under the city walls. This was no army but a pack of beasts driven mad by despair. Barnes stood on the damaged high platform, gazing at the thick clouds afar, awaiting not reinforcements but complete silence. Finally, he understood no one was coming. The reinforcements from Ice Sea County were mere figments of his imagination. So he ordered a breakout. Whoever hesitates for a second, I'll cut him down myself. That day, he personally killed 2 personal guards attempting to flee. The Snow Oath Army's morale was momentarily cowed by this madness before being driven to a dead end. They charged out like ghosts from within the city, shouting hoarsely, stumbling and rushing outward. But just 100 meters out from the city gates, the Imperial ambush revealed itself. The archers on the flanking cliff walls had long been in position. Release the arrows. The rain of arrows descended like a downpour, cold glimmers falling from the sky. Already starving, the Snow Swearers couldn't hold on, scattering after only a few steps. Some even dropped their weapons and fled for their lives. Barnes was still shouting, "Hold your ground. Anyone retreats." Before he could finish, an arrow pierced through his thigh, then his shoulder, chest, and abdomen. He fell into a pool of blood like a rag doll, trembling hands trying to pull out the arrows, but his body wouldn't obey. The blood dyed the ground a deep crimson. His mouth twitched as he stared unflinchingly at the northern ridge. That was the direction of the reinforcements he had hoped for all month. He died like a dog. Without command, the breakout turned into a one-sided slaughter. The Imperial Army had already set formations. The ambush on the flanks closed in like a tide. After 3 waves of arrow rain, more than half of the Snow Swearers lay on the ground. The remaining ones tried to charge, tried to break out, but the war horses couldn't move, the infantry couldn't run fast, the whole squad like an insect swarm struggling in a mire. Unable to hold for 10 minutes, the entire Snow Oath Army fell into complete defeat. The Imperial Army hesitated not, expressionless as they harvested each struggling enemy. The blood turned the earth red, severed limbs strewn everywhere. Stepping on it, one could hear the crunch of broken bones. This was a reckoning. Every cry from Snow Eagle City was remembered. Now it was time to return it in kind. Half an hour later, the Imperial Army launched a full assault on Snow Eagle City. There was no resistance inside the city. They pushed open the battered city gates directly. Most of the Snow Swearers died during the breakout, and those who remained had long given up in despair. The Imperial soldiers entered Snow Eagle City as if walking into a purgatory. The streets were littered with charred yellow bones. Charred wooden houses still smoldered. The air reeking with the stench of decay and blood, sickening to the stomach. Anger, resentment, and malice, in this moment, burst forth. Kill them all! Thus, there were no prisoners, no interrogations. The Snow Swearers were completely purged. In the aftermath, Snow Eagle City was left a wasteland. The Snow Swearers suffered a crushing defeat. The situation took a drastic turn. Aside from maintaining tenuous control over the northern Ice Sea County and Snowfall County, the rest of the territories were almost entirely cleared of the Imperial Army. Numerous outposts were removed, supply lines severed, main forces successively obliterated in various places. The fall of Qingyu Ridge and Snow Eagle City meant the entire southern campaign had utterly collapsed. Eldergrim slammed the stone table with a heavy hand, glaring fiercely. "I warned you not to be too arrogant, that northern barbarian witch." "Shut up." Hero stood before the statue, voice grim. "You were right. They are too tough to handle, so now we must hasten." "What do you intend to do?" A chill settled in Grom's heart. "As long as the ancient god of Cold Abyss revives, everything will be solved," Hero whispered. He raised his hand slightly, and the personal guards immediately surged forward. Grom widened his eyes, struggling as they pressed him down heavily. "Stop! I am the Elder." No one responded. He was hung upside down on the cold altar, alongside several bound captives. The sacrifice began. Blood slowly flowed from their 7 orifices, as if drawn by some invisible force, dripping onto the altar's stone slab. Their skin shriveled, bones twisted, eventually leaving nothing but a heap of shattered remains. A muffled, abnormal sound came from deep underground, as if something was awakening. The Northern War finally paused slightly in the autumn wind. With the Empire's army advancing step by step, Duke Edmund had achieved his strategic objectives. Eliminate the remnants of snow swearers within the Empire's control zone, consolidate the northern defense line, and gradually drive the enemy to Ice Sea County and Snowfall County. Those 2 counties will become the main battlefield for the decisive battle next year. And now it's time to summarize the achievements and confer honors. All dukes, generals, and noble lords gathered at Frost Halberd City to put a period on this 2 to 3 months long war. Lewis arrived at Frost Halberd City a day earlier than scheduled. As soon as he entered the city, he was summoned directly to the conference hall of the main castle. This was his second meeting with Duke Edmund. The last time was half a year ago when he came here to register territory information and followed protocol. Back then, Edmund had only entertained him casually. In his heart, he just thought of this young noble as an ambitious little guy, only slightly better than those useless offspring from the south. But this time, the atmosphere was completely different. Even though the lad in front of him hadn't changed in appearance, and his cultivation was still low. But when he stepped into the hall, Edmund smiled with satisfaction. The battle at Qingyu Ridge was beautifully done. He personally walked up to Lewis, rare as it was, and patted him on the shoulder. This gesture was something he usually reserved only for Legion commanders or trusted advisors. Leading over 100 knights, you launched a night raid on a stronghold, annihilating 800 wolf riders. They were the elite of the Snow Swearers, luring the enemy, setting ambushes, using magic explosion bullets, collapsing mountain bodies. Your tactics are more ruthless than the other. He said this with a bit more laughter in his tone. It's not something typical of someone your age. And in the face of such praise, Lewis did not display any excitement or show the exuberance common among young people. He merely bowed slightly. If Qingyu Ridge were lost, the rear would surely descend into chaos. I only did what was necessary. His attitude was humble, but the confidence in his bones couldn't be hidden. This aspect made Edmund even more satisfied. Bond and Gibson both praised you in their letters as the future pillar of the Northern Territory. I originally thought they were currying favor, but now I admit. He nodded slightly, his expression turning serious. Even if I were in your position, I might not have done better. Edmund paused for a moment, a smile accompanied by a tinge of reflection tugging at his mouth. It seems my old eyes are really going blind, almost lumping you in with those pompous soft-boned nobles. Baron Calvin, this time, you've truly been a great help to me. Saying this, he once again reached out and patted Lewis on the shoulder. I think you'll like the reward I've prepared for tomorrow's recognition ceremony. The banquet hall of Frost Halberd City is splendidly arrayed today. All around the walls hang the war banners of the major northern nobles, fluttering in the air. silently proclaiming their respective glory and heritage. The sound of the horn echoed. The hall doors slowly opened. Silver-armored knights filed in from outside, marching in unison into the hall, pushing the atmosphere to the peak with their solemn rhythm. Duke Edmund walked into the hall under the gaze of the crowd, his tall figure like a city wall. He slowly ascended to the main platform, and everyone instinctively stood to salute. The recognition ceremony officially began. And in the front row seat below the platform, a young man sat quietly. Louis Calvin, a baron of expansion from the south. The only young noble in the front row of the hall who does not belong to the northern noble families. Amidst a group of veteran nobles, counts, and viscounts with large territories and extensive qualifications. Thus Louis seemed exceptionally conspicuous. Who is that? A kid from the south? An expansion baron? Can he sit there? Whispers flowed like dark tides among the seats. Some northern nobles cast measuring glances. Some were contemptuous, some were skeptical, and some even bore a hint of undisguised disgust. They were unwilling to admit that a young man with no foundation in the north was arranged to sit on equal footing with themselves. However, facing all the attention and murmurs, Louis's expression did not waver in the slightest. He merely sat there quietly, without any ostentation. Edmund stood on the high tier of the main platform, his voice echoing through the banquet hall. In the name of the Empire, in my capacity as Governor of the North, I thank every commander, every soldier, every citizen who has never retreated. With blood and iron, you defended the northern territory. He slowly advanced, his tone gradually rising in intensity. The snow swearers have torched cities and looted people, slaughtering the innocent, attempting to awaken the dead of old snow country, tear the borders of the empire. But they were wrong. It was you who told them with swords and blood that the northern territory would not yield. It is you who, through unity and battle, continue to make the empire's banner fly on the snowfield. I'm proud of you. Next year we shall end them completely in Ice Sea County and Snowfall County. And today we must remember those who were brave, debate merits, and issue rewards. Because the empire will not forget the warriors who fought for it. As Duke Edmund took his seat, a military officer stepped onto the steps, unfurling a long scroll of parchment, loudly announcing, "According to the Military Review Committee of Frost Halberd City, we now declare the phase recognition list for the campaign to exterminate the snow swearers." The hall immediately became quiet. Everyone held their breath, eyes turning toward the main platform. The military officer loudly declared, "First Merit Count Albert led the 3rd Corps to eradicate snow swearer guerrilla forces along the southern line, annihilating 3,700 enemies, breaking through 3 enemy strongholds, consolidating the Wind Cape Canyon defense line. Specially awarded the Shield of the North Medal, a reward of 30,000 gold coins, an additional fief of 2,000 square kilometers, and 1,600 warhorses." The 40-something, burly Count Albert rose from his seat, expressionless as he climbed the steps. He knelt on one knee, as Edmund personally pinned the Shield of the North Medal on his chest. The entire hall fell solemn, and no one questioned his achievements, because he utilized as many as 4,000 people, sweeping the remaining enemy forces. His contributions were magnificent. Then the military officer continued to announce, "Second Merit Count Grant cooperated with the local army and the 1st Border Corps to eliminate the snow swearer forces lurking in Wusong County, destroying 7 enemy strongholds, capturing 21 traitors. Specially awarded the Shield of the North Medal, a reward of 15,000 gold coins, an additional fief of 1,500 square kilometers." This time it was an elderly nobleman with snow-white hair who stood up, his expression solemn as he slowly ascended the steps, bowing to receive the honor. He is highly respected in the Northern Territory, having personally mobilized a county's forces to stabilize the Northwestern Front. Be it in terms of qualification or merit, his place on that step was well-deserved. The room erupted in applause. Just then, the military officer raised his head and uttered the 3rd name, which left everyone in the room astonished and confused. The 3rd Merit Baron Calvin, Louis Calvin. As soon as the adjutant's voice fell, the entire banquet hall seemed to have a magic explosion bullet thrown in. The previously somber atmosphere was shattered, and the low whispers spread like an avalanche, quickly engulfing the entire hall. Him? What a joke! How old is he? 18? 19? How can he be listed as the third merit? Did he use some backdoor? Don't forget his last name is Calvin, which is one of the 8 great clans of the empire. He hasn't even rooted in the Northern Territory for half a year and he gets a medal? Who buys it? Black box operation, it must be a black box operation. Even though no one had spoken outright, the suspicion and hostility in their eyes were almost like a rain of arrows, shooting towards Louis seated in the front row. However, the young man remained calm and composed throughout, until a shout of anger exploded in the hall. Silence! This was the voice of Duke Edmund. All whispers and murmurs immediately came to an abrupt halt. But he did not say another word, only raised his hand slightly, signaling the military commander beside him to continue. The military commander cleared his throat, unfurled the battle scroll, and read aloud. Baron Calvin, ordered to scout Qingyu Ridge, discovered enemy movements, and took initiative. At night, he stealthily advanced 50 miles, leading 130 knights to capture the enemy stronghold and seize Qingyu Ridge. Then he set an ambush, using magic explosion bullets combined with mountain ambush tactics, inflicted heavy losses on 800 elite wolf riders, annihilating them completely without a single casualty on our side. A gasp echoed through the hall. Many nobles widened their eyes in shock. 130 against 800? And not a single casualty. Elite wolf riders? Isn't that the elite unit of snow swearers? He only brought 130 men? The military commander paused not, and continued to declare, in the Battle of Qingyu Ridge, he successfully held the key pass to Ice Sea County, causing the enemy's plans to completely fail. This directly kept the main enemy forces out, stabilizing the northern defensive line. According to the military department's evaluation, although the results were not as large-scale as those of the previous 2 noble counts, under extremely scarce resources, lack of manpower, and no reinforcements, Baron Calvin achieved the most extraordinary success of the campaign. Nobles exchanged glances, many showing complicated expressions. They put themselves on that battlefield, in the shoes of the young noble. Honestly, if it were themselves, it might be far from achievable. Gradually, the whispers changed in tone. He's truly skilled. Being ranked 3rd is deserved. Though young, his courage and judgment are remarkable. Indeed, if Qingyu Ridge were lost, the entire campaign would have been even longer. More and more nobles looked at the young man standing in front, with a bit of respect in their eyes. And those who were previously disdainful quietly closed their mouths, changing to smiling faces, calculating in their minds, should they try to approach this young baron proactively at the ball later? After all, a truly capable noble is welcomed anywhere as long as there's no animosity. However, a few still mumbled sourly. Humph, it's ultimately just good luck. A young noble coldly chuckled. If I had this chance, I might have fought even better. But before he could finish, an older count beside him cast a cool glance. Stop boasting. Would you dare to lead your 100 men to charge snow swearers? The young noble turned red and dared not say another word. As the crowd quieted down a little, the military commander continues to proclaim loudly, Baron Calvin, for demonstrating extraordinary bravery and strategy in the Battle of Qingyu Ridge, the Duke awards the following. A Shield of the North Military Merit Medal, 20,000 imperial gold coins as prize, an additional 1,000 square kilometers of fief near the existing territory, 800 war horses, 1,500 infantry standard spears, 500 heavy shields. This announcement left the entire hall in silence. Even those who had witnessed the rewards for the previous 2 counts couldn't help but gasp. That's way too much. A new fief of 1,000 square kilometers, that's a scale even a viscount might not have. And the Shield of the North? At this age, he gets this. Standing in the front, Louis listened to the rewards being read out, outwardly calm as water. But under his sleeve, his hand quietly clenched. A fief of 1,000 square kilometers, that's 3 times bigger than his Red Tide territory, practically a potential Viscount starter pack. As for the gold coins, warhorses, and weapons, they directly formed an elite force for him in terms of combat capability. And that Shield of the North is no ordinary war trinket. It's awarded only to the nobles and leaders with outstanding battle achievements. The family flag of the recipient would be hung in the Northern Battle Banner Gallery, remembered forever. It's a coveted honor symbol for all Northern lords and officers, one of the highest honors in the North. Its actual effects are notable too. Holders of this medal can directly attend the Wartime Noble Council in the North, even having a say, with treatment akin to that of a count-level advisor representative. Simultaneously, the Empire will provide military supplies to their fief as a priority. Besides, each year they'll receive an annuity of 2,000 gold coins from the Empire's finances, for fief development or personal use. Perhaps it's of little use to the 2 previous counts, but to Louis, it represents the highest honor and reward. Even though he was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but admit, this reward was indeed too heavy. No matter how turbulent Louis's heart was, as he stepped onto the podium, his expression remained calm and composed. Among the back seats, some nobles seeing him for the first time couldn't help but exclaim softly, "So young! He actually looks younger than my youngest son. How did he manage it?" Seated in the front, Lord Jorn listened to these whispers, a few gleams of pride on his face. Baron Calvin is 19 this year. The expressions of those around subtly changed. 19 years old, and he's accomplished such merits. On stage, Duke Edmund personally placed the Shield of the North medal on Louis's chest. The silver-blue shield-shaped badge glistened under the lights. "Well done, Baron Calvin." Edmund patted him on the shoulder. "You've proven yourself with this victory." He paused, then added, "I've submitted a title reward application to His Majesty the Emperor for you, requesting a Viscount title." Upon hearing this, the hall fell silent again. Louis bowed slightly. "Thank you, Duke." He didn't show much emotion, as if it all was just as it should be. Duke Edmund's promotion of Louis was not merely because he fought brilliantly. There were deeper considerations involved. In this campaign, too many pioneer nobles from the south died, arousing dissatisfaction among the southern nobles. Everyone knew well that those dandies came to the Northern Territory merely to fulfill a task and seek lands. But when a bunch of them dies all at once, it's hard to explain away, inevitably making others suspect that the Northern lords were deliberately using a borrowed knife to kill. Promoting Louis, a baron of expansion from the south, was the best response. It's not the North being exclusionary. It's that you are too incompetent. If you had half his skill, you would have survived and achieved merits long ago. Instead, Louis picked up the slack from others. So Louis calmly stepped down from the high platform. His stride was unhurried, as if what he had just received wasn't the medal and glory eagerly sought by the nobility, but rather some inconsequential daily ceremony. Yet wherever he passed, the nobles gazed at him, their eyes filled with undisguised envy. No one now dared to underestimate this 19-year-old baron. The awards continued. The names of the awarded nobles were called out one by one, but they were all names unfamiliar to Louis. Basically, they were all old nobles from the Northern Territory. Pioneer nobles from the south were very few, until the military officer's voice rang out again. Baron Jorn Tahavi, second-class military merit. Sitting in the back row, Jorn almost jumped from his chair, snapping to full alert, his face written with, "I too got something?" Reward of 2,000 gold coins, with an addition of 100 square kilometers of land. Jorn patted his thigh while being moved to tears. Hugging the boss's thigh really is the smartest choice in life, though his journey was just tagging along, hiding at the back as a cheerleader, without even touching the real battlefield. But his knights truly contributed in the battle at Qingyu Ridge. Who would have thought he could sponge off military merit and earn such a big reward? He felt like he had just casually bought a lottery ticket and ended up hitting the jackpot. Yorn gave himself a thumbs up in his heart, not disappointing his astute choice in picking the right thigh to hold onto. After the director finishes reading the long commendation list, the military officer flips over the parchment. His tone suddenly cold. Commendations concluded. Next, a report on those who failed their military duties. The hall instantly quieted down. Even the nobles engaging in low-voiced conversations closed their mouths. Iron Armor Knights paced slowly in, escorting several officers in noble standard uniforms through the rear door. Their faces pale, still murmuring defensively, their eyes glancing around in fear. Among them, Lewis recognized one. A head of golden-brown curls, looking disheveled, none other than Zachary Diaz. Many pioneer nobles from the south exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with surprise and subtle schadenfreude. While Yorn, sitting in the back row, was already laughing uncontrollably, muttering, "Still want to compete with the boss. Now one is in heaven and one in earth likes to play tricks. Now the retribution is here." He initially thought Zachary would just be fined, never expecting things to escalate to having his name on the disciplinary list. The military officer announced emotionlessly in a cold voice, "Zachary Diaz, former commander of the Western Line Defense Zone in Snow Eagle City. On the day the war broke out, fled in the face of battle, abandoned the city and fled. Verified truth by the Military Discipline Department. Unforgivable crime. Sentenced to death." With the words spoken, Zachary suddenly struggled backward, his eyes full of fear and despair. "No, I wasn't fleeing. It was a tactical retreat. My father is Duke Diaz. I'm from the 8 great clans. You can't kill me. I'm willing to pay the fine. I'm willing to." Before he finished, a heavy slap landed on his face, knocking him to the ground with blood seeping out of his lips. Below the stage, the people mumbled coldly, "Still think you're in the South? That stuff doesn't work here. 8 great clans? In the North doesn't mean anything. Deserter. Dying also saves face for the family." Zachary continued to scream and cry while being dragged away, his voice filled with complete breakdown. His once proud and handsome face, now twisted like a stray dog, lost any semblance of noble dignity. Yet Lewis, sitting in the front row, simply watched silently. He sat upright, the shield of the North medal symbolizing glory displayed proudly on his chest. 2 pioneer noble sons from the 8 great noble clans from Snow Peak County. One was dragged to the execution ground, crying and begging. One was personally awarded a medal, crowned with honor. A world apart. Finally, Duke Edmund stepped onto the platform. "I'll be brief. This campaign we did very well. Next year we will advance further, won't passively defend anymore. The Northern Territory will actively attack the base of the Snow Swearers." His voice was not high, but the determination was incomparable. "Snow Swearers must be completely annihilated. Your military merits I have noted. Next time, I want to see more names written on the achievement record." With these words, the hall erupted in fervent responses. The post-war celebration ceremony officially ended. Lewis didn't leave Frost Halberd City immediately, as there was a banquet at night. Socializing with other nobles was his necessary task. His foundation in the Northern Territory was really weak. He had to seize this chance to befriend useful nobles. And for a young noble who had just made great achievements, tonight was destined not to be quiet. Sure enough, as the banquet just started, Lewis hadn't even picked up his wine glass when he was already surrounded. The first to approach was a middle-aged noble dressed impeccably, with neatly trimmed sideburns. From his accent, it was obvious he was a pioneer noble from the southwest of the empire. With a hint of familiarity, he said, "Duke Calvin's son, indeed a tiger father with no dog son. To earn such military merit in the Northern Territory, truly admirable." He proceeded to introduce himself as a baron of expansion from a small noble family in the southwest. Like Lewis, he was among the first batch of noble scions to respond to the expansion decree and come to the Northern Territory. "To be honest, life isn't very good for us Southerners here," he whispered. "If the Lord is willing to lead the brothers, everyone definitely won't let you lose face." That phrase, lead the brothers, sounded almost like a plea, with a tone of eagerness and a bit of flattery. Louis maintained an impassive expression, yet felt a slight stir in his heart. He wasn't oblivious. The Baron's implication was clear. Southerners ought to band together, with Louis as the leader. Truthfully, the idea was somewhat tempting. But having just established a footing, forming factions too early would easily provoke jealousy. Not to mention the Baron's background and his actual capabilities and character, which were all unknown. You've spoken well. The Northern Territory is ablaze with war. We are in the same boat. Louis raised his glass with a smile, skillfully deflecting. Should there be a chance, we will certainly conspire for development. Sounded warm, but without any real commitment. The middle-aged Baron wanted to say more. His mouth just opened, and his grip on the wine glass barely steady. Then other nobles continuously crowded forward. The Baron wanted to say something more, but his mouth was just halfway open when he was interrupted. Lord Louis, a cheerful voice suddenly interjected, only to see a young noble stepping forward with a beaming smile, his face full of flattery. You are now my greatest idol in the Northern Territory. Before his words could finish, another person squeezed in, a middle-aged noble dressed in a brocade robe, his hair sleek and shiny. My lord, may I have the honor of hosting you at my territory someday? We'll certainly prepare the finest wine and the most tender roast venison. Next, as if a dam had been opened, more people kept crowding over, each with a flattering smile, holding a wine cup, surrounded Louis with greetings, toasting, and handing out name cards. The Baron of the Southwest could only watch helplessly as he was squeezed out of the crowd, looking somewhat embarrassed. Meanwhile, Louis maintained his dignified smile, responding to the greetings while keeping an eye on the distance between them. Thank you for the compliment. I shall certainly visit when the opportunity arises. I am flattered. I have long admired the elegance of past seniors. Every sentence was flawless, neither too close nor too distant. But there were simply too many people, and no matter how composed and complete he was nearing his limit. At this moment, a well-dressed attendant quietly approached, whispering in his ear, Lord Louis, the Duke requests your presence. Excuse me. Louis seized this opportunity to gracefully take his leave. Like that, under the envious eyes of the crowd, the attendant led him out of the banquet hall, towards the Duke's parlor. Duke Edmund was already seated there, with a dozen other distinguished nobles by his side. Louis, let me introduce a few people, the Duke said with a smile, introducing Louis one by one. This is Count Albert and this is Count Grant. Each of them had considerable fame in the Northern Territory, and these people should indeed be the celestial dragon people of the North. The scion of the Calvin family is certainly no mediocrity, Count Albert began with a hint of commentary. There are plenty who can fight these days, but not many as outstanding as you. You really took down one of the Snow Swearers' outposts with just about 100 men? Count Grant continued. Louis replied calmly, It was mainly good fortune. I don't dare to claim credit. Well spoken, Count Grant snorted. Much better than some young hothead telling tales right after a battle. Duke Edmund observed this, feeling more satisfied. He gave a gentle smile and said in passing, I invited him today, hoping he can integrate into our northern circle sooner. The nobles exchanged glances, a bit surprised. This lad just won a battle, didn't he? It was indeed impressive, but the Duke seemed to hold him in too high regard. However, those present were all vassals of Edmund. Naturally, no one would dare contradict him publicly. Count Albert thought for a moment, then simply raised his glass, speaking with a hearty tone. Though young, your future is limitless. It looks like we'll have another outstanding companion here. Louis smiled and raised his glass in return. I'm thankful for the kindness. I will not disappoint. They all nodded with smiles, and after a round of pleasantries, the topic gradually shifted direction. The nobles began discussing the most pressing issue: winter preparation. I'm afraid the winter snow will come early this year. The construction in my territory is only halfway finished. Who knows how many will freeze to death again? This is easy to solve. Come spring, just buy more slaves from the south. But these slaves are getting more and more expensive. They might soon become unaffordable. Haha. Then we'll just capture some barbarians from the north. That's not feasible. The barbarians are hard to manage. Every word from each noble made the serious issues seem light and casual, as if they were discussing a few farm animals. Louis didn't speak up, just listened quietly, but his expression grew increasingly grim. The winter problem was one he couldn't escape. The victory at Qingyu Ridge brought him new land, which certainly made him very pleased. But behind this reward lay 3 times the territory, multiple times the population, and countless issues. Moreover, this year's situation is rather unusual. Having just conducted large-scale warfare, resources would be even more scarce. He knew very well, if he wasn't sufficiently prepared, by the end of winter, he wouldn't just lose a few lives under his command but thousands to tens of thousands. But the Red Tide territory could still manage. With smoked fish and the year's grain harvest, they could temporarily maintain their basic needs. The houses were sufficient, and the geothermal heat in the territory ensured nobody would freeze to death for now. But in those newly acquired places, the citizens there were clad in thin linen, with roofs still leaking, and a heavy snowstorm could spell disaster. These old nobles spoke lightly, but their families had cultivated their roots in the northern lands for many years. Their foundations were solid. One harsh winter wouldn't cause them major damage. Moreover, they were indifferent to the plight of the lower-rung populace. Come spring, if the numbers were insufficient, they would simply purchase them from the south. Hay and the slaves are full again. This was much easier than maintaining the survival of slaves. But Louis was not yet capable of being that cold-hearted, still hoping to save more people. Prepare more food, build more houses, gather more firewood. However, such challenges require a lot more effort. While Louis silently pondered the way out for his territory, the nobles' conversation took another turn. Those pioneer nobles are truly a joke, a bunch of fools. They only create chaos in battle, and in territorial management they only waste money. Quite a number died in this war too. Humph. Serves them right, one person sneered. Saves us the trouble of cleaning up after them. For a moment, a few voices of agreement echoed lightly in the parlor. No one noticed, seated quietly on one side, that Louis was indeed a member of the so-called pioneer nobles. Yet he displayed no change in expression, simply raising his glass quietly and sipping his wine. Indeed, Louis was different from those people, not like the useless ones they spoke of. He performed better than most northern lords. This was precisely why they forgot that this young man was just a newly risen noble banished to these lands. But not all pioneer nobles are useless. Count Albert glanced at Louis and casually added. Duke Edmund smiled, seizing this opportune moment to broach a matter he'd prepared to inform everyone about. Speaking of pioneering, his tone was casual yet demanding attention. There has been some activity on His Majesty's side recently. The group paused slightly. His Majesty intends to expand southward in a few years, targeting those small countries in the southeast, Edmund said softly. He's asking us in the Northern Territory for some night reinforcements. As soon as the words fell, the air tightened. Us again, Count Grant furrowed his brow. We haven't even finished fighting our own battles. That's right, the Southerners only suck our blood, another noble complained. Us again, Count Grant frowned. We can't even finish our own battles. This time it's different. Duke Edmund's gaze swept over the crowd meaningfully. After success, the land in the south can be divided. As soon as these words were spoken, the parlor fell into a brief silence, soon followed by a flurry of discussions. That's a fine place indeed. Far better than this freezing backwater we have here. The Emperor finally remembers to compensate us? Ah, compensate? This is clearly to make us the knife to pare down those old southern folks. But this knife I am willing to be. Those southern weaklings, who can they even beat? When the time comes, we'll have to bear the burden. Fight if we must, as long as we can get some land. I'll even go to the front line. Laughter, whispers, and toasts gradually intertwined. Excitement fermented in the air. Even a few nobles who originally held indifferent expressions lit up. The land in the Northern Territory is too harsh. A whole year spent just preparing firewood and grain for winter is enough to suffocate a baron's domain. Every snow disaster, every livestock epidemic, every war, and all of that is reality they must face. But the emperor has spoken. As long as they send troops, as long as they win, they can step out of this snowy permafrost into the sun-drenched, orchard-rich southern country. What does that mean? Lower security costs, higher taxes, more prosperous trade routes, more valuable population. A feudal land that can truly be passed down for 3 generations, providing a new lifeline for the family. These northern lords are long accustomed to fighting in the wind and snow, relying on war to snatch a living. Now, this tempting opportunity, how could it not make their mouths water? As evening fell, the banquet ended in a lively atmosphere. The nobles left in groups. Laughter and the scent of wine still lingered in the hall. Louis, however, was held back by Duke Edmund. Only a few lamps remained in the hall, the light warm, the Duke's expression affable. "Too many died in the Battle of Snow Eagle City," Duke Edmund said, a trace of heaviness in his tone. "Especially the nobles of Snow Peak County suffered heavy losses." Louis didn't speak, just listened. The Forrester clan is finished, their territory mostly reclaimed, with some distributed to distant relatives. Now Snow Peak County is leaderless. The Duke changed his tone, revealing a meaningful smile. "I want you to be the prefect of Snow Peak County." Louis was taken aback, his eyes subtly changed. Being a prefect is not just a title. It means he can oversee all military arrangements in the entire Snow Peak County, having the authority to mobilize the noble knights. He could also, during times of war, directly enlist the people, build defense lines, and gather supplies. It means he can represent the empire in collecting taxes from the affiliated villages and lands within the county, and of course, he can take a cut for himself. It also means he can preside over the county council, mediate noble disputes, serving as the arbitrator of the area. 3 parts warlord, 3 parts administrative official, 3 parts like a gang leader, and the rest like a worried community head. The rights and benefits he could gain from this are considerable. Louis was quite tempted. But he also knew it wasn't purely a reward. He would have to bear the corresponding obligations. "You know what this means," the Duke said. "That place isn't empty land now, it's a mess." "I am willing to take on this responsibility," Louis answered softly. Edmund nodded and added, "Snow Peak County suffered heavy losses after the war. Many civilians died, and refugees scattered. If you have the ability, you could help them. Of course, all of this mess is left by the foolish Forrester family. I won't blame you if you can't do it, but I hope you can." Louis was silent for a moment, then nodded. "I intended to do so anyway." Duke Edmund patted Louis, indicating approval, though his gaze was a bit overly affectionate. Louis could also sense that gaze was somewhat strange, but couldn't pinpoint what was off, just politely nodded thanks. Unbeknownst to him, that afternoon Edmund had already written a letter, quietly sent to Duke Calvin's mansion. The letter's subject had only 2 words: political marriage. This was no sudden whim. In fact, the idea of a political marriage had occurred to Edmund months ago. Though this generation of direct heirs hadn't yet married Southern nobles, he had always encouraged family heirs to marry into Southern power. After all, the Northern Territory is cold and resource-tight. To seek future prospects, expansion south is necessary. He himself had long intended to lay the ground for potential future Southern fiefs. A political marriage is the most secure way to gain political support. But such a marriage must be carefully chosen. It requires a match in status, and one whose character and capability are commendable. Now, the only eligible daughter was Emily, his most beloved youngest daughter. She was intelligent, gentle, and not troublesome. Though he had considered marrying her to an heir of a Southern duke, the thought of sending her far away alone made him hesitant. Until after the Battle of Qingyu Ridge, a young noble named Louis Calvin emerged. At a young age, he could lead raids, set ambushes, annihilate enemies, accelerating the Northern War situation in one stroke. And he was directly descended from the Calvin clan. The Calvin clan, also one of the 8 great clans of the empire, spanned the southeast province. Controlling several key imperial ports and large salt fields, it was one of the oldest families in the noble council. Rank, wartime achievements, competence, prospects. Louis had it all. Moreover, he was not rash, acted with discretion, could be humble yet decisive. Including his handling at the banquet, his conversational poise, the composed confidence he exuded among the crowd. In addition, secret letters from Bond and Gibson mentioned him as highly strategic, destined to become a great figure. The most important point is that Louis's territory was only a few days' journey from Frost Halberd City, so even if his daughter suffered grievances, she could return at any time. And the Calvin clan, for the sake of benefits, would likely consent to this marriage. Thus, the letter of political marriage flew to the southeast province. Duke Calvin, as usual, awoke at 6 in the morning. Then proceeded with the routine morning exercise he had adhered to for 20 years, incidentally contributing to the family. After washing and dressing, everything in place, he walked leisurely into the study. The butler silently delivered a new batch of mountain-high letters. Duke Calvin flipped through them, suddenly stopping his hand. He picked out a letter sealed with dark blue wax, its handwriting bold. Edmund? Which one? He squinted at the signature, confirming it wasn't written by some minor noble with a mistaken name. Finally confirming it was from Duke Edmund, Governor of the North. That duke from the Northern Territory? Why would he suddenly write to me? Though they were both heads of the 8 great clans of the empire, normally they had little interaction. Filled with questions, he opened the letter. A political marriage? Duke Calvin nearly sprayed tea onto the letter. Duke Calvin unfolded the letter and, after a quick glance, his eyes stopped on 2 words. Marriage alliance? Ha! He almost spat out his tea. Who's getting married to whom? His eyes quickly scanned downwards, reading 10 lines at a glance, until they landed on that line. Emily Edmund, the 3rd daughter, is to be betrothed to Louis Calvin. His whole body seemed to stiffen. He remembered this 8th son, Louis. His initial impression of him was that he lacked talent, ambition, and drive, a typical noble kid who idled away his time. So he was sent to the Northern Territory as a way to make use of a waste, with no intention of letting him inherit anything. Later, the old butler Bradley mentioned a few times in his letters that Louis had managed the messy corner of the Northern Territory with great order. He even found a demon marrow ore in the Northern Territory, and every month engaged in trade with the family, providing a substantial and stable income. He was satisfied with this, casually approved some resources for Louis to establish himself in the Northern Territory. Worth nurturing, he thought at the time, but nothing more. After that, he became too busy to pay attention. In his mind, Louis was always someone useful but not central. Just a spare pawn. Unexpectedly now, Duke Edmund had singled him out for a marriage proposal, wanting to marry his precious daughter to him. This was no ordinary action. There must be something happening that I don't know about. He immediately called for the butler. Is there any letter about Louis? Yes, sir. The butler, unhurried, accurately picked out a letter from the thick pile and handed it over with both hands. It just arrived today, he added. Duke Calvin took the letter, opened it, and unfolded the paper, frowning as he read. This letter mostly reported on what Louis had recently been doing. The first sentence made his eyelids twitch. Ordered to scout Qingyu Ridge, night raid 50 miles. Led 130 knights to capture an important enemy stronghold. Each subsequent line shocked him even more. Set up an ambush, annihilated 800 elite wolf riders of the enemy, with 0 casualties on our side. The information kept pouring in, nearly making his eyeballs pop out of their sockets. What? Night raiding 50 miles? With 130 knights taking down 800 elite troops and having them all survive? What kind of military genius is this? Also, awarded the Shield of the North Medal, granted 1,000 square kilometers of land, and promoted to prefect of Snow Peak County? A 19-year-old prefect. The Duke gently folded the letter, leaned back in his chair, and lowered his head in contemplation. This could no longer be described as just noteworthy or worth attention. Could this be fabricated? He questioned softly, as if doubting the letter's content. But he quickly calmed down. Even if Louis dared to lie, Duke Edmund wouldn't be backing him up. These military achievements could easily be verified. At just 19, with so few resources from the family. And yet he turned the Northern Territory on its head, earning the title of prefect. Duke Calvin admitted he had indeed misjudged. Suddenly, he remembered that Louis had always been a bit too quiet since childhood. Unlike other children who competed fiercely, he was always a step behind, very obedient, as if he had no desires at all. Back then, he thought this child lacked ambition, but looking back now, could it be he was pretending? Feeling there was no chance to inherit the title, he purposely appeared mediocre, early on wanting to escape the Southeast province, avoid sibling conflict, and fled to the Northern Territory to rise. Although still not as good as his two brothers, he can no longer be considered a fringe figure. He glanced at the letter from Duke Edmund on the table, his expression gradually becoming more serious. He began assessing the pros and cons of this marriage alliance. The Edmunds, known as the Lords of the North, were practically emperors among the northern lords, the unshakable core of the northern lands. Louis, though previously a fringe member of the Calvin family, now held legitimate land and a Shield of the North medal due to his battlefield achievements in the Northern Territory. More crucially, he was now the prefect of Snow Peak County. In the North, this represented considerable influence, serving as the family's representative in the Northern Territory. If this marriage succeeds, Duke Calvin narrowed his eyes. It could be the Calvin family's retreat in the Northern Territory. The Calvin clan of the Southeast province, though affluent, faced grim prospects in recent years. The royal family's reach had extended too far, favoring close allies, promoting new nobility, continually inserting war-credited nobles and bureaucratic factions into the southeast frontier, not to mention rounds of audits, increased taxes. Officially, it was to balance power, but in reality, it was to seize land, people, and profits. The goal was simple: to pull the teeth of the noble families. Over at the port, for the past few years, we've had to give up 30% of the profits to support the new nobility of the imperial capital. Duke Calvin sneered. As the local powerhouse of the Southeast, he had to yield a portion every year. If he could connect with the Northern Territory's fresh force, he might secure more escapes before the situation changed. As for the Edmund family, though they intended to extend their influence southward, they didn't want to get thoroughly involved in the imperial center's power struggle. The marriage alliance was a fitting method. Moreover, both their families were among the 8 great clans, well suited for each other. Duke Calvin nodded slightly. The only downside was that the emperor wouldn't approve. He didn't like any connections among the 8 great clans. With the present emperor's high prestige and swift methods, he had cut the 8 great clans to the point they were without complaints. Even if they joined forces, they couldn't shake him in the slightest. So they waited patiently, waiting for this aging emperor to naturally fade, hoping for a more manageable, more willing to compromise successor to ascend the throne. And that day seemed not too far off. He closed his eyes, recalling the last time he had an audience with the emperor in the imperial capital. It was an old, frail figure sitting on the golden throne. He was 87 years old then and couldn't hold on much longer. As for successors, each one worse than the last. The only well-regarded third prince, renowned since youth, excellent in command, held high public esteem. Yet half a year ago, he accidentally fell into a cesspit and drowned during his territorial inspection. Duke Calvin let out a light snort, his expression tremendously indifferent. A peak knight would accidentally fall into a cesspool? What a joke! It was an assassination, an insult. Blatantly, in front of everyone, an insult to the royal family and the emperor. Most likely a certain old noble family did it to retaliate against the emperor. Of course, it wasn't without consequences. In the past 6 months, the emperor had been governing more frequently, promoting only those loyal to himself, the new nobility, and civil servant families around him. His distrust of the old noble families had reached its zenith. So even a routine marriage proposal could spark suspicion. This matter must be handled with extreme caution. He sat back down, took out a sheet of paper, and dipped it in ink. Duke Calvin sat at his desk, setting down his pen, with freshly written letters lying before him. He finally made a decision agreeing to the proposed marriage. No family meeting was called, nor were other family members gathered for discussion. For such matters, he could decide on his own. If the head of a family needs to consult others on such trivial matters, then what's the purpose of being a duke? As for the parties involved, Louis and Emily from the Edmund family, their wishes hardly mattered. In this ancient empire, within this noble society that values bloodlines and honor, the marriages of children have always been tokens for families to trade and strategize. Love? It's the stuff of poets' tales. Noble marriages are firstly a responsibility, are duty-bound, are alliances, are exchanges of benefits and consolidation of status. Having enjoyed the resources and aura brought by status, naturally, they must pay the appropriate price. Accepting doesn't mean a wedding immediately follows. Many subsequent matters are left to discuss. A noble wedding is never simple. What he must do now is send a reply, to express an initial intention to accept the marriage proposal. His letter also noted that prior to engagement, it must be reported to the emperor to inform him in advance. The reason for letting Duke Edmund speak is because he is among the 8 great clans and maintains good relations with the emperor. Duke Calvin meticulously checked the content of the letter. No excessive emotions, no excessive promises, merely expressing initial acceptance. While preserving the other's face and keeping the back door open, he nodded, expressing satisfaction. Send it then. Calvin folded the letter, sealing it with an envelope stamped with the red family crest. Understood, the steward replied. After sending the letter, Duke Calvin didn't immediately rise. He tapped the desk, his gaze darkening. Louis, that boy, seems like he's really stabilized the Northern Territory. He thought of his numerous children. Indeed, few truly stood on their own. Now suddenly Louis emerged. He originally thought of him only as a competent offspring who could fend for himself, yet in a short period, he's already caught the eye of the Duke of the North, promising marriage to his daughter. I can give him a push, Duke Calvin murmured, picking up the pen to write several commands. Choose a batch of loyal civil servants and stewards from the family, sending them to the Red Tide territory to assist Louis in managing the new domain. Allocate resources to support the Northern Territory, prioritizing the supply of food, cotton clothing, and cold-resistant medicines for the winter. Dispatch 10 elite knights, 30 official knights, and 100 apprentice knights to bolster Louis's forces. Within the family hierarchy of permissions, elevate Louis's permissions from level 5 to level 2, significantly increasing his resource permissions. Officially appoint Louis as the Calvin family's representative in the Northern Territory, granting him authority to represent the Calvin family there. After writing, he handed it to the steward. Arrange these as well. All right. Louis woke on his camp's cot, sunlight streaming through the tent's gap onto his face. He rubbed his eyes. After the banquet ended a few days ago, he didn't linger long in Frost Halberd City. The post-war banquet was enjoyed, the rewards accepted, and all necessary courtesies were paid. Now it's time to return to Red Tide territory to deal with a slew of new troubles. Of course, the first thing Louis did upon waking was to access the daily intelligence system. A light blue screen of the system appeared before his eyes. He glanced at it, almost sitting up straight the next second. 1. Duke Calvin agreed to Duke Edmund's proposal for the marriage between Louis Calvin and Emily Edmund. Ha! He stared at that piece of intelligence for a full 3 seconds. Me? Getting married? Although he always knew, as a noble offspring, a day would come when he would face a political marriage for family interests, he didn't expect that day to come so soon. But thinking carefully, reaching nearly 20 but not married was somewhat late. He even thought Duke Calvin had forgotten about it. Unexpectedly, the union was with Duke Edmund's daughter. No wonder the Duke's gaze was peculiar at the banquet. Turns out it wasn't a gaze for looking at a commander, but a gaze for evaluating a son-in-law. Thinking of that big burly man with 2 scars on his face and a rather intimidating smile, Louis's mouth twitched. Hopefully, his daughter doesn't take after him in looks. Fortunately, this world doesn't emphasize monogamy. You can have a harem. He then looked at the second piece of intelligence. 2. Duke Calvin's 14th son will be born in 7 days. Louis was silent for 2 seconds, then sighed helplessly. Certainly prolific. He couldn't help but hold his forehead, thinking, exactly how many kids is this now? 20-something? Or 30-something? He suddenly found himself unable to count clearly. At this rate, forming a Calvin's personal guard knight order would be more than enough. No, an entire legion is possible too. Louis thought of those brothers he never met, whose names were difficult to recall. He couldn't help but imagine the future family meeting scene. Calvin's sons and princesses lined on both sides of the long table, each more numerous than the last, even requiring expansion of the conference hall for seats. Perhaps, one day, the sight of 99 competing heirs could be seen. But those have little to do with him now. He has established himself separately in the Northern Territory, making the competition for the almost hopeless Duke title unlikely. None of his brothers could take his domain. Only his maternal sister, Rachel, still had real contact. Louis occasionally would send letters to update her on his situation for peace of mind. Years ago, she married a viscount in the southeast, also a vassal of Duke Calvin. Before Louis came to the Northern Territory, Rachel secretly sent him quite a bit of money and supplies. Louis always remembered this kindness and pledged to repay it generously someday. After quietly teasing for a bit, Louis continued to check the third piece of intelligence. 3. Several frost-bearded tundra rabbits appeared 5 kilometers northwest of the camp for foraging. He was stunned, then immediately widened his eyes, springing up from the bed. Frost-bearded tundra rabbits, a truly elusive magical beast of the northern wilderness. Though small in stature, its agility and swiftness were unmatched, silent as the night. Most importantly, 3 clusters of rare ice moss fruit grow on their backs. These are incredibly rare combat supplements. Cooking them boosts knights' fighting energy. For Louis, who is now just a step away from becoming an elite knight, it's nothing short of a lifesaver. He wasted no time donning his cloak, gathering several knights. Let's go hunting. Going hunting so early? The knights were puzzled. Nevertheless, now these knights would obey Louis's orders unconditionally. Immediately, they mounted steeds, following Louis galloping towards the northwest. The early autumn air in the Northern Territory carried a dry chill, as low bushes and yellowing grass swayed gently in the wind. Several warhorses quickly swept past. With magical beasts like the frost-bearded tundra rabbit, which aren't highly aggressive but extremely fast, having too many people would more likely startle them. Therefore, Louis only brought 7 knights for this hunt. To these knights, a distance of 5 kilometers was just a few minutes' journey. Before long, under Louis's lead, they arrived at the location indicated by the intelligence. There's a magical beast over there. The elite knight at the front suddenly stopped and whispered, gray-brown fur, bluish-gray fruit. It's frost-bearded tundra rabbits, at least 3 of them. Upon hearing this, Louis immediately waved his hand. Stop! The group promptly reined in their horses and tied them behind some bushes, then dismounted silently. Don't make a sound, Louis whispered. These rabbits have extremely sharp hearing. Thus, the 7 knights moved as stealthily and steadily as leopards, quickly arriving behind some rocks situated at a higher ground. Louis crouched down, placing a hand on a rock, his gaze peering through a gap towards the distance. There, amidst the not yet withered grasses of the hills, 3 gray-brown frost-bearded tundra rabbits were foraging cautiously. Their short ears perked up, hind legs lightly kicking the ground, with short legs covered in thick pads, moving soundlessly through the dry, cold, and hard earth. However, The most attention-grabbing feature was the 3 clusters of ice moss fruit, hanging from their backs, emitting a faint bluish-gray glow, gently quivering in the early autumn sunlight. Mature rabbits, carrying fruit, Lewis whispered, a trace of excitement flashing in his eyes. Thank nature for its bounty. The ice moss fruit could enhance the night's energy, presenting a providential opportunity for someone on the verge of a breakthrough, like him. However, the alertness of the frost-bearded tundra rabbit far exceeded that of ordinary beasts. They never moved in a straight line, instead, preferring to move slowly against the wind to sniff out danger in advance. They also avoided sunlit areas, hiding in the sparse shadows of grass or behind rocks. Even the rustling of a single leaf could startle them into fleeing at top speed. This made the hunt more of a test of patience than of courage. Rushing in recklessly will definitely end up in failure, Lewis whispered. Prepare the bait trail. Yes. The knights took out pre-prepared cloud moss powder from their pouches. This was a processed moss spice, highly favored by some herbivorous magical beasts, including the frost-bearded tundra rabbit. Lewis always carried some for moments like this. The knights scattered a winding feeding trail along the direction where the 3 rabbits were moving. This feeding line ultimately led to a slightly sunken natural depression. Dense thickets surrounded that spot, concealing people, making it an ideal ambush site. Group up, lurking around the depression, and wait for them to approach, Lewis instructed. The rest was just waiting, as time slowly passed until the sun hung low in the sky. Just as expected, the frost-bearded tundra rabbits were slowly drawn forward, cautiously sniffing the moss scent lingering on the ground, occasionally using their forepaws to stir some fallen grass. Finally moving, get ready. Lewis's eyes sparkled. 3, 2, 1. Now! The hunting net flew out swiftly from all directions, blocking the rabbits' escape routes. Immediately following, several silver light flying needles flashed through the air, embedding into the rabbits' spines. The prey initially attempted to struggle and leap, but the paralyzing agent quickly took effect, causing them to weaken and collapse on the spot. Caught all of them, Lewis let out a breath of relief. Although it took more time, the harvest was definitely worthwhile. 3 frost-bearded tundra rabbits, 9 clusters of ice moss fruit. Lewis stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the bluish-gray ice moss fruit on the rabbits' backs. The fruit appeared like some kind of frost-formed berry, with a color almost like ice crystals, and a thin layer of white frost on the surface. However, in reality, they were attached to flesh, clearly not a plant structure, but a manifestation of the unique energy within the magical beasts. While they are called fruit, they are more like a growth of flesh. He reached out to touch one of the clusters, finding it icy yet resilient, as if harboring a faint, pulsing energy. Truly a mystical thing. The energy of this ice moss fruit is incredibly concentrated, akin to the fuse for an explosive for a knight facing a bottleneck. Take them back to the camp and have the cooks prepare a stew, Lewis ordered. Yes. One knight immediately retreated with the spoils. Soon night fell, with only the sound of the crackling fire remaining in the camp. Rabbit stew is ready. Lewis sat cross-legged inside the tent, accepting the steaming rabbit stew from the cook. The soup was almost ice blue, shimmering with a faint light under the fire, tiny bits of ice moss fruit floating on the surface. Tilting his head down for a smell, there was an exotic fragrance somewhere between frost and herb, faintly intertwined with a hint of the wild beast's blood scent, yet not unpleasant. He took a gentle sip, the broth dissolving instantly upon touching his tongue, bearing a slight, sweet aftertaste. But in the next instant, the cold transformed into heat, a surge of energy flooding from his throat to his limbs like a tidal wave. Lewis's eyes sharpened, hastily downing the entire bowl, then quickly seated himself cross-legged, placing the wooden bowl beside him, and closed his eyes to execute the tidal breathing technique. At this moment, his internal fighting energy was pushed by tides, continuously expanding, surging, and crashing against the final barrier preventing him from entering the realm of the elite knight. 1 wave, 2 waves, 3 waves. The energy inside became increasingly intense, the bones emitting light tremors, and his muscles pulsated as if burning. Suddenly, an invisible gate was forcefully breached. Boom! The internal fighting energy surged out like a deluge, rushing from his heart through his veins. Breakthrough. Junior Elite Knight. Lewis opened his eyes softly, exhaling a breath of white air as his breathing slowly stabilized. Sweat drenched his clothes, as if he had been thoroughly cleansed, renewed from the inside out. The energy within became more consolidated, with the fighting energy faintly surfacing in waves just under his skin. Finally broke through. So this is the world of the Elite Knight. It was an indescribable feeling of lightness. Lewis felt as if shedding a heavy burden. Even his breathing became smoother. Whereas before, practicing his fighting energy required concentration, calibration, and exhalation in unison to maintain the cycle. Now, whenever he desired, his fighting energy would circulate autonomously, like tides. Even standing still, he could feel the power quietly flowing, nourishing his bones and flesh. However, the most delightful surprise was not the breakthrough itself. It was that, at the moment of breakthrough, a long-dormant ability within was finally awakened by the surging fighting energy. Is this the awakening of the bloodline? Lewis murmured excitedly. The concept of bloodline talent is not something every knight possesses. In fact, most knights go their entire lives without ever awakening their bloodline talent, not even showing any signs of it. But a lucky few, even from the moment they become apprentice knights, have already awakened their bloodline talent. It's not like fighting energy cultivation, which can be accumulated through hard practice. It's purely a product of talent, even carrying a hint of destiny. And today, Lewis finally welcomed his own awakening. The bloodline talent he activated is called Trajectory. Its most basic ability is to briefly predict a target's actions within 2 seconds by consuming fighting energy and focusing attention. Additionally, there is a passive effect. When encountering lethal danger, it triggers a faint sense of forewarning. At first glance, this ability doesn't seem impressive. 2 seconds? What use is that? But in a life-and-death knight duel, a lead of 1 or 2 seconds makes the difference between life and death. Against a similarly ranked opponent, even a moment of hesitation can be a flaw in winning or losing. Moreover, bloodline talents are not unchanging. As fighting energy levels rise, it strengthens and might even develop new abilities. An excited Lewis lifted the tent flap and walked out. The night breeze swept through the camp, the flames flickered, everything seemed usual. But the next moment, an elite knight guarding outside suddenly had a bright look in his eyes and blurted out, "Lord, have you broken through?" With this exclamation, cheers erupted almost instantly. "The Lord has broken through. That's great. Congratulations, Lord Lewis." The knights who were originally patrolling and on guard immediately gathered around, each face filled with genuine joy. They always had respect for the strong, but even before his power, they'd been moved by Lewis's calmness, decisiveness, and generosity. During the toughest times, it was this young lord who led them across the wasteland, established in the Northern Territory, slew the snow swearers in night battles, and seized the chance of victory at Qingyu Ridge. They were already 99.9% satisfied with this young lord. The remaining 0.01% was just regretting that his cultivation was slightly lagging behind. But now, even this little regret is slowly being filled. At this rate, Lord becoming a legendary knight is no longer a dream. Ha! As the cheers subsided, Lewis suddenly spoke, "I want to test my strength." He glanced at the crowd and finally pointed to a tall mid-tier elite knight. "You come and spar with me." This was a battle-hardened elite knight, with steady strength and thick fighting energy. And he was a full minor rank higher than the newly broken-through Lewis. The surroundings instantly grew quiet. Knights looked at each other, faces reading, "This isn't good. Lord." A difference of a tier is not something to joke about. If Frio uses too much force. Frio himself was unbearably nervous. His face somewhat pale, hesitantly said, "Lord, maybe we should just take it easy." If you go easy, Lewis's voice suddenly lowered by a half-tone, I'll kick you out of Red Tide territory. Seeing that Lewis wasn't joking, the camp quieted down. Understood. Frio swallowed, nodded. Thus, a duel with a real gap in strength officially began. Lewis drew his long sword. Red fighting energy swirled around the blade like a flickering flame, hissing slightly. Frio also drew his sword, likewise with crimson fighting energy. They were both knights of the Calvin family, and although their methods of cultivating fighting energy differed, they shared the same lineage, making their fighting energy particularly similar. The blades collided, sparks scattering. Lewis didn't rush to use his bloodline talent, wanting to see his own strength now. Initially, he relied purely on keen reflexes and the fighting spirit from his fresh breakthrough to engage Frio in a tight exchange. But as time passed, the difference widened. After all, Frio was a seasoned mid-tier elite knight, with richer fighting energy and more precise control over combat rhythm. After a few moves, pressure overwhelmed Lewis like a tide, and he gradually began to struggle. He could still barely parry, but the unsteady swaying and irregular breathing after each block betrayed him. Ah, the gap is still too great. Frio, that's enough. The knights watching broke into a cold sweat, instinctively holding their breath, afraid their breathing might disturb Lewis. Some already began to exchange glances nervously. Should Frio pretend to narrowly lose? Just act a bit. Yet just then, Lewis's eyes suddenly changed. Bloodline talent trajectory activated. At this moment in Lewis's vision, time seemed to pause for an instant. He saw that, in the next second, Frio's shoulder would slightly drop, executing an upward slashing strike. I see it. Lewis moved like the wind. Sword light carrying fighting energy cut through the air, directly piercing that momentary gap. It was the sound of metal colliding. Frio's longsword was knocked out of his hand, and he had to step back 2 steps to regain his balance. Ah! The field was silent for 3 seconds. The crowd widened their eyes, faces asking what just happened, from dominating one moment to being defeated the next. What was that just now? I didn't observe any flaw at all. Too fast. It was like knowing in advance what the opponent would do. Even Frio himself was bewildered. He looked at the empty hilt in his hand, then at Lewis, who was standing steadily not far away. A moment later, he came to his senses, let out a bitter laugh. I concede Lord truly is deeply hidden. Lewis stood in place, slowly exhaled, looked down at his sword-holding hand, his palm slightly numb, and his chest rising and falling continuously. He was not carried away by this victory. The outburst at that instant, although exhilarating, fast, and precise, came with a considerable cost, requiring intense concentration when trajectory was activated and continually consuming fighting energy. As expected, bloodline talent is not something that can be used recklessly. Lambert stepped out from the crowd, brows furrowed. He was Lewis's guardian knight and had been teaching him combat techniques since he was a child. One could say Lewis was cultivated by him, yet this spar made him puzzled. Lewis's attack style was one he couldn't have been more familiar with, but that sudden counterattack had completely caught him off guard, something that couldn't be achieved with mere technique. He approached Lewis, asking softly, Lord, that move just now, how did you do it? Lewis didn't beat around the bush, replied in a low voice, I have awakened my bloodline talent. Ah! Lambert was stunned. I have awakened my bloodline talent. Ah! Lambert's steps halted, as if he had heard something fantastical. Moments later, the astonishment faded, leaving only heartfelt joy for Lewis. Don't tell anyone, Lambert reminded in a whisper. Bloodline talent. It can be life-saving at critical moments. Keep it a secret as long as you can. Lewis nodded. I understand. He certainly knew the fewer people who knew about this, the better. He told Lambert simply because he trusted him. To him, Lambert was not just an elite knight. For the former master, Lambert was more like a mentor and father figure, teaching him combat techniques since childhood. Additionally, Lambert had sacrificed a lot for Lewis, As a high-tier elite knight of the Calvin clan, he could have stayed in the family and enjoyed life but chose to follow him to the impoverished and dangerous Northern Territory. Even during Louis's most downtrodden times, Lambert never left his side, which was reason enough to trust him. And there was another small reason. Awakening a bloodline talent was such a cool thing, Louis wanted to show off a bit. That's reasonable, right? On the other side, Lambert was feeling conflicted. Before arriving in the Northern Territory, he viewed Louis as nothing more than a shy, averagely talented noble. To be honest, Lambert didn't hold much hope for him either. Years ago, when following Louis to the north, he only wanted to protect the life of the child he had watched grow up, to prevent the Calvin clan from being disgraced. But what he didn't expect was that the young lord who used to daze off in the training grounds had in this war-torn land thrived like a dragon entering the sea. Not only managing the territory meticulously but also able to lead troops and defeat enemies, winning hearts and becoming a true lord. And now even his bloodline talent had awakened. Lambert was truly happy and proud of Louis. Yet deep inside, there was also a flicker of unfamiliarity. By the way, Louis suddenly recalled something, turning to Lambert with a smile. Today I hunted 3 frost-bearded tundra rabbits, ate one, and made a breakthrough. You've been stuck at the high-tier elite threshold for almost 5 years, haven't you? Louis said casually. Take one and eat it. Lambert's eyes widened, momentarily speechless. He had been stuck at this bottleneck for so long, and he had considered using external resources to make a breakthrough. However, given the rarity and preciousness of the frost-bearded tundra rabbit, he didn't even dare to dream of it. He suddenly knelt on one knee, his eyes reddening. Thank you, my lord, Louis sighed, reaching out to help him up. Why be so formal with me? That night, Lambert quietly drank the rabbit soup. The fighting energy within him surged. His blood roared like thunder. Eventually, a low growl escaped his throat. The bottleneck that had been unmoved for 5 years shattered at that moment. Lambert had ascended to become an extraordinary knight, and also the first extraordinary knight of the Red Tide territory. If Louis had a golden finger to see the attributes panel, he'd see Lambert's loyalty had already maxed out. On the return journey, although there were some gains, there were no rare resources like the frost-bearded tundra rabbit. Thus, the team didn't delay any further and set off directly back to the Red Tide territory. By this time, the Red Tide territory was already boiling with excitement. The news that the Lord not only survived but also achieved great victories shook the entire territory. Even the city took the unprecedented step of giving everyone a day's holiday. The people spontaneously gathered at the city gates and along the main road. The entire territory was bustling like a festival. Everyone had expectant expressions, though some had hints of unease. They worried that if the young lord were dead or incapacitated, this land might return to those dark days of coldness, hunger, and exploitation. So they waited, hoped, even with a touch of devotional sincerity. Until this moment he appeared. Louis rode on horseback, clad in a red and black military cloak, his figure upright. The crowd initially fell silent. Then, like thunder, cheers exploded. It's our Lord Louis. He's back. Our son has returned. It's him. It's definitely him. Our heroic Lord. The noise from the crowd was deafening. They were moved to tears. Some even knelt down with hands clasped. Children sat on adult shoulders, waving cloth strips edged with red. Bradley, the old butler, emerged from the crowd, his hair white but his step steady, his eyes slightly red from excitement. "Welcome back, my lord," he said quietly, unable to suppress his joy. He too had worried about Louis dying on the battlefield. When the battle report reached the Red Tide territory, he almost didn't believe it because it was too glorious. When he first came to the Red Tide territory, he thought someday this young man would rise high, but didn't expect that day would come so soon. Louis dismounted and gave him a gentle embrace. "You've worked hard, Bradley," Louis said quietly. "I'm back." Bradley took a deep breath, his eyes slightly red. "It's good you're back. It's good you're back, my lord." After a brief exchange, Lewis returned to his horse while Bradley personally led the horse along. As Lewis headed toward the residential area of the Red Tide territory, the cheers along the streets grew louder. Petals were thrown from the rooftops, cascading like rain upon Lewis's path forward. The people of the Red Tide territory were welcoming their hero with the most sincere gesture they could muster. We stood in the crowd, staring intently at the majestic figure riding high. That was Lord Lewis, the man he aspired to follow for life, and he was working hard for it. 2 months ago, he was just a little kid stumbling and being ridiculed in the training ground, unable even to hold a sword steadily. Now he was a high-tier apprentice knight. The official knight teaching him had been astonished. Of all the knights I've trained, none have shown talent like yours, and none have been as diligent. Were simply smiled, and continued swinging his sword, because he had a clear goal. One day, Were muttered quietly, his voice swallowed by the crowd's cheers. I will don the red and black knight cloak and become a knight by Lord Lewis's side. Lewis dismounted slowly at the town center. Surrounding him were fervent citizens. He raised his hand slightly, signaling everyone to quiet down. And unbelievably, within a few breaths, the once boiling crowd quieted down. Red Tide territory, your lord has returned. No lengthy speech, just one simple sentence and the entire town erupted like a volcano. Applause, cheers, shouts, and tears wove together, crashing over like waves. Lord Lewis, welcome home. A few days earlier, upon learning of Lewis's imminent return, the old steward Bradley began preparing the banquet. This feast was not merely a celebration for the knights. The entire populace of the Red Tide territory, whether freemen, slaves, or soldiers, were all invited, and it was held in the town center square. Though the food wasn't luxurious, it had all the essentials. Pickled fish, smoked meat, steamed vegetables, and beer brewed from rye, stored in large barrels, ready for guests to serve themselves. Suddenly, someone shouted, "The Lord has arrived!" The laughter gradually subsided. All eyes turned to the end of the square, and then everyone stood up. Children sitting on the ground were gently lifted by their parents. The soldiers instinctively stood at attention, and the slaves all put down their wine cups one after another. In the firelight, Lewis walked slowly toward them. On either side of him, 2 rows of knights lined the path like an honor guard, silent and solemn. The lord whom everyone admired, Lewis Calvin, walked slowly in the center, guarded by the knights. He was dressed in a simple yet elegant black robe with red patterns, draped in gold chains, with a nobility sword strapped to his waist. His expression was calm as usual, yet he exuded an unignorable composure, an aura of leadership that compelled confidence, like a king returning in triumph, like the dawn sun rising. He slowly ascended the steps, standing before the crowd, his gaze sweeping over them. These were his people. Thank you, everyone present, for guarding the Red Tide territory in my absence. None of you recoiled or gave up. This victory does not belong to me alone. It belongs to you, and to everyone who has contributed to this land. He paused slightly, his eyes sweeping over the square. Some people were weeping, others stood straighter. Winter is approaching, and we still have many challenges to face. But I promise you, I will not let the Red Tide territory return to those days of cold and hunger. I will use this victory to bring you real change. Now that I am back, I will make the Red Tide territory better. As his words fell, the entire crowd went silent for a moment. Then applause erupted like a tidal wave, carrying a long-suppressed excitement that burst forth. Lewis slowly raised his hand, signaling for the cheering to gradually quiet. Then he spoke in an unhurried tone. There are some who were merely slaves, but they have made indelible contributions to the development of the Red Tide territory with their blood and sweat. He paused, his tone firm. I, Lewis Calvin, hereby declare that the following 200 people are freed from slavery as of today. His words sent a shockwave through the crowd. Then Bradley stepped forward, unfolded a list, and began to read the names one by one. Isaac Marine Belson. A middle-aged slave hearing his name was momentarily stunned. then fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Thank you, my lord, for giving me my freedom. More and more names were announced, more and more people knelt and wept. Am I really free? I thought I'd never witness it in this lifetime. I have been diligently fishing every day, knowing my turn would eventually come. And indeed it did today. Each month, some slaves were released from the Red Tide territory. It wasn't an uncommon occurrence. But when this moment truly arrived for them, the overwhelming emotion was beyond words. Those whose names were not read mostly lowered their eyes in silence. Once again, it wasn't me. It's all right, the Red Tide territory releases people every month. Maybe next time it will be my turn. There will be another opportunity. As long as I continue to work hard, I can become a freeman one day. Yet there was no resentment in their eyes. Instead, they comforted each other, as the number of slaves in Red Tide territory was diminishing. Moreover, being a slave here was much better than being a freeman elsewhere. Many had been freemen in other territories, sold as slaves to this place. In their hearts, they knew well how kind this land and its master were. Some freemen applauded spontaneously, and many had eyes filled with comfort. He worked with me in the fields, a tall, thin, middle-aged man said to the person beside him. He worked fast and diligently. I knew he could become a freeman. Yes, others nodded. We were once slaves too. Lewis's gaze swept over the crowd below. Many slaves still kneeling, tears unstoppable. His voice was not loud but reached every corner clearly. Your names, the Red Tide will not forget. Those announced today are examples among the slaves. But it is not the end. As long as you are willing to contribute to this land, one day you will also gain freedom. Then he paused, his tone becoming solemn. And now it's time to thank another group of people. Those knights who fought, defended, and bled for the Red Tide territory. Both those who charged on the front lines and those who stayed to guard the Red Tide territory, your loyalty and courage have kept this land and the Northern Territory safe. Your glory is worthy of being remembered by the entire territory. Next, I will personally bestow upon you the honors and rewards you deserve. Then the drum beat softly as Bradley unfurled a parchment, loudly announcing the name of the first knight. Seymour Bell, for participating in the main battle at Qingyu Ridge and slaying 7 enemies. Step forward to receive your reward. Knight Seymour walked steadily onto the high platform and knelt on one knee. For your bravery and loyalty. Lewis personally pinned a Red Tide territory badge crafted beforehand by an artisan onto his chest, poured a cup of malt liquor, and proceeded to announce his reward. Seymour's hands trembled as he took the cup, drinking it in one go, tears in his eyes. I am willing to die for the Red Tide territory, for Lord Lewis. Then came the second, the third. The knights, either with notable battle achievements or for being meritorious in defense, were each named and called forward. Some couldn't stop their hands from trembling as they received bags of gleaming gold coins, while others couldn't resist drawing out exquisite longswords to have a closer look. Several were granted miniature fiefs or manor management rights, along with symbolic land grant documents. You will be the overseer of that land, governing it in my name, Lewis said. Upon hearing this, those individuals knelt immediately, bowing their heads deeply. Sworn to never betray your trust, my lord. The applause came in waves, surging throughout the square like the tide. Were stood at the back of the crowd, his cheeks reddened by the firelight. He didn't move or clap, but simply stared at the rows of knights being rewarded. That was the position he yearned for, the glory in his dreams. I will stand there too. The young man clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with determination. No matter the cost. One day, I will receive the Lord's personal reward. Lewis raised his glass and shouted loudly, Let the feast begin! The square instantly boiled over. Burning braziers were lit at the 4 corners, and colorful lanterns were hung high. Musicians played on flutes and violins with a brisk rhythm, as young serving girls danced to the beat of the drum. The craft beer was foamy and rich. The aroma of Red Tide smoked fish was enticing, The roast lamb leg oozed with oil as it was carved, and the wild mushroom venison bone soup rolled with steam in a large pot. Soldiers raised their glasses in laughter, children chased and played. Standing at the edge of the high platform, Louis quietly watched it all. His gaze softened a bit. This land he once watched over silently was slowly becoming prosperous. Those trusting eyes, those faces smiling with tears of joy, all of these stirred a faint warmth in Louis's heart. Of course, he wasn't without fatigue. After all, the greater the responsibility, the heavier the burden. But on nights like this, he still felt a sense of tangible achievement. Not the lofty vanity of nobility, but a more solid satisfaction. Louis gripped his wine glass and muttered softly, "Let's relax a bit tonight." After the revelry, work had to continue the next day. Louis sat up from his bed and rubbed his temples. This was a familiar semi-underground dwelling, and even though he was now a lord with vast lands, he still preferred to stay here. In his own domain, he slept peacefully. He stretched lazily and casually activated the daily intelligence system. As a translucent screen appeared before him, Daily Intelligence Update complete. 1. Signs of eagle claw vine growth have been found near Eagle Rock at the eastern entrance of Qingfeng Canyon. This plant has excellent effects on wound healing and can be developed into battlefield herbal medicine. 2. Magic power fluctuations have appeared at the southern end of Silver Shadow Forest, with a small amount of demon marrow or buried nearby. 3. A small herd of snow sheep has appeared in the central pasture snowfield, suitable for captive breeding and producing more milk in winter. 4. The Calvin clan has selected over 40 loyal and stable civil servants and stewards to assist Louis in managing the land. 5. Duke Calvin has dispatched a batch of supplies to support Red Tide territory, prioritizing grain, cotton clothes, and cold prevention medicines for the winter. 6. Duke Calvin has dispatched a group of knights under Louis's command, including 10 elite knights, 30 official knights, and 100 apprentice knights. 7. Duke Calvin has upgraded the Louis family's resource authority to level 2, granting the title of Northern Territory Agent for the family. There's so much intelligence today, and here come the resource-based reports again. He glanced at the first 3 entries, already forming a rough idea in his mind. Ever since he acquired nearly 1,000 kilometers of new territory, such resource point prompts had been popping up intermittently. Some were medicinal herbs, some were magic mines, and there were even potential pasture resources and so on. Although these new territories weren't as rich as Red Tide territory, the system always managed to dig up some unexpected benefits. These resources were important, but right now more pressing matters awaited, such as preparing winter supplies, restoring post-war order, settling refugees, deploying station troops, and handling the remaining movements of the Snow Swearer. These resources can wait until these current troubles are sorted out. Yet, the rest of the intelligence left Louis momentarily stunned. The old man's gold coins, really. More than I expected. It wasn't just a few bags of flour or a few horses, but a whole system of support. The resources from the Calvin family were not just material provisions, but more importantly, those accompanying civil servants and stewards. Over 40 all-proficient figures selected internally from the family, loyal, reliable, and experienced. Louis could assign them to Red Tide territory and the newly acquired 4 pieces of land to manage affairs, taxes, census, and grain levies, establishing a proper administrative skeleton. This meant Red Tide territory was no longer a makeshift operation. Finally, the days of Hilco doing the work of 10 people are gone forever. He said this with his mouth but felt a bit nostalgic for that alchemy apprentice who was respectful on the surface but cursed behind his back. And those merit knights who were knighted yesterday would work alongside this team of civil servants, officially taking over the land that was just on the brink of revival. Finally looks like a territory now. Louis alone couldn't manage so large a territory. He had once thought of directing all the refugees to concentrate their development in Red Tide territory, but resources were really tight, and without a modern logistics system it was impossible to urbanize on a large scale. And now he also had the possibility of diversion and coordination. Additionally, the accompanying military support included 10 elite knights, 30 official knights, and 100 apprentice knights. Adding to his already existing knights, he now had the makings of a mature noble lord's military. It could even be said, when compared with the positions of some senior viscounts, his foundation was not inferior at all. As for the seventh piece of intelligence, it kept him silent for a long time, pondering what it represented. Calvin family's Northern Territory agent. This was not just a title, but one with real power. It meant he could act in the Northern Territory in the name of the Calvin family, like a remote executor of the family's will. Of course, the Calvin family's power in the Northern Territory was somewhat small, and this title's actual power wasn't as high. In the end, it didn't hold much military power or land. Only a few fringe kin-owned small enclaves in remote areas. Combined, they weren't as large as Louis's current territory. The real value lay in the family's long-standing businesses in the Northern Territory. Several granaries, ironware shops, transport convoys, and a few safe trade routes, mostly available for use. This meant he could use the family's name to credit, negotiate prices. He could also mobilize transport, distribute supplies, prioritizing his own territories. Even in negotiations, he could play the "I represent the Calvin family" card to gain more trust. Though it wasn't an overpowering means, it was enough to give him some breathing room. This really is a timely benefit. Louis closed the light screen with a soft smile. These resources and manpower were like glazing warmth to Louis at this moment. His territories were too new, too vast, the people too mixed and chaotic, with every issue urgently needing human handling, every piece of material critical for survival. Even temporary support could help sustain a breath. Thus, he genuinely felt some gratitude towards Duke Calvin. Even though this biological father had practically ignored him in his childhood, and even kicked him to the Northern Territory, which was nearly a death sentence. But now that he's pulled through and gained military achievements, the support came down generously. People, money, status, resources, all given sufficiently. This was probably the cruel rule of nobility. Not nurturing useless ones, but once you prove your worth, they'll invest in you without hesitation. Louis finished reading the daily intelligence system and gently waved his hand to put away the light screen. All right, time to get to work. He rubbed his forehead and turned over to get out of bed. Washing up, dressing, his movements were as neat as ever. Just as the sky brightened, with the sun yet to pierce through the morning fog, the door to the office was already open. As he walked in, he saw Sif sitting by the desk, flipping through a thick stack of documents. "Good morning, Xiaobai," Louis greeted with a smile. Sif paused, seemingly surprised by his greeting, blinked before she stood up and bowed. "Good morning, sir." Her voice was soft, but her ears were slightly flushed. During the time Louis went to war, she did have thoughts of fleeing. She wasn't lacking courage. It was just not the right timing. Besides, where would she even go? Eventually, she simply stayed. And then Sif realized that she would find herself lost in thought at night. Would he die on the battlefield? What if he never came back? Upon hearing he had returned victorious, Sif let out a long sigh of relief. But such things, of course, couldn't be said out loud. It would be too odd. Sif merely bowed her head, pushed the organized documents over, her tone as usual. "The paperwork you wanted to see, I have already processed." Her voice wasn't loud, but her movements were very proficient. She just didn't realize that her hand, as she passed it over, was somewhat trembling. Louis didn't notice Sif's small anomaly. His gaze fell on the stacks of documents, almost taller than a person, and he sighed softly. These were the materials he had instructed Sif to organize before returning to the territory about the situation in Red Tide Territory and the areas newly assigned to him. He casually flipped through a few pages, and the headache feeling followed. Bandits, food shortage, winter survival, water contamination. Each page was filled with problems. He leaned back in his chair, fell silent for a moment, and finally decided to start with the refugees. Because with this issue, the earlier one took action, the more people could be saved. Snow Peak County suffered heavy damage during the war. Vast villages turned into ashes, and even Red Tide Territory was repeatedly harassed by snow swearers, held barely by the knights and soldiers Louis left behind. But the other territories weren't so lucky. Months of warfare had left the entire county battered and bruised. Fields abandoned, livestock plundered, warehouses ransacked. Even the well water was poisoned by enemies. Countless people lost their homes and family, struggling to survive on remnants, tree bark, and wild vegetables. They moved like shadows without a body, flowing through the broken ruins. All problems, really such a hassle. Louis flipped through the stack of documents, finally sighed and grumbled, pressing his forehead. Sif said nothing, just silently turned a page of parchment. She was well aware that Louis was right. Those struggling to survive in the ruins were like boiling water under too much pressure. At any moment, they might overflow due to cold, hunger, or fear. Louis slapped a sheet of parchment on the table and his tone sank. Other issues are manageable. The worst fear is an outbreak of epidemics among them. That's trouble that can't be salvaged. He put away his grievances, lightly tapped on the table, his gaze becoming calm, taking out a roughly yet meticulously marked map. All right, we'll divide this area of nearly 1,000 square kilometers into 4 subregions, handled by different groups responsible for refugee affairs in each area. He bent over the map to mark, dividing the whole territory roughly based on mountains, rivers, and abandoned villages into 4 parts. Naming them Tsanglu Territory, Ice Ridge Territory, Snowfield Territory, Cold Fur Territory. Louis casually named them. Next, we'll send out the knights, he said, bringing dry food and medicine, conducting a field investigation to see where the refugees are, their conditions, and how many people are still alive. Upon hearing the last sentence, Sif's movement stalled. Then she resumed, quickly recording. Then, set up reception points in each area, Louis said as he circled a few spots with a pen. The marks should be prominent. Let's use Red Tide Territory's banner. He paused. His voice softened. Also let them know that there are people in the world who care about them. All right, Sif replied softly as she recorded. It's still not enough. Louis thought for a moment, then bent down to make several notes on the table. The outposts must be built quickly. They need simple sheds, braziers, hay mats, and clean water sources. He paused, added, if the half-dug houses of Red Tide Territory can be replicated, that's the best. They can be built quicker and they're warm. Arrange for the carpenters and stonemasons to start directly at suitable locations. Sif quickly recorded, while asking, so, do all the outposts need to be prepared? Yes. Louis nodded solemnly. Prepare them to winter standards. Dry food, smoked fish, blankets. And also bring medicine. Don't give plague any chance. Listening to Louis's words, Sif gently pursed her lips, suddenly feeling an inexplicable emotion, like reassurance. Louis stood straight, his tone as calm as ever. Additionally, refer to Red Tide Territory's early model of the Work for Food program. Those who are willing to work will receive food and temporary shelter. He paused, continued directing. Build sheds, dig wells, chop wood, fish, hunt, plow, and grow vegetables. These tasks will be allocated. Record in the register those willing to work. Prioritize housing allocation for the particularly diligent. Also, those with special skills, such as medicine, farming, literacy, or blacksmithing or carpentry, register all of them. What about management personnel? Sif asked. The family members are already on their way. Louis's tone was steady. They will partner with the Knights of the Fief to form the initial backbone of each outpost. Louis tapped his fingers on the table and continued. But ultimately, it depends on the refugees themselves. We'll guide them to form groups, elect representatives, who will then uniformly receive supplies, report affairs, speeding things up and stabilizing. He spoke naturally as if already well prepared. Sif quietly glanced at him. Louis's brows slightly furrowed, appearing tired but still focused. Very different from his usual carefree and unruly manner. This young noble from the Southern Empire seemed more reliable than she imagined. Though a bit unwilling, somewhere in her heart she did feel a slight admiration. Perhaps, but just a bit. At this moment, Lewis looked up, directly meeting Sif's light-colored eyes. The girl froze, quickly lowered her head, pretending to continue flipping through the documents at hand. "Why are you staring at me?" Lewis asked instinctively. "Is there dirt on my face?" In that instant, Sif's ears turned red very quickly. Even her neck was tinted with a thin layer of pink. Just as Sif's cheeks flushed crimson and her ears burned, and she was hurriedly searching for an excuse to explain something, a knock came from the door. "Report, my lord, the chef has arrived," a night guardian said, pushing the door open. Lewis turned back and casually said, "Let him in." Before long, a chef wearing an apron gingerly walked in with a wooden tray. "The rabbit soup is here. It's been stewing for 4 hours." This was the rabbit soup Lewis had instructed him to stew the night before. Sif glanced over and immediately perceived that this bowl of soup was out of the ordinary. It looked expensive. "Put it on the table," Lewis just casually commanded, then turned to the guardian and said, "Go find Barnes and have him bring her over." "Yes, my lord." The guardian bowed and left. Once the room was quiet again, he turned and glanced at Sif, as if suddenly remembering. "Just now, what were you going to say?" Sif was once more ignited entirely like a torch, her face instantly turning even redder. "And no, nothing." She quickly lowered her head, her voice so fast it was almost inaudible. Lewis nodded, not thinking much of it, and began immersing himself in the documents on the table. He read earnestly, his brow furrowed, completely unconcerned with their previous conversation. Sif finally breathed a sigh of relief, leaning against the edge of the table and taking a step back, feeling her heartbeat finally slow down. Yet the redness on her ear tips didn't fade easily. Not long after, footsteps were heard outside the door. "Report, my lord, Barnes is here." Soon the door was pushed open, and an old knight stepped into the room, followed by an adolescent boy. "My lord, as soon as you asked me to bring someone over, I knew it must be to hear about this lad's performance." Barnes grinned, patting the shoulder of the youth beside him. "This child, Weir, is the most talented apprentice knight I've ever trained. I've served as a knight instructor for over 10 years in the Calvin family. Teaching more than 200 students, I've seen those with talent, the diligent ones, and those from noble birth, but never have I met anyone like him." He lowered his voice, as if discussing some forbidden heavenly secret. "Weir has, within 2 months, transformed from a kid who hadn't awakened his bloodline to a high-tier apprentice knight. This isn't due to divine favor nor a surplus of resources, but purely some talent I still can't perceive and a certain drive. Several times I've patrolled at night and found him practicing alone with a training sword, covered in injuries yet still training, and the next day standing at the forefront of the lineup. The young boy listened to his teacher's praise without arrogance, becoming even more reserved. He stepped forward silently, knelt on one knee, and spoke with almost reverent respect. "My Lord Lewis." He raised his head, the fervor in his eyes almost blinding, containing the gaze of faith, gratitude etched into his bones and blood. Weir knew it was this noble youth before him who bought him and his mother from the slavers, abolished their slave status, extracted them from the mire of fate, and promised them a future. From that moment on, Lewis became the sole son in his heart. If enemies approached, he would deflect every blade, every arrow for this lord. Lewis quietly watched Weir kneeling on the ground. His expression scarcely changed, only nodding, his gaze calm. Yet he was truly shocked. This quickly to high-tier apprentice? It's only been 2 months. He knew long ago Weir was a talent monster, but witnessing this experience bar rapidly flash forward in green light left him slightly dazed. However, beyond talent, what caught Lewis's attention was Weir's gaze. That fervor, reverence, even a touch of near faith. Since coming to the Northern Territory, he'd gradually become accustomed to such looks. Those originally destitute natives, fleeing slaves, refugees struggling to survive amidst rubble. They placed their hopes on him, responding to his goodwill in the most simple, direct manner, willing to give their all for him, even their lives. Lewis gazed at Weir and silently made a judgment in his heart. Loyalty. Probably above 90, evidently a grateful person. Stand up, Lewis said, his tone flat. But Weir, as if receiving some sort of oracle, stood with his spine straight, his whole being seemingly aglow. The rabbit soup, it's quite nourishing. Lewis casually pointed to the wooden bowl on the table, speaking to Weir. You drink it. The soup's color was a near icy blue, emitting a faint glow like a lake under the Northern Territory night sky, gently rippling with chill. Barnes glanced over, hesitantly moving closer for a look. To this. My lord, this is? His voice quivered, as if doubting his own eyes. Frost-bearded tundra rabbit, Lewis answered, flipping through documents, his tone breezy. TTT. It's not appropriate, Barnes stammered immediately. This thing in an auction house would fetch at least several thousand gold coins. How could we let Weir drink it? What's inappropriate about it? Lewis didn't look up. Just make sure he properly thanks me. You kid. Why are you still standing around? Hurry and thank the Lord. Barnes turned back and smacked Weir, nearly knocking him to his knees. This is a treasure even I dream of drinking. Weir finally reacted, immediately dropping to his knees with a thud. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Thank you. He kowtowed more than 10 times in a row, his forehead turning red. Lewis then raised his hand to help him up. This stuff is good, but more importantly, you need to show the skill that's worthy of this soup in the future. Weir raised his head, his tears already unstoppable, nodding as he cried, My lord, I will definitely achieve it. Sif at the side widened her eyes. She looked at the rabbit soup, then at Weir's excited appearance, and finally at the calm Lewis, her face full of astonishment. She never imagined Lewis would share such a precious thing with a youth of humble background. Enough chatter. Lewis pushed the bowl forward. Drink while it's hot. Yes. Weir carefully cupped the wooden bowl, cautiously bringing it to his lips for a deep sip. Cool yet slightly sweet, as if his entire insides were cleansed by snow water, immediately followed by an intense heat exploding in his chest. His body jolted, pain and surprise flashing in his eyes, nearly losing grip of the bowl. It felt as if something within him suddenly ignited. A fiery energy rose from his abdomen, rushing through his veins, swiftly surging towards his limbs. Don't move, Barnes urgently said. Don't move. Sit cross-legged. Close your eyes. Follow the breathing method I taught you. Make sure to steady your breath. Don't let the fighting energy rampage. Barnes hurriedly kneeled beside Weir and said, Don't move. Cross your legs, close your eyes, follow the breathing technique I taught you, and stabilize your breath. Don't let the fighting energy run wild. Heeding the words, Weir endured the severe pain and immediately did as told, sitting cross-legged to begin the breathing technique. With each breath, the power that had been rampaging through his body gradually started circulating within. Very good. Feel it. Don't resist, Barnes said softly with relief. Lewis stood aside, watching the cross-legged youth. These frost-bearded tundra rabbits, he had hunted 3 in total. 1 was kept for himself. 1 was given to Lambert, the most powerful person in the Red Tide territory. And the other ended up in the hands of the youth before him. Weir, the most promising rising star in the Red Tide territory. As for why not eat all 3 himself? Because although the rabbit's medicinal effects are good, its efficacy diminishes very quickly. The first can make 1 reborn, the second is just a minor nourishment, and the third is almost a waste. Lewis wasn't the kind of person who wanted everything. Rather than keep it all to himself, he preferred to use it to win hearts and cultivate subordinates. Faced with choices that offered maximum benefits, he never hesitated. Compared to brief personal growth, he needed a force he could trust more. Of course, this carried a great risk. Hopefully, this young man wouldn't disappoint him. Weir's whole body was red hot, but he still tried hard to control himself, slowly guiding the fighting energy within his familiar return path. With each breath, the violent energy seemed to be carefully drawn into the bloodstream, transforming into a warm spring that slowly flowed within. Soon his body quivered slightly. An almost imperceptible aura rose from his chest and rushed straight to the back of his brain along the spine. A red halo of fighting energy appeared on his body's surface, clearly visible. Barnes exclaimed loudly, "Has he broken through?" Junior Official Knight. To this extent. Is as expected. Lewis nodded slightly, yet couldn't help but feel a touch of comfort. We really hadn't disappointed him, breaking through from apprentice knight to official knight so quickly. However, just as everyone thought we had absorbed the rabbit soup's essence and would stop the breathing technique, he didn't move, and his breathing became deeper and longer. His breath continued to flow like a tide. Everyone felt something was amiss. Maybe there was some mistake? In the next moment, an even denser ripple of fighting energy expanded from his body. Barnes' eyes suddenly widened. Again. Lewis's pupils also contracted slightly, intending to break through 2 tiers at once. This can't be done by luck alone. Kid, don't be greedy, Barnes shouted. But we didn't heed the external commotion. His fighting energy was still surging. The once somewhat immature aura suddenly became as sharp as a blade. The rhythm of the breathing technique changed accordingly, transitioning from steady to forceful, as if war drums were beating, further driving the power to condense. The air seemed to churn. Wisps of tiny airflow spiraled around him. Soon, a second halo of fighting energy appeared, thicker and steadier than before. Mid-tier Official Knight. Barnes was already speechless. What's going on? This kid jumped 2 tiers. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly realized Lewis beside him hadn't said a word. He turned his head to find Lewis still standing with his hands behind his back, composed as usual. Indeed, the Lord of Nobility is truly different, witnessing such a miracle without batting an eye. Barnes thought admiringly. But at that moment, Lewis's nails were almost embedded in his palm. To leap 2 stages. The shock stirring in his heart far exceeded the calm on the surface. And where before him still had his eyes tightly shut, the breathing technique showing no signs of stopping. The ascending momentum continued to accumulate slowly, seemingly brewing up an even more astonishing leap. His face flushed red, washed by the fighting energy. Beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. Lewis's gaze suddenly focused. He had already guessed the other's intent. Could it be? He's aiming to directly advance to high tier? Does he have a death wish? But just as the momentum was nearing its peak, Weir's body suddenly shook. The fighting energy fluctuation abruptly ceased. No breakthrough, but he also didn't get caught in a backlash. He slowly opened his eyes, a trace of clarity, and slight regret emerged in his gaze. A little bit short, he murmured softly. What a pity, just short by a bit. For a moment, the office was so quiet that even the sound of the wind ceased. Barnes stood dazed, his mouth half open, as if struck by lightning, and Lewis standing beside him still wore an imperturbable expression, as if everything was under control. Only his lips twitched slightly, and inside he was already cursing. He himself, from high-tier apprentice knight, struggled, practiced, battled arduously, spending nearly 10 years to cross those thresholds to become a formal mid-tier knight. And this kid drank a bowl of soup, crossed legs, hummed a little, directly, thundered through 2 tiers, and still looking regretful. Lewis took a deep breath, silently turned his head to look at the ceiling, suddenly feeling somewhat tired. Really, comparing yourself to others can be frustrating. He gritted his teeth hard in his heart. Where opened his eyes, the power within still felt like surging tides, but the excitement within was even more overwhelming. He opened his mouth towards Lewis, as if wanting to say something, but when the words reached his mouth, he couldn't express them. Wanting to express gratitude, loyalty, to voice out this unimaginable excitement well. But due to limited cultural level, he finally only squeezed out, "Sir, I will definitely. Then he got stuck. Lewis looked at him in this state. His lips curled. All right, you better save some brain power. Then he paused, his tone shifting. Starting from tomorrow, besides continuing the basic training with Barnes, stay by my side as my guardian knight. Guardian knight. Weir's eyes widened. His brain instantly short-circuited. That was something he had fantasized numerous times in his dreams. He didn't expect that this dream would come true today just like that. Being able to follow this lord personally, becoming his close strength, traversing battlefields, witnessing each glory. For a moment, he didn't know what to do, only knelt down again with a thud, his head almost touching the ground. "Hey, stop kowtowing," Lewis said disdainfully. "I won't accept kowtowing bugs as my protector. Keep kowtowing and you can go be a stable boy." Were froze, instantly not daring to move, but his entire face still flushed, yet his eyes were shining. He stood up, his voice trembling. I definitely won't disappoint you." Lewis patted his shoulder. "Hope you can do it." Were nodded repeatedly, expressing his resolve. The midday sun slanted down, and a gentle breeze carried a hint of chill. Lewis draped a dark gray wolfskin cape over his shoulders, a sword at his waist, riding along the dirt path. Behind him followed several guards, all armed and armored, silent without a word. In the ranks of the guard knights, the most eye-catching was not the few burly elite knights but rather a slightly immature figure. That was Weir, clad in a not-so-fitting knight's light armor, with a shorter knight's sword at his waist. Despite his body not being fully grown, riding on that sturdy horse gave the impression of a child riding a big horse. Yet, he sat steadily, without a hint of wobbling, indicating he had put in considerable effort into his horsemanship. The only jarring thing was probably his face, trying hard to maintain a stern, yet still somewhat childish expression. He was trying hard to put on a face that said, "I'm already a protector of the great lord." Yes, clearly posing for coolness. Lewis passed by him, glancing sideways, almost unable to hold back a laugh. Just then, a strong smell of smoked fish hit them. They were passing by a smoked fish workshop. Within the half-open wooden shed, cooking smoke swirled, and the fish hung on iron hooks slowly changed color. The aroma wafted through the air. A woman in a coarse apron came out of the shed and happened to see Weir riding by. That was Weir's mother. Her face was still damp with sweat, but her eyes were filled with joy upon seeing Weir. "Oh, it's Weir." She waved her hand. Her eyes turned into crescent moons. "The Lord is here too." Lewis nodded gently in acknowledgement. And Weir, pretending not to hear, he sat up straighter, staring stiffly ahead, as if saying, "I'm currently the Lord's protector on duty, can't get distracted." The next second, smack! Lewis raised a hand, lightly swatting Weir on the back of the head. "You little rascal, greet your mother." Aye. Weir stood there stunned, his face instantly flushed red. "Quickly," Lewis urged. "Yes." Weir hurriedly turned his head, speaking a bit loudly. "Mom, I'm with the Lord, protecting him." He waved to his mother, not daring to lift his eyes. The woman in the workshop beamed with a smile. Yes, protect the Lord well, and I'll make you some fish soup tonight." "Mom!" Stop it. Ha. A few guards couldn't hold it any longer and burst into laughter. Weir completely lost his composure, his entire face turning red to the roots of his ears, his neck almost changing color too. He lowered his head, muttering something softly, like a little fox with bristling fur. Lewis also stifled a laugh, shaking his head as he turned his horse to continue forward. The purpose of this trip was to inspect the main grain storage of Red Tide territory, the Red Rock Warehouse. It was a natural cave converted into an underground granary, close to a mountain stream, its location hidden, maintaining stable low temperatures and humidity year-round, practically a natural cold storage. The geographical location was personally chosen by Lewis. The design draft was roughly sketched by him, listing a bunch of requirements like, must be low temperature, rodent-proof, pay attention to ventilation. Then, he confidently handed over the daunting task to Bradley, a typical pass-the-buck type of leadership. But Bradley was the kind of person who, when given a piece of land, could build a granary and 2 underground rooms with ease. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reached such a high position in the Calvin clan. This task was more than manageable for him. Of course, Lewis made a point to visit the site once before heading out for battle, casually strolling around. He offered quite a few suggestions, such as removable wooden racks inside the granary, keep dry and wet areas separate, and so on. Then Lewis patted his backside and went off to the battlefield. Now that he's back, it's time to see the quality of this entrusted to Bradley under my guidance underground granary. Ahead is the Red Rock Warehouse. One of the knights rode forward, pointing to the end of the cliff. Following that direction, a natural rock face had been finely polished, still retaining its original ruggedness. Yet a deeper structure could be seen hidden behind. The overall environment was quiet, with moderate humidity, and exceptionally hidden, making finding it a tough task unless the location was known in advance. This rock cave at the mountain's base was indeed like the daily intelligence system suggested, a natural constant temperature storage place. At the entrance stood 5 or 6 red-tied knights and a dozen soldiers, ensuring absolute security here. Upon seeing Lewis and the others, the guards straightened up, saluting solemnly. "Lord, thank you for your hard work." Lewis replied briefly, dismounting, and headed towards the entrance of the warehouse. In front of the entrance, a person stood respectfully, awaiting Lewis's arrival. A black cloak lined with dark green, slightly curly silver hair, leaning on an ebony cane. He was Bradley, now the most trusted elder in Red Tide territory by Lewis and the person in charge of internal affairs there. "Your Excellency." The old man slightly bowed, his tone respectful. "The Red Rock Warehouse is ready. Please follow me." Lewis nodded and followed Bradley into the granary. Entering inside, they were greeted by cool and dry air. The floor was laid with moisture-proof stone bricks, the sections were clearly divided, and everything was neatly arranged. Bradley led the way while introducing. The main warehouse is divided into 3 chambers: the grain storage, smoked fish storage, meat cold room, and dry goods herb storage. He lightly pointed at the roof's ventilation hole position. "According to your suggestion, each storage is equipped with ventilation shafts and rodent-proof boards, while the smoke chamber has a simple diversion system installed to disperse smoke and moisture. The grains, fish, and meats are stacked on categorized racks. We designed detachable wooden racks to save space as you suggested, and a double-door buffer designed to prevent sudden temperature changes." Lewis surveyed the surroundings, noticing the warehouse was clean and tidy, with a reasonable structure, not a trace of mildew or dust even in the corners. Several design details, like the small wheel rails for easy transport, were ideas he had casually mentioned before. Now all were implemented precisely. "Very well done," Lewis softly praised, conveying genuine approval. Bradley gave a slight bow, neither arrogant nor humble, as if this result was only to be expected. "Thank you for your praise, my lord. It's my duty." As they spoke, Bradley pushed open a warehouse door, inviting everyone inside. Cool and dry air rushed over them, the floor laid with moisture-proof stone bricks, everything neat and orderly. Guardians lit petroleum lamps, illuminating the warehouse clearly. Seeing everything in the warehouse, Weir's eyes brightened, unable to hold back an exclamation. So much grain?" He remembered how his mother was worried if the Lord had prepared enough, worried whether they would have enough to eat in winter, and had secretly said to eat less to lighten the Lord's burden. It seems now she shouldn't need to worry anymore. Indeed, the Lord remains so reliable. Bradley ignored the young knight's exclamations and took out a notebook, opening it to a page and introducing. "The current food reserves are as follows: 170 tons of rye, 70 tons of potatoes, 20 tons of turnips. If distributed rationally, this batch of staple food is enough to feed 2,000 people for 3 to 4 months." Lewis slowly scanned the orderly arranged sacks of grain in the warehouse, with clear markings on the wooden boxes and a reasonable distribution of layers, all stacked proportionately, with gaps for moisture and rodent prevention. He praised, "Very good." Bradley continued to lead the way, pushing open the door of the adjacent warehouse. a rush of smoky aroma with a roasted scent hit him. Regarding smoked fish, this season's production is 12 tons, along with another 10 tons of fresh fish stored in ice pits to preserve. He introduced while walking, to increase the winter food stock, we made our fishing nets denser. During the last wave of fish migration in autumn, we should be able to catch quite a bit more. Lewis nodded. Initially, to maintain sustainable fishery, he had instructed to use nets with large holes to let the small fish go. But given the current special circumstances, to handle emergencies, he personally approved to change the net holes to be smaller for intensive fishing to maximize the harvest. Further inside was a small room filled with cured meats and dried herbs. The space was not large, yet it was organized neatly. Wild game was hung on the wall, and farmed meat cuts were placed on shelves. In the corner, there were several bundles of dried herbs, not a lot, but enough for emergencies. These are from the rounds of hunting and slaughtering before autumn. Bradley introduced, not much, but can be quite useful. After making a round, they retraced their steps through the warehouses and finally returned to the exit of the main warehouse. Bradley opened his portable notebook, organizing his records with his head down, while summarizing in a soft voice. Combining staple grains, smoked fish, cured meats, and miscellaneous herbs, the current stock is as follows. Tons of rye, 70 tons of potatoes, 20 tons of turnips, for staple food use. Tons of smoked fish, 10 tons of fresh fish with processing ongoing. About 4 tons of cured meats and wild game, some still air drying. Although herbs are few, they are barely sufficient and can treat several common cold ailments accordingly. He paused slightly, speaking steadily. If we follow a standard of 2 pounds of grain per day, distributing rationally, rotating, and supplementing with a labor for grain policy, it can support the current population of over 2,000 in red tide territory, barely making it through the 4-month-long winter. However, if we encounter extreme cold, snow-blocked roads, or external disasters, it will become tight. The coming months require strict control over entries and consumption. Lewis listened quietly, not speaking immediately, knowing Bradley was not wrong. The food is indeed enough. But this enough is supported by frugality, by system, and by human will. Should anything go wrong in any of these links, even just a sudden winter epidemic, or the spring coming late by a few days, the little surplus in the warehouse could be consumed clean in a matter of weeks. Red Tide Territory, located in the southern part of Northern Territory, is somewhat better off than the true extreme cold regions, but the winter cannot be underestimated. From early December to the end of March the following year, a whole 4-month-long permafrost period awaits, with low temperatures and snowstorms average once or twice a week, snow accumulation reaching up to 3 meters. The coastline will also enter a fully frozen period, lasting at least 1 to 2 months. No matter how full the warehouse is, it cannot guarantee to withstand this period's storms, delays, and various what-ifs. And this is already the best situation the Red Tide Territory, and even the entire Northern Territory, could achieve to face the harsh winter by the year's end. He could not demand more of the people. They had already been frugal and hardworking enough. Moreover, Bradley's accounts only considered the existing population of 2,500 in Red Tide Territory. There are more people waiting to be accommodated in the newly acquired territory of over 1,000 square kilometers. Most of those people are refugees displaced by war and can't possibly have any surplus food for wintering. If relief is not provided, it is almost predictable that by the end of this winter, they will one by one die in the snow, unable to find even their bones. Even with the newly supported food from Father, it's actually just a little, not enough to save those people. Lewis silently calculated, his eyes darkening slightly. The food supported by the Calvin clan, including black rice, legumes, dry wheat flour, and a bit of salted meat, totaled less than 100 tons. After deducting wastage on the long journey and storage losses along the way, what truly ends up in the warehouse might only be 70 to 80 tons. These supplies can somewhat sustain a few hundred people. But for those thousands waiting for food to survive the winter, it's merely a drop in the ocean. His fingers lightly tapped the edge of the warehouse door, pondering for a long time. He understood that there were, in fact, only two choices before him. One was to give up on the refugees in that new territory. Wait till spring next year to buy slaves from the south, to develop and build at a lower cost, slowly turning the land into one's truly own fiefdom. This path is the correct one. As long as he closed his eyes and didn't look at those people shivering in hunger and cold, everything would fall into place. But Louis couldn't do it. His gaze fell to the distant valley, as if seeing those shabby figures kneeling and begging in the snow. He couldn't bear it. But the limit of food storage had been reached, and field gathering wouldn't make it in time. Only one method truly could fill the gap: buying food, which is the second choice. He is currently the Calvin clan's agent in the Northern Territory, having the right to mobilize all the resources and trade channels of the business associations. Taking this path, the cost of buying food would also be significantly lower than ordinary nobility. Bradley. The old man stepped forward immediately, slightly bowing. Yes, Louis ordered. Arrange for a group to buy food directly through the Calvin family's commercial channels. Surprise flickered in Bradley's eyes. Then he lowered his head to respond. Understood. But, regarding funds, don't worry about money, Louis said calmly. The rewards exchanged from wartime merits, the revenue from extracted and sold demon marrow, and the various miscellaneous earnings altogether, he now held cash exceeding 20,000 gold coins. In other words, he was almost so poor that he only had money left. But that's just right, because this money should be spent on the most critical place. Even if not lavishly, saving a bit is enough to buy people hope for a winter. So this matter he not only could do but also must do it cleanly and efficiently. Buy for me the most durable for storage, the most filling, the cheapest yet most reliable. He locked eyes with Bradley, speaking smoothly and without haste. The most important thing is, it must be fast, before winter arrives. Bradley nodded solemnly. Understood. Despite the fact that the Calvin Commerce Association's grain procurement is advancing splendidly. In a few days, carts will come from the south, delivering heavy sacks of grain into the Red Tide territory. But Louis is very clear in his heart that relying solely on purchasing grain is far from dependable. This is ultimately just a stopgap measure. The winters in the Northern Territory are unrelenting, and to truly survive, relying solely on external support won't work. In case the snow line advances, transportation is obstructed, or enemies take advantage of the situation. There are too many variables, so he doesn't dare pin all his hopes on the outside. We must plan ahead and prepare in multiple ways. Thus, a few days later, he proposed 2 emergency plans to slightly increase food supply within the Red Tide territory. The first is to utilize the geothermal hot spring areas within the Red Tide territory to build a mini greenhouse system. Though the Red Tide territory is located in the icy snowfields of the Northern Territory, it does have a few rare hot spring spots. These places have perennial mist, melting even the snow on the ground in winter, with ground temperatures remaining above 0 degrees even in winter. Perhaps for others, these are just a few curious hot water pits. But in Louis's eyes, these are the most precious farming resources in the entire territory. He stood before a densely marked map and circled a few areas, placing these mini greenhouses near these hot springs. After detailed design work, he entrusted this task to Mick, the agriculture officer. Mobilize manpower and use local materials to build a few first. Mike widened his eyes, although he had no idea about the reason behind Louis's actions or whether it would work. However, he didn't object at all, simply nodding emphatically, as he always had complete faith in Louis's words. The structure of the mini greenhouse designed by Louis is not complex. Using thick wooden beams to prop up arch-shaped frameworks, covered with animal hides and thick burlap, then sealed tightly with mud. The hot spring water is piped inside, forming a circulating hot air corridor. Without needing a stove, the temperature inside the greenhouse can be maintained above the growth line for crops. Thus, even if it's a blizzard outside, the inside can remain as warm as spring. Of course, what to plant is also crucial. We don't seek high yield, only speed. Louis's requirements were exceedingly clear. After careful selection from the seed bank, the first batch to be planted included the following 3 crops. Fast-growing lettuce, which can be harvested in just 20 days, may taste bland but grows quickly and provides sustenance, making it the first choice for the commoner's staple food. Winter radish with a slightly longer maturity period, but it excels in high yield and long preservation. It's suitable for soups, pickling, and porridge, offering good nutrition. Ground dragon grass, usable for both food and medicine, with sturdy rhizomes not only usable for medicine but also combinable with grains to make a pot of warming medicinal porridge, especially important for children and the elderly. Upon receiving Lewis's orders, the craftsman began building by his drawings, clanging beside the hot springs. A few days later, the first batch of greenhouses was ready near the hot springs. A few low huts stood quietly amidst the steaming water vapor in the geothermal area by the hot springs. The wooden frames were sturdy, and the tops were covered with animal hides and burlap, shielding from the cool breeze of early autumn. Hot spring water flowed slowly along the channels, bringing the warmth from underground into the greenhouse. Lewis lifted the covering and took a glance inside. Rows of fast-growing lettuce seedlings had quietly pushed through the soil, revealing moist green buds that hinted at vigorous life in the gray-brown earth. Seeing Lewis come to inspect, Mike ran over with unstoppable joy on his face. "Lord, they've sprouted, really sprouted. Your method truly works." He trembled with excitement, like a child planting for the first time and seeing their seeds germinate. Lewis nodded. "Continue building." He spoke calmly, as if this outcome was entirely expected. "Yes," Mike nodded repeatedly. "I'll arrange for more manpower immediately, as many as we can plant." Following behind, Weir, who was never much for farming, widened his eyes in astonishment at the sight of the green buds emerging from the soil. Can this actually grow? Although it hasn't snowed yet, isn't the ground already cold? The hot spring water is underneath. Lewis glanced at him. As long as the ground is covered, the heat won't escape. The warmth in the soil allows for planting. Is it really possible to do this? Weir opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing, staring at his lord with a fiery gaze. The great sun warms the earth, allowing it to be cultivated. Lewis noticed his gaze and smiled gently. "Let's go. We'll have a look at the fishing." From the greenhouses to the dock, the temperature was mildly cool, but the wind was gentle, vapor mingling at the surface, carrying a subtle scent of mud and fish in the air. Early autumn had not yet frozen the rivers, providing the last window for fish migration. Now, the fishery in the red tide territory was already highly developed. Rows of wooden stakes were erected on the dock, with several newly built large ships docked at the side, sails still bearing the creases of fresh cutting. On the water, an entire fleet of fishing boats was busily working in an orderly fashion. Over a dozen fishing boats, circled together, with nets descending slowly underwater, oars slicing through the water, creating waves. The fishermen on the boats cooperated seamlessly. They rowed to drive the fish while simultaneously tightening the nets, the thick ropes creaking through the water, sounding like some wild beast's mouth slowly closing. Suddenly, the water erupted. Silver-white fish bodies were thrown high into the air, glistening enticingly under the sun. "The fish are up. Quick, haul in. Haul in." The fishermen shouted in unison. Their movements on the boats turned urgent yet orderly. The water surface boiled, silver glints everywhere, as a heavy net was pulled up, causing the boat to tilt slightly. This sight captivated Lewis. Just then, a familiar voice came from the dock. "Lord, you're here." Without any notice, Luke ran over with a beaming smile, his face full of pride and sycophancy. "The first catch today is at least over 2,000 fish," he said, gesturing wildly to indicate the fish's size, his eyes full of light. "This fish migration is a great harvest." Lewis looked at the face almost splitting from smiling and just nodded lightly. "Good work, Luke. It's all thanks to your wise arrangements." Luke immediately straightened his back, his tone brimming with pride. "If you hadn't let us modify the nets beforehand, we couldn't have caught so many. Now there's no worry about food and drink for winter." Enough of the flattery. Just speak the truth. Luke chuckled, quickly straightening his posture. Yes, yes. Whatever instructions you have, Lord, I'll complete them 100%. Lewis looked at the unfrozen waterways not far away. Today, I want you to take some people and try to set up a batch of simple winter fisheries. Winter. Fishing ground. Luke was taken aback, quickly understanding. You mean ice fishing? We usually do that. Something like that. Lewis nodded. But I have a few improvements to make. He took out a map, pointing to several tributaries on it, carefully choosing his words as he shared his ideas. Those areas with lower terrain, slower water flow, and slower freezing speeds can be prioritized. First, chisel an ice hole, then reinforce the edges with thick planks and stones to prevent collapse. Next, set a net under the ice and use small fish and minced meat as bait to create a fishing hole. Then establish a fisherman rotation, fishing once each morning and evening. You can also dig drainage ditches to direct hot spring runoff or geothermal water. Any warmth in the water helps, so the fish don't freeze to death. Of course, these are just my ideas, and the specific operation is up to you. You don't have to follow exactly what I say, as long as you can catch more fish. Yes, I'll do my best. Luke patted his chest. If this works out, there won't be a shortage of meat in red tide territory this winter. You're exaggerating. But even if we catch only a few dozen pounds a day, it's better than nothing. Lewis replied coldly. Luke responded and left, quickly sketching something in his notebook while muttering to himself, "The master is truly a genius." Although the first snow had yet to fall, the winter food stockpile battle in red tide territory had already entered its second phase. The sky was oppressively gray, and the wind howled through the gaps in the ruined rooftops, stirring up a layer of charred ashes on the ground. Ian knelt in a dilapidated house, holding the unconscious Mia in his arms, his expression despairing. The girl's small face was burning hot, her lips already cracked, and her eyelashes trembled lightly in the wind, like withered leaves in late autumn. "Wake up. Mia, you have to wake up." Ian wiped her forehead with his sleeve, being so gentle as if afraid that any force would erase her from this world. But Mia showed no response, her breath growing weaker by the moment. Ian, in his futile efforts, lowered his head, burying his face in his daughter's shoulder, letting out a deeply suppressed sob. But no one responded to him. This place was once the village where their ancestors had lived for generations. 2 months ago, one could still hear the laughter of children by the stream, wives chatting cheerfully by the well while doing laundry, and men busy with wooden boards repairing houses for winter. Ian's home was at the village entrance, not too big or small, with a virtuous wife and an adorable little daughter, Mia. He never thought that everything would be gone in an instant. The first attack was 2 months ago, when the snow swearers rode warhorses down the mountain pass, like an avalanche coming out of nowhere. There were no horns, no warnings. The men didn't even have time to grab their axes before they fell in pools of blood. The women and children didn't have time to escape and were dragged into the sea of flames. That day, Ian happened to be chopping wood in the back mountain, and by the time he returned, the village had already turned into a sea of red flames. He only managed to rush into his house and carry out his daughter, who was hiding in the corner of a room. He couldn't find his wife, nor did he see her body. He only found her apron and shoes by the shattered stove. He had to take his daughter into the back mountain and hide in the woods for 3 days, surviving on spring water and tree bark. A few days later, they returned to the village with other survivors. The village had been completely looted. The bodies had already decayed, some dragged away by wild animals, the warehouses emptied, even the well water shining with an oily, putrid gleam. Someone tried to take a sip and never woke up the next day. Ian covered that well, sealing it with rubble, not daring to let Mia near it even by a step. Holding Mia, he searched house by house. Every remaining mud house he meticulously searched, looking for anything edible, usable, or burnable. Even just a piece of not completely moldy hard bread, a torn piece of animal skin. At that time, he had only one thought: as long as Mia survived. He cleared out a small wooden house in the back, nailing 2 large wooden boards horizontally where the door had burned down. The roof was leaky, so he climbed up and patched it with thick layers of burlap and straw. In the corner were moldy grains. He carefully sifted them clean, boiled them into porridge, and fed her mouthful by mouthful. Every day, he had to go out to gather firewood, find wild vegetables, and turn over the muddy ground, hoping to find a not completely rotten turnip or catch a wild rabbit. At first, things were still all right. Mia, though weak, could open her eyes, smile, and even make little jokes. "Dad, you stole the little mouse's meal again. It's going to be angry." But 2 nights ago, she suddenly developed a high fever. She kept shivering yet complained of feeling cold, her lips pale, her forehead burning hot. Ian panicked, stuffing everything burnable into the stove, even placing his outer coat into the bedding. He fed her herbal decoctions and small bits of dry food, but nothing worked. Mia grew weaker by the day, spoke less and less, and her eyes wouldn't open. Just a while ago, Oldun made a special trip to visit. He was one of the few elders who survived in the village, highly respected. He bent over as he entered, glanced at the child on the bed, then looked at Ian. "She won't make it." Ian said nothing, only tightened his grip on his daughter's hand. Oldun took a few steps closer and sighed. "This burning can't be saved. If you drag it out, you'll also drain yourself." He pointed outside. "That little river out back hasn't frozen." Ian raised his head, his pupils constricting instantly. "What are you trying to say?" "Let her go, it'll be a release, and she'll suffer less," Oldun said. The air suddenly turned as cold as frozen snow. "Say that again." Ian's voice was as hoarse as sandpaper. Oldun tried to persuade further. "Ian, be realistic. If she were awake, she wouldn't want you to even risk your life. Get out." Ian stood up, eyes devoid of human warmth. "Leave now." Oldun sighed, shrinking as he retreated. The moment the door closed, the room returned to its deathly silence, with only the crackling sound of the fire and the girl's intermittent breathing. Ian sat by the bed, holding Mia, carefully pressing her burning forehead against his chest. She was so hot, as if she could burst into ashes at any moment. He was helpless. He truly had no solution left. The firewood was nearly gone, the clean water was running out. Ian dared not close his eyes, dared not sleep, just hugging her repeatedly in his heart saying, "Hold on, just a bit longer, just a bit more." At this moment, the distant sound of hoofbeats suddenly emerged. "Galip glop, galip glop, galip glop." Could it be those bandits again? Ian stiffened all over, his breath caught in his throat, his eyes crazily scanning for any escape route. How to escape now? With what? He was barely holding on, and Mia was still burning with fever, unable to even walk. Ian clenched his teeth, his fingers reaching toward the firewood knife beside the stove, his eyes glued to the door. The door was pushed open, and a boot stepped into the room. Ian rushed forward and raised the firewood knife to chop, but before he could strike, the newcomer easily caught it with a hand. With a click, the firewood knife was snatched away with one hand. Ian was stunned. The visitor was not the bandit he imagined. He was dressed in metal armor, with an emblem of a crimson sun on his chest. "You are." Before Ian could react, the knight had already tossed the firewood knife aside and quickly walked towards the bed, looking at the huddled little girl. He frowned, took off his gloves, and tentatively touched Mia's forehead. "High fever." His tone was steady, yet it felt like a decree. Without another word, he bent down to pick up the girl. "What are you doing? Put her down." Ian instinctively tried to snatch her back but was stopped by the other's hand. The man said firmly, "I am a knight from the Red Tide territory, here to save lives. There's a healer nearby. Your child is still in time." As he spoke, he had already turned and was heading out the door. Ian was stunned. Red Tide territory? Rescue? Healer? He couldn't quite grasp what the knight was saying, his mind still in chaos. But he clearly heard those 4 words, "Still in time." Those were the most beautiful words he had heard in months. So Ian let go of the knight's arm. The knight said nothing more, just carried the little girl in his arms, hurried out the door, mounted his horse, and galloped away to the west. Ian was stunned for a moment, then suddenly reacted and dashed out the door barefoot. He ran desperately in the direction the knight left, with the earth scraping his soles, rough soil leaving streaks of blood. But the knight rode too fast. Within moments, he disappeared into the forest, not even a shadow to be seen. "Mia!" he shouted, stumbling as he chased. There was no response, only the howling of the wind. Ian didn't know what else he could do, only that he had to pursue, just to confirm that the night wasn't a mirage. Even if it's just to give himself a reason to go on living. He could only keep running in that direction. His breathing was like rust scraping inside his chest, every step as if on burning iron. Yet he dared not stop. After almost 2 hours of running, something finally appeared in front of him. It was a campsite. Ian was stunned. This place. He'd been here before. Before the war, it was this small village where he, as a carpenter, had come to repair houses. But now the village was no more. The place was filled with collapsed houses, charred wooden beams, with axe marks and arrows on the scorched walls. It seemed like this place had also been attacked by the snow swearers. But unlike his own village, amidst the ruins sprouted a cluster of tents, campfires illuminating the night, with smoke rising and figures bustling about. He couldn't believe his eyes. The air was filled with the warm aroma of porridge, people holding bowls, sitting by the fire blowing gently, faces full of contentment. Soldiers patrolled, children peeked out from tents, wounded lay wrapped in bandages in corners, and healers in clean robes bent over the wounded, carefully bandaging them. The tents weren't new, but they were sturdy, dry, and free of mustiness. The porridge was plain grain gruel but warm, fragrant, enough to fill the stomach. Compared to past days, this was paradise. The most striking sight was a high flag in the center of the camp. A crimson flag fluttered in the wind, with a golden sun emblazoned in the center. Ian soon found where his daughter was. Not because of any great sense of direction, but because the place was surrounded by so many people, the noise was so great, he almost instinctively rushed over. There was the largest tent, the curtain half lifted, surrounded by a circle of equally ragged refugees, anxious expressions, some weeping softly, others just biting their lips in silence. Several healers in white robes moved busily inside, their hands smelling of blood and herbs. The injured, most like him, were ragged refugees, tormented survivors. He even recognized a few familiar faces, some with bandages on their legs, others with wounds on their faces. Then he saw his daughter. Amongst a heap of herbs and draperies, a small figure lay on a makeshift wooden bed, her face pale, breathing faintly. Beside her, a healer carefully applied herbal paste to her forehead, the green ointment exuding a pungent bitterness, but also a bit of reassuring fragrance. Ian almost collapsed beside the healer, his voice trembling like a broken bellows. "Can she be saved?" The healer didn't even look up, continuing to work. "Yes, she can be saved. The fever isn't too deep. It's already lowered a bit. It's mostly up to her to hold on, but her chances are good." Those few words pulled Ian back from the edge of a cliff. His eyes burned, his body went limp, and he knelt down, head to the ground ready to bow. But before he could, a hand grabbed his arm, roughly dragging him to the side. "Don't block the way. There's a line behind you." The voice was not loud but laced with impatience. Ian could only be pulled aside, but he kept muttering, "Thank you." Tears streamed down. He couldn't remember how long it had been since he last cried. But at this moment he finally dared to weep. The hope of his daughter surviving truly came. So Ian stayed by Mia's side an entire night. He never left the tent, just squatting by her bed, eyes fixed unwaveringly on her face. Her complexion no longer seemed so pale, and the heat on her forehead had decreased somewhat. Although still in a deep sleep, her breathing stabilized. His heart was like being slowly lifted from hell. "Much better," Ian muttered, saying it for himself. Outside the tent, the sky was already turning pale. Dawn was near. Someone came in from outside, a young boy holding a wooden bowl, bearing the Red Tide Territory's red armband. He saw Ian hadn't left all night and said nothing, just placed the bowl of hot porridge by his side. Just cooked, while it's still hot. The boy left those words and went busy elsewhere. Ian blankly looked at the bowl of porridge. The bowl was wooden, the porridge without meat, just a few grains, some unknown wild vegetables, and a few yellowing beans, with a light oily sheen floating on the surface. But after taking a sip, the faint aroma rushed straight to his nose. The warm porridge slid down his throat, his stomach tingling with a long-lost warmth, almost causing him to choke with emotion. He lowered his head, drinking the not particularly tasty porridge, while tears trickled down, dropping into the bowl. Ian? Upon hearing someone call him, Ian lifted his head and saw a man who seemed vaguely familiar standing at the entrance of the tent, cautiously waving at him while holding a bowl of porridge. It was Ike, a young man from their village. They weren't very close, but often met. In this unfamiliar camp, encountering someone he recognized felt like meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Ian? You survived too. Ike's tone was much warmer than usual. He seemed more spirited than Ian imagined, looking well, and though his clothes were somewhat tattered, he appeared more composed than Ian's disheveled state. You're here too. Ian was a bit surprised. Lucky me. Ike sat beside him. Recently escaped to the mountains and nearly froze. If it weren't for the lords of the Red Tide Territory finding me, I'd probably be nothing but bones now. The lords of the Red Tide Territory? Ian looked at him, his eyes full of questions. It's them. Ike's eyes lit up, his voice almost flying. Haven't you heard? We have a new lord now. He's called Lewis Calvin. Calvin, Ian murmured, repeating the name. Yes, that's him. Ike's voice carried a touch of reverence. I was previously escaping in the mountains with a few others. They sent people into the mountains to find us, carried us down, fed us porridge, gave us medicine, and even provided a temporary identity card, saying if we work, we'd receive food. He spoke proudly, as if recounting a glorious event, his eyes full of light. The new lord isn't like Baron Merrick, the type of nobility that indulges in luxury in the castle, eats meat, drinks wine, and picks concubines. This Lord Calvin, he's different. He sent many physicians, soldiers, and stewards here. We have food and drink. Even children and elders can live in tents. He even said he would build wells and houses. He's no ordinary lord. He's like a dragon ancestor envoy descended to earth. Ian listened quietly, his gaze somewhat dazed. He looked at his daughter, whom he guarded day and night, and thought of those former nobles who treated refugees like grass, his heart heavy. He had never met this young lord named Calvin, not even known what he looked like. Yet, the people he sent rescued Mia, rescued him, and rescued so many others. In this world, already in shambles, he unexpectedly instilled a new hope. It really feels different, Ian murmured softly, his voice so light that even Ike couldn't hear. If this lord truly accepts them, if he is willing, then Ian will surely follow him. Even if the work given to him is hard and exhausting, as long as his daughter survives, he will do anything. Fortunately, his wish was soon fulfilled. By noon, an officer dressed in a Red Tide Territory uniform stepped into the tent. The man carried no weapons, nor was he in a rush, but calmly carried pen and paper, interviewing people one by one. He approached Ian and nodded slightly. May I ask your name and village of origin? Ian, from Whitestone Village. He instinctively answered, his eyes still cautious. Here we are gathering refugees, requiring identity registration. We can provide food and shelter, but it needs to be exchanged with labor. Is there anything you're skilled at? Ian hesitated a moment. I used to be a carpenter, can make furniture, repair houses. Upon hearing this, the officer nodded, his tone becoming more earnest. Very well. Those with expertise will be given priority for accommodation and later may apply for a settlement quota. Then he handed Ian a full set of supplies. A number card painted red, marked with his new number. A set of gray thermal underwear, styled like old military wear, homemade but clean and sturdy. A wooden bowl wrapped in coarse burlap, along with a worn but sun-dried blanket. He noticed Ian was barefoot, hesitated for a few seconds, then pulled out from his bag a pair of somewhat dirty old military boots and handed them to him. "Make do with these." Ian took the boots. His fingertips trembled, his voice somewhat hoarse. "Thank you. You've been assigned to the workshop area number 3. Gather early tomorrow with the craftsman team to build houses. No need to worry about food scarcity. Meals are arranged 3 times a day." After saying this, the officer turned to continue with the next refugee, while Ian lowered his head, staring at the items in his hands, touching each one, as if afraid they might disappear suddenly. That night, Ian, as usual, watched over his daughter, spooning porridge to her mouth. At some point, Mia slowly opened her eyes. "Mia?" Ian almost couldn't believe what he was seeing. The little girl was still very weak, but her gaze seemed focused. She looked at her father. Tears slowly seeped from her eyes. Her small hand reached out, gently holding his large hand. "Daddy!" With this single word, the heavy stone weighing on Ian's heart for so long was finally shattered. He bowed his head, buried his face beside his daughter. His voice choked as though ripped apart. "You survived. Thank you, Lord. Dragon Ancestor bless. Thank you." Outside the tent, a gust of wind passed. The red flag hanging high in the wind fluttered like flames in the night. At the flag's center, the golden sun gleamed brightly, seemingly real, like light dispelling the winter cold, warming those below. Ian looked at the flag. His lips moved slightly, quietly reciting the name he heard from Ike. "Lord Lewis Calvin. Thank you. Thank you." Such a miracle was not unique to Ian alone. In every piece of land Lewis newly acquired, he dispatched such a team. A team comprised of Red Tide Territory soldiers, knights, physicians, craftsmen, and registration officers, carrying food, medicine, and order, delved into villages and towns like ruins. They set up tents, cooked hot porridge, received refugees, registered information, providing an opportunity for survival to those who lost everything in the war. And for those migrants not within his territory, as long as they were willing to seek refuge and work, he was willing to turn a blind eye, willing to accept them. Of course, not everyone came with gratitude in mind. After the war, many bandits and hooligans indeed emerged. They plundered, extorted, even disguised as refugees infiltrating the camp. At dawn, outside the camp's porridge tent, a long queue stretched with smoke wafting, the pot bubbling audibly. Suddenly, chaos erupted from the rear. "Get out of the way. If you don't want to die, get far away. Food. Hand over all the food to us." A group of ruffians in ragged clothing, eyes fierce, rushed out from the forest. About 30 in number, wielding broken axes, firewood knives, even long swords. They had long been lurking nearby, waiting for the moment when porridge was served. The bandits attacked, and the women and children screamed in terror, scattering in all directions, while the elderly in line were knocked to the ground. Chaos ensued, and these refugees didn't know what to do. At this critical moment, a warhorse suddenly leaped out from the command tent. The knight on the horse wore a crimson cape, and with a sharp squeeze of his boots, the warhorse neighed, charging straight through the crowd. The knight's fighting energy erupted like flames, surging from his shoulder to the tip of his sword, igniting with a glow like crimson flames. "Those who dare steal grain, no mercy!" His voice thundered through the chaos, intimidating everyone. Following him, 2 more warhorses charged out, and the 3 Red Tide Knights quickly formed a flanking formation. 1 in the front and 2 on the sides, they surrounded the bandits in a semicircular area at the edge of the camp. "Charge! There's only 3 of them," someone shouted, and the hot-blooded bandits raised their knives and axes, screaming as they rushed at the 3 riders. Then they saw the difference between knights and ordinary people. The leading knight raised his long sword high, performing an arcing horizontal slash, cutting 3 charging bandits in half at the waist. Their limbs, imbued with flame fighting energy, rolled through the air, blood splattering on the muddy ground, carrying a scent of blood. "Wow, what's going on?" one person exclaimed in shock. The second knight spurred his horse into a thrust. The horse's front hooves rose high, and the acceleration of the charge sent him flying 10 yards away. Then another knight, with a swift sword thrust, pierced through the chests of 2 nearby people, pulling the sword out violently, spraying blood. The long sword swung horizontally, the severed torso flying out, knocking down the third person who still tried to advance. Next, he turned and cut a bandit trying to flank them from the shoulder to the belly, splitting him in 2, dying a gruesome death. "Run! Run away!" Finally, someone realized something was wrong. These knights were simply monsters to them. But alas, it was already too late. The 3 knights galloped their horses, the roar of fighting energy echoing as they began the hunt. Each slash carried the explosive force of fighting energy, slicing through flesh and bone as easily as chopping wood. Someone tried to climb over the wall to escape, only to be pinned to the wall with a single sword strike. Someone threw down their weapon and begged for mercy on their knees, but no one paid attention, and their spine was crushed by horse hooves. In just a few minutes, more than 20 of the 30 bandits were cut down like vegetables. The remaining few were deliberately spared, tied up and dragged to an open area outside the camp. That night, a simple wooden platform was erected in the camp square. Torch flames burned brightly, lighting up the whole open area. 7 bandits were tied up, kneeling on the platform, each with a look of deathly pallor, trembling with fear. The fierce look they had when holding daggers against their fellow men had long disappeared. People crowded around the square, hundreds of them, mostly civilians who had just struggled out of hunger and war. Though faces were filled with exhaustion, at this moment, they all stood tall, glaring angrily at the few bandits. Why should you steal food when everyone else is working honestly? Just as life was getting a little better, they wanted to cause chaos? They deserve to be cut down. Lord Lewis truly doesn't tolerate wrongdoers. The law enforcement officer responsible for the judgment loudly proclaimed. According to the Red Tide Law, those who rob grain, attack the camp, and intentionally harm others are inexcusably guilty and sentenced to death. There was an uproar below the platform, but it was not questioning, rather a relieved cheer. Several of the 7 began to cry and plead loudly, and some tried to argue or beg for leniency. "Spare me. I was just following to watch the commotion. Didn't steal anything. I have an 80-year-old mother. Please, don't kill me." A younger bandit struggled desperately, tears streaming down his face. I will definitely reform and start anew in the future." A red-tied knight stepped forward, expressionless, and said, "It's the dragon ancestor's business to forgive you. My duty is to send you to meet him." He drew his sword and stepped forward. "Execute!" The sword flashed, and a head flew, blood sprinkling the yellow earth. The same action repeated 7 times, and the entire square fell silent. When the last head fell, someone shouted first, "Well done! Yes, they should be killed. Great. Now we don't have to worry about our porridge being stolen anymore." The cheers rang out one after another, and some even put their hands together and bowed toward the crimson banner. From that day on, no one in the camp dared to steal anymore. Lewis had ordered before, if there were bandits causing trouble, deliberately leave a few for public judgment, public execution. "War has just ended. Rules must be established," he said. He wanted everyone to see firsthand, in his territory, robbery and murder meant death. And those refugees who registered compliantly and worked honestly could now eat 3 meals a day, without having to live rough, with clean mats and blankets at night. And this simple way of life was precisely what they had dreamed of. Under the leadership of craftsmen sent by Red Tide Territory, one semi-underground house after another rose from the ground. Ian was among the first craftsmen involved in building houses. Although the daily work was tiring, he felt at peace. The foreman provided meals on time, and in the evenings, they could listen to people playing and singing by the fire. Mia was also gradually recovering, color returning to her face. Though her body was still frail, she could walk steadily and even jog a few steps around the camp to play. She always liked to follow behind Ian, sometimes helping to pick up some wood chips at the construction site or poking small stones on the ground with a stick. The co-workers, seeing her obedient and sensible, often teased her and occasionally gave her some food. "You little girl, you're much more hard-working than your dad," someone said with a smile. Hearing the teasing, Mia blushed and ran away. Ian watched and grinned, but his eyes welled up with tears. He watched his daughter's lively figure, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. A few days ago, he had to wake up every night to check her breathing, fearing that one day he would wake and forever lose this child. Now, he no longer needed to beg for a meal or frantically search for herbs in the mountains. The porridge, though bland, was enough to fill them, with a bit of pickled vegetables on the side. The humble house withstood the wind and rain, and there was charcoal, blankets, and people to talk to. Ian held the rough porcelain bowl, gazing at the rising cooking smoke, silently thinking, "Thank you, Lord Lewis." Not just Ian, the camp's people gradually regained some vitality. They had food, work, and a place to sleep, but more importantly, a sense of safety. As long as you follow the rules, there's food. If you're willing to work, someone will protect you. This slogan quietly spread through the camp, like a simple but genuine creed. No one thought it was false because it was what they had all witnessed and experienced firsthand. Gradually, this belief quietly took root and sprouted amidst the ruins after the war. And that crimson banner, waving in the morning light, grew brighter, as if truly dispelling the shadows over this land. The great Lord Lewis, who is thanked by thousands, is currently playing with wolves. Lung Feng crouched on the grass, his ears quivering lightly, eyes focused, ready for Lewis's command at any moment. Ambush! Lung Feng silently slid into the grass, his figure resembling a silver-gray shadow, weaving to the rear flank. Attack! He suddenly lunged out, biting the suspended cloth target fiercely, swinging it vigorously several times. Retreat! He swiftly released it, deftly turned and rushed back to Lewis's side, his movements clean and agile without a single extraneous gesture. After several months of training, Lung Feng could now expertly understand almost all of Lewis's commands. Whether it's lurking, attacking, or guarding, he executes flawlessly. Sometimes he doesn't even need verbal cues, just a glance, and he can gauge his master's intention. Of course, in these past 2 months, it wasn't Lewis who trained Lung Feng, but Edgar. Yet the Ice Wolf naturally possesses a strong sense of hierarchy. Edgar was responsible for drills, feeding, and discipline, but Lung Feng never truly obeyed him. Until Lewis returned, and he immediately wagged his tail and greeted him, following closely and shadowing him, because he clearly knew who was the real boss. Good dog. Lewis squatted down to stroke his forehead. Lung Feng let out a low whimper and, as if showing off, nuzzled his head against Lewis's palm before tilting his neck and confidently resting his large head on Lewis's leg as if being playful. Here it goes again. Lewis chuckled wryly, half his body immobilized by Lung Feng's weight. You're a wolf king, not a dog. Hey, don't lick. Lung Feng's tail wagged like a windmill. Tongue out, he seemed like a husky. Of course, this behavior only appeared in front of Lewis, in front of other wolf pups. He embodied a leader's demeanor. TSK. This guy, you've completely accepted me as your master now. Lewis's fingers gently combed through the hair on Lung Feng's neck, savoring the smooth yet wild texture. If you could grow a bit taller, a bit stronger, that would be better. Lung Feng was approximately 6 months old now, just having passed the puppy stage. His limbs were starting to extend, and his muscles gradually firming up. But to fully mature, it would take more than a year. Which means, my dream of wolf riders will have to wait a while longer. Lewis's gaze drifted afar, seemingly envisioning himself riding a wolf, galloping through thousands, leaving everyone in a trail of dust. Just then, light footsteps echoed from behind. It was Sif. She held a stack of reports in her arms, softly speaking as she approached. The intelligence from various territories has arrived. Shall I read them out to you? Lewis nodded, indicating for her to begin, while on the other hand, continuing to play with lung foam. Sif unfolded the parchment and began reading each part. The Snowfield territory successfully tamed a herd of snow mountain goats suitable for breeding, with increased milk production in winter. The Cold Fur Territory's grain station and tent outposts are established, with over 700 registered residents. In Ice Ridge Territory, Knights successfully rescued hundreds of trapped civilians from the mountain paths, now all settled properly. As for Tsonglu Territory, the third bandit eradication concluded, 3 bandit leaders executed publicly, and remaining fugitives fled upon hearing the news. After listening, Lewis nodded lightly. Not bad. The preliminary plan results are starting to show. His gaze was calm, with a hint of self-talk. I wonder how many can be saved. Though food consumption is too fast, but the first batch should arrive soon, we can last a few more days. He smiled wryly. Is this the price of being the sun? Sif didn't quite understand why Lewis often likened himself to the sun. Probably due to some special meaning like illuminating others sort of thing. Then Sif proceeded with some routine territorial reports. Mostly minor issues. Lewis listened sporadically, until Sif mentioned something he had longed to hear. Oh, one more thing. Sif leafed through her report. Mike says the castle in Red Tide territory is almost finished, asking you to take a look. Oh, Lewis's eyes lit up, sitting up straight. He certainly remembered this matter. Back then, he personally designed the blueprint inspired by Earth Towers, incorporating geothermal heating plans from hot springs all his planning. Wasn't there an issue with the hot spring clay before? Lewis inquired. Yes, there was a slight delay, Sif nodded. But later a new team of craftsmen was introduced, and progress greatly increased. Now the main structure is complete. Only some decorations and defenses are yet to be finished. Really almost done? I thought I'd have to wait till next year. Lewis marveled. He frequently walked past the construction site, only seeing the outer walls completed, but hadn't specifically checked the inside. Lewis chuckled. Let's go take a look around noon today. After lunch, the sunlight was just right. Lewis donned a cloak, accompanied by Sif and several guardian knights, and strolled over. Walking past the freshly paved dirt road, Lewis spotted it immediately. The outline was rugged. The heavy rammed earth walls seemed to emerge from the ground, carrying an indescribable pressure. At the bottom was a whole circle of deep gray stone bricks tightly hugging the base. The stone extended up to mid-waist, seamlessly connecting with the Arrow Tower's stone walls, simple yet not rigid lines. Further up was the wooden structure of protruding eaves, beams carved with the red tide sun totem and wave patterns, rough yet intricately detailed. The entire castle resembled an armored beast, steady, cold, pragmatism above all, yet hiding a stubborn craftsmanship. It struck right at Lewis's straightforward aesthetic. It's not the luxurious beauty of southern nobility. It's the Northern Territory's rough, utilitarian beauty. Though the exterior differs greatly from the castle of Frost Halberd City, in spirit they're very similar. Lewis looked for a while, unable to resist sighing. Old Mike actually produced such a styled castle. He's certainly skilled, though primarily it's my credit. He also recalled sketching on the blueprint. Seemingly it was just a bare column. The design concept was mine, he added quietly, shamelessly. Meanwhile, Sif tilted her head looking at the newly finished Earth Tower. It didn't quite match her imagination. She expected the castle to be gleaming stone bricks, ornate beams, yet it appeared plain and rough. Just then, the large gates creaked open. A dust-covered Mike stepped out boldly. Lord, you've arrived. He beamed with pride. Successfully completed, despite challenges.